Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Okay, I want to welcome everybody to the GSA Bond webinar. Peace, peace, peace to everyone. Microphone checker, 1, 2 checker. Got some people on here right now. A lot of people coming in, tuning in. That's good. That's good. Y'all like it how I be springing these free webinars on. Y'all know when I'm going to start or nothing. I do. When it's free, I don't feel like I have no responsibility to tell you when it's going to start, give you no link or nothing. It's like first come, it's only 100 seats, first come, first serve. I'm going to send out the email, and that's it. I'm going to start, it's free, so I just started when I feel like it. But I usually try to start around 7 o'clock. Y'all had to, between 7 and 8, 6 and 8 o'clock. Sometimes I do a little early. But let's start with this. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the General Service Administration bonds. All right. And they call, people probably affectionately know them as GSA bonds. Now, GSA bonds are utilized for the discharge of debt. It is one option. It is not the only option. A lot of you probably remember when the GSA bonds first came out, everybody was talking about the GSA bonds. Tony King, I'm going to be real with you. Tony King is the person who I got a lot of my instructions on the GSA bonds from. Tony King, and then, a little bit of my own understanding as well. But essentially, we're going to be going over 6 different documents that are GSA bonds, and they are the 90, the 91, the standard form, the optional form 90, the optional form 91, and then you have standard form 28, which is an affidavit of individual surety. Then we have the bid bond, which is standard form 24. We have the performance bond, which is standard form 25, and we have a payment bond, which is standard form 25A. And these are the 6 documents that we're going to go through tonight and show you how to fill out these documents. And you can utilize these for criminal cases. You can use them for mortgages. You can use them for a variety of different things. People claim that they used to be very effective. I think that they're still very effective for you to utilize, as long as they're filled out correctly and you supplement them with some additional things. I usually supplement my GSA bonds with some money orders and, things of that nature. But these bonds are supplemented by the birth certificate. All right, your birth certificate. All right, this is just another way. Like Jonah, he's real big on using the birth certificate. I am too, but I'm also big on using documents that supplement the birth certificate or act as agents for the birth certificate. So, without any further ado, let's get started. All right, now. The first one we're going to do is going to do a release on lien on property. And let me talk about that first. Why are we doing a release on lien on property? Well, you're going to have to do some study. This is a part that's going to require a little study on your part. But I'm going to show you some research that I did. And I was in Georgia. And you'll find this in some other states too. Because people always say, well, what do you mean that, what is this UCC stuff? That's the UCC. This is, all this kind of stuff right here. You hear people. Well, right here, I want y'all to pay very close attention to this. This is in Georgia, and you'll find this in most states. Imposition of costs of prosecution upon the defendant generally. Okay, and it's going to say the cost of a prosecution, except the fees of his own witness, shall not be demanded of a defendant until after trial and conviction. If convicted, judgment may be entered against the defendant for all cost. Notice it says all costs. We don't know what that is. You don't know how much that is or anything. Accruing in the committing and trial courts. Now, the committing courts, accruing in the committing courts. The committing court is when you in pretrial. All right? The committing court, when they've got probable cause against you. And then you have the trial court that you go to. And by any officer pending the prosecution. That's the district attorney. He puts his bond up. The sheriff's department. You owe them a plethora of individuals. The judgment shall be a lien from the date of his arrest on all the property of the defendant. The clerk shall issue an execution on the judgment against the property. Now, this is a very cryptic type statement until you go into a law library and you actually pull this title off of the shelf and read the court citations that are accompanied with it. Then you begin to get an understanding of what they are charging you with. If they are taxing you, it's going to tell you that too. It's a tax. You're being taxed, and you don't know the amount of it. This is the reason why we would go into court and you would say, Judge, I request that, let me show it to you. Let me show you why we would go into court, because this is real good right here, okay? Now, they put a lien on you. If they're putting a lien on you, let's look at some things now. Oh, hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm back. I had a phone call. I had to take that call. Okay, where was I at? Okay, we're talking about this lien that they put on you. Okay, well, yeah, they put a lien on you. Let's talk about that for a second. There is a document that I have repeatedly told everybody about, and the name of it is this document right here. It's called Law Redemption in Court or Dealing with Presentments. This is a very interesting document. Now, in this document, they have a different section in it. They have a section about bond and creditors and their bonds too. Also has it, but we have a whole section here on law redemption in court. Now, this is what you say to a judge when you go into court, and you're actually asking for an assessment for the charges. It's like first it tells you to start off asking the judge for his name and all that. But now, when you go in, you ask. We used to do this back in the day. We used to ask the judge, "Do you have a claim against me? Do you know anyone who does have a claim against me?" All right. And then we would go into this. I request that the judge please direct the prosecutor to answer whether the assessment for the charges are in his possession. Making this request of the judge forecloses the system from acting on the otherwise unneutralized assumption that you are not concerned whether there is a civil assessment to justify the charges. Without an assessment, there can be no charges. Asking this question puts the prosecutor in trouble, as if he does not immediately drop the charges, he's practicing law without a license, which is a felony. At this point, you can direct the judge's third position as a request statement. I request that so-and-so direct the prosecutor to provide the assessment for the charges, along with the certified audit trail of all transactions held by the mayor of the municipality and the applicable risk management department, including the voucher and all disbursement documents and the receipts. Y'all should know that all these charges get run by risk management. Risk management got to know what type of risk they're insuring. That makes sense. I'm bringing this to your attention to say that they're putting a lien on you, which means it's a debt collection. And when you're in court, you can actually request them to provide the assessment for the charges that you're being charged with. And this is some interesting dialogue that you can have with the judge in court relating to that particular fact. Because I want you to understand that it is a debt collection. Now, they have another chapter in here that actually deals with the court bond. Okay, and let me read this to you real quick. It says, just recently, long after the writing of this article commenced, we were provided with the text of an explanation about a single-page document on standard court pleading format so that it looks like a normal court brief that has allegedly had dramatic success when used. The bond, in other words, court bond, revised by several people from the original version, plus the explanation we received concerning the instrument, is essentially intact as we received it, accompanying this article. The court bond is not a pleading or motion needing determination from the court. It is not an argument, opinion, or point of law, nor is it a negotiation. It is just a bond. Who could object? The court bond is a special bond as described in Rule E of the Supplemental Admiralty Rules and the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and 28 U.S.C. Admiralty is the only place mentioned in the rules where bonds apply. A bond seems to be appropriate only on an admiralty proceeding. This includes bail bonds, general bonds, special bonds, etc. Anything that has bonding involved is admiralty or some degree of admiralty. Since all commerce is international and international commerce exists in admiralty/maritime jurisdiction, and every legal matter is commercial, in any court case in which you are involved, always put in a bond. And this is what you're doing. The birth certificate, the GSA bonds, money orders, it doesn't matter. All of them are bonds. The name of a bond is a promise. It is a negotiable instrument. There is no money, all right? So the only thing that you can offer someone as satisfaction of some sort of obligation is a negotiable instrument or some sort of promise to pay or some sort of debt instrument that constitutes money of account because there is no money of exchange, all right? It goes on, it says, since the bond you file becomes a permanent part of the record, if anyone tries to remove the filed bond, you have a file stamp copy that substantiates the filing. Since the public side is a reflection and a mirror of content in the private side, if there is no private side ledger, there can be no public side ledger. Without any reality, a mirror has nothing to reflect. The book's ledgers must balance, public and private. Filing the bond removes you from the controversy. You cannot be required to pay any claim for losses or costs because you have covered any and all of them by providing a bond backed by your exemption, which is unlimited. You have covered every outcome by your good faith effort. A court exists to resolve disputes which require adverse parties. The bond removes you from the arena by ending the controversy and discharging any obligation there might be via the bond, whether or not there is any assessment in fact. Strategically, it might be wise to file your bond at the last minute just before going to court, to foreclose them from sufficient time to study it and brainstorm on how they can get around it. Use a notary and autograph stamp renders dishonoring the bond considerably more difficult. So does sending a copy to the court administrator, mayor of the municipality risk management department, and perhaps even the Army Corps of Engineers. The judge is holding the original books, which is okay with us. Let him own the account and make the adjustments. Then he is responsible. Since the judge is not going to go to jail, if anyone has to take the fall for the charges, it must be the attorneys. All admiralty courts require posting a bond to initiate a cause of action. Now, when he said this right here, I can tell you 100% that this is true, because when you study law, you're going to find out that the prosecutor has to put in a bond, and they do that by default because everybody in the public is bonded, and they put in their bar card number. So anybody before, they call it in ancient times, they call it a replevin bond. So before anyone can bring an action against you, they have to bond themselves. That's why the state does everything through an attorney. They have to bond themselves, and you have to bond yourself too. This is the reason why you do a secured party process, is to bond yourself in the public. They bond it. What makes you think you don't have to be bonded to be in the public? They're bonded to operate in the public. You think you can come in the public and operate without being bonded? But they got to be bonded. Everybody has to be bonded in the public. Now it goes on, it says, all admiralty courts require posting a bond to initiate a cause of action. A case commences and is bonded when the prosecuting attorney files the complaint. The complaint is the bond and is signed by the prosecuting attorneys. It is a firm offer, an original issue offered to the clerk who buys the contract. This is the original money which is brought under the bar numbers of the filing attorney, prosecutors. The clerk buys it because of the attorney's guarantee that they will produce someone to pay the fines and to go to jail. The clerk takes the complaint to the court, which is the bank, and issues a voucher. The voucher is a security. The commercial bank credits the court's account in the commercial bank and then monetizes the voucher by sending it to Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae, making the instrument an insured government security. We believe that this process creates the public funds by the charges made against the straw man, for which the real being ends up paying as the surety, if the presumption that the real you may be treated as and is therefore liable for the obligation of the straw man/defendant is not eliminated from the equation. We further think that the public funds are credited possibly by going through the commercial bank's TT&L account, and TT&L stands for Treasury Tax and Loan Department, to the customers, i.e. the court's account. In other words, when the strawman is charged as a defendant in an action, it appears that what happens is the public funds are created by using your exemption to create the public money that covers the check the commercial bank writes to deposit in the court's account. And I'm not going to read the rest of this. It gets pretty interesting, but you should read it. It's very, very interesting. They're talking about bonds here, and these bonds. And let me show you what. Now, they never show you what one of these bonds look like that you file into a case. You do not file GSA bonds into a case. I'm going to show you what you file into a case. What you file into a case is a bond that looks like this. Oops, go the wrong way. All right, this is a bond. All right, it's on a pleading format. Notice it says bond. They do the same thing. As a matter of fact, if you're in Georgia, if you can Title 18, you'll see a court case bond that looks just like this. And basically says there appearing no bond of record to initiate the matter regarding this case number and warrant number. All right, and associated accounts, I, John Doe Smith, undertake as follows. In consideration of the fact that no lawful money of account exists in circulation, and in consideration of the fact that I have suffered dishonor, it's supposed to be no lawful money He said lawful money of account exists. It's supposed to be no lawful money of exchange exists in circulation. And in consideration of the fact that I've suffered dishonor regarding this matter of case number blah, 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 and warrant number blah, 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 and associated accounts, I underwrite with my private exemption, and that's your social security number without dashes, and any and all obligations of performance loss and costs sustained by the United States of America / state of whatever state you're in, and the respectful citizens thereof regarding said matter, done this day of blah, 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 2004. Now, you don't have to use this bond information. If you got access to a law library, you can go get the American Jurisprudence Practice and Pleading Forms, and they got bonds in there that you can use, that you can take some language from and create your own bond and put in the court. Now, this is a public bond. This is a notice of a bond. This is not the actual bond. You got to understand that the definition of bond is promise. Let me read this to you real quick, because y'all need to see all of this, because I want you to think in a certain way. I want you to start thinking in a certain way, because you're dealing a lot with fictions. You're dealing with a lot of legal fictions. All right, so when we look at Black's Law, let's put out a Black's Law dictionary, and let's look up the word bond. Let's just look it up. What is a bond? That's what I do. I look up the word. I looked up all these words, even the words I thought I knew. I looked at words I thought I knew and like, damn, that's not what that don't mean what I thought it meant. All right, but, I got into an argument with somebody. I said, man, bond just means promise. That's not what a bond is. A bond is a negotiable instrument. And I said, okay. I said, here it is right here. A bond is a what? An obligation, a promise. My word is bond, bro. Remember, anybody my age on here, word is bond. When we used to say as our slang, word is bond. The young cats don't say that no more. But we used to say word is bond, man. That's what a bond is. It's a promise. All right. We can get to what's called an extended definition. It's a written promise to pay money or to do some act in certain circumstances occur or certain time elapses. We can get real jiggy with it, but a bond is just a promise. Everybody got that? Did I miss anybody with that? All right, so without further ado, let's get into the GSA bonds, because that's what y'all came to see. We're talking about these GSA bonds. The first bond we're going to talk about optional form 90, which is the release of lien on property. And that's why I went through all that long introduction to show you that they're putting a lien on you, on all your property. So let's do a release of lien on that property. Okay, whereas, go put your name in all caps.
You.
Go ahead.
Not going over the 28?
Yeah, we're going to go over all of them. I'm starting with the 90.
All right. Now, I put a 28 on the case one day. You just said you shouldn't put none of them on there, right?
Well, I don't think a 28 is going to hurt you, but you really need to go privately to the judge. All these go to the judge in private. But, I filed them in the cases before and had some good success. The very first time I ever used these, though, I was in a federal court, and this is exactly what I had. I put together a bond, international bill of exchange. I had an affidavit of truth, and I had all of these papers right here. But I was using the Miller Act bonds, and I'm gonna show you the Miller Act bonds too. I didn't, because allegedly used the Miller Act bonds on a federal case and used these GSA bonds on a state case. So I was using the Miller Act bonds, and I took them into court, and the judge took them. And this is how I filled it out. How I filled it out is that I put my name up here. All right, and then in here, the place of residence is the birth certificate number is going to go right here. The birth certificate number. Now, and sometimes what I would do, I would put, so they'll know what this is. I'll put birth certificate number. I'll put birth certificate actually in front of it. I'll say birth certificate. All right. and then by a bond for the performance of U.S. government contract number, because the birth certificate fills as a bond for this Social Security number. So then you're gonna put your Social Security number without dash or with the dashes. All right, became a surety for the completed successful performance of said contract, which bond includes a lien upon certain real property further described hereinafter, and whereas said surety established the said lien upon the following property. All right, here's the property, and you'll put your C standard form 28, affidavit of individual surety, release a lien on personal property from escrow, your bid bond, your performance bond, and your payment bond, and recorded this pledge on, okay, your case number. You're going to put your case number, land of records. You're going to put your case number and the locality. So you're going to put your case number, whatever. All right. In the Los Angeles court, state of California, whereas and then you're going to put your Christian appellation of your name in lowercase, uppercase, with a semicolon, family of your last name, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of the said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto, because that's what they're looking at you as a surety. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases the aforementioned line. All right, now, what we do is you don't notarize this, but you date it, and then you sign it, and blue ink, and then you put a red thumbprint on it at a 45-degree angle, touching the last letter of your name. Touching the last letter of your name. Let me see if I have an example of this on this computer. Hold on, I'm going to see if I got an example. I'd like to show y'all an example. Let me see if I got an example I can show y'all.
You just understand it. Can I ask a question? You looking?
Yeah, sure, man. Go ahead.
All right. Now, the haters say that you only can use these bonds when you're locked up in jail. Is that true or false?
I mean, you can only use them when, let me ask you a question. Okay, because I'm going to say this, that is what they were primarily being used for, but who said that and where did they get it from, that you can only use them for when you locked them in jail? Because the original document where I got this from, that you can use them for jail and mortgages, you can use it for any lien. It's a release of lien on property. Why would it be just for you just being locked up in jail? I don't understand. I mean, that's almost like saying, do you really think that the General Service Administration only created these bonds for when you're locked up in jail? My father,
Right, yeah,
let me put it like this. My father just retired from Boeing as an executive. He worked there for 30 years. He used these bonds in his job as a government contractor.
Yeah, I got a cousin that used them. He was a construction contractor.
Yeah, used them for construction work. A lot of different purposes you use them for. So, as a matter of fact, it was a construction contractor. I met him as a white gentleman. He was very, he said, yeah, I use these all the time. So why would they say that you can only use these for when you're in jail? I mean, it's obvious.
That's what the haters say. You got haters out there. But I know, isn't when you're out on bond, Bell's bonds, ain't that kind of incarceration? That's a type of incarceration.
Yeah, when you're out on when that's why I'm telling y'all is when you're out on probation or like you just said, probation. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It is all you are incarcerated. you are incarcerated. You're 100% correct. I'm trying to find one that's already filled out. I'm looking for one that's already filled out so I can. I was kind of trying to show y'all that. Let me see if I got. Okay, yeah, there you go. So I pull this up. Uh-oh. Let me see. So they say you're gonna use them when you're locked up. I mean, well, it's like, I know they be saying all kind. Like that's why I started it. I said, look, the only person I ever saw that showed everybody how to fill these out was Tony King, and he had a very very concise. The original documentation. He showed all the different things you could use it for. There were people up in. There was this chick. I wish I could remember her name. She was getting people out of jail. She was getting $5,000 a pop, and what she was using is these GSA bonds. This is like in 2008, 2009. I forgot her name, but she was up in Washington State. They had a whole business going, and when people would write her, the first thing she would do is ask them what their charges were. She's like, okay, if you did anything like killed somebody or did something like that, she wasn't gonna help you get out of jail. You wasn't gonna you don't want to get no help. But she would send you a copy of one man out, and then she would do all these GSA bonds for you and a couple other things that she would do for you and everything. But it was all this stuff. I was studying all that stuff back in the day. So I don't know why somebody would just say that. I mean, they be saying stuff like, okay, where you get that from, man? Is that written down in like, somewhere where I can go and, look at it, that the only way you can use it is for this right here. I mean, that's not true, man. Don't be saying that. That's not true. That's just not true. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to see if I can pull up my computer moving slow. I'm seeing if I can pull this up for y'all. That's not it. Let me see. Okay, here. I don't think this is it right here. Let me see.
Now, a wild thing about these bonds, though, when they look at them, the judges and stuff, especially the older ones, they look at you and be like, "How the hell you know this?"
Yeah, they hey, listen, man, nobody. This is why I say you got to do stuff yourself, because I was in court and my computer moving kind of slow, y'all. Just give me a second. I was in court and my first time ever using them was in federal court. I'm gonna tell you just how it went down. I was I got all these bonds. I took them in court and I tried to file them because I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, okay, they had me in custody, and when I came into the court, I told they gave me standby counsel. So they had this black chick acting as standby counsel, but I had fired her. But she was the magistrate judge appointed her as standby counsel. They bring me in. I'm all chained up, and all I have is my GSA bonds. I have an affidavit of truth, and I got like an international bill of exchange or something like that. And I tell old girl, I say, look, I need you to file something for me because I can't walk up to the bench and file something. So I said, I whisper over to her. I said, look, I need you to go up front, file this for me in the case. So she stands up and says, Your Honor, my client requested I file something. The judge said, sit down. You ain't in my case. And then she started talking to me, started hollering at me. Let me tell you something. This is my courtroom. You ain't running this courtroom. This is my courtroom. So she just started going off on me. I'm like, so I'm looking. I'm like, okay, why is this judge going off on me? So how I responded to that, I asked the judge, I said, okay, if I let her get through, because she was going off on a long-ass rant, getting all loud, but I kept my composure. And when she got through, all I said to her is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but am I to understand that the Honorable Judge has made a judicial determination that I'm not to be afforded my due process rights or freedom of these proceedings? Is that what you're saying? And then she just got real quiet, because I said it very, very calmly. And she said, you'll get your chance to talk. So wasn't no more of that going crazy on me, because she see that didn't rattle me. So then she came back and asked me for my name 3 times. That didn't work on me, so that didn't rattle me. And then she let the lady come up front to file the paperwork. And when she came up front to file the paperwork, she said right before she filed it, she said, "Let me see that. Let me see what you're filing." and she got it in her hand. She looked at it. She threw it down on her bench. She said, "Let me tell you something. This don't have nothing to do with your case. I'm not filing this." And I was like, "Am I to understand the honorable judge has made a judicial determination I'm not to be afforded my access to the public record?" And then she said, "I ain't filing this." She said, "I ain't filing it." And I didn't know what to say at that point because she was just like, you can say whatever the hell you want to. I ain't filing it. But then I was just kind of like, okay, I don't know what to say. So then I just looked at her and I said, "Okay, can I have it back, please?" And she said, "I'm not giving this back to you." She said, "No, you can't have it." And so then she got up. She got up. She got up. She got up. And I was like, and she got up from the thing, and it's like, "I ain't giving this back. I'm not giving this back to you." And I just kind of looked around, and like, "What?" She said, "I'm not giving this back to you." And she walked out of the court and said, "I'm taking a recess." When she was walking out of the courtroom, she was looking at the bonds like I gave her gold because I gave her I gave her these bonds, and I gave her a promissory note or international bill of exchange for about $20 million. And I put all that together and gave it to her, and nobody can not tell me. When she walked out the courtroom, I went over to the marshals. I said, "Say, man, they stood me up, started chaining me up, take me out." I said, "Say, man, y'all need to get with that judge and tell her to give me back my paperwork, man, because she didn't file it or nothing. Y'all need to get." I said, "Man, you need to give me back my paperwork, man." And everybody was just quiet. The prosecutor, everybody was looking like they was done, like it was like, shit, we through with him. Ain't nothing we could do with him. And I kept hollering at him. He said, okay, man. I go holler at the judge. He went to the judge, and the judge sent me back photocopies of everything. And I'm like, well, okay, if it ain't no good, why she send me back photocopies? If she said, she just told me I can't have my paperwork back. Then she sent me photocopies from Chambers. Gave me photocopies of everything she took and kept the originals. And I never saw her again. And I got out of jail about 90 days later.
Use it.
Go ahead.
We did the same thing in a mortgage court case. And when she put her bonds in the court case, and it was a court hearing, the judge told her and the lawyer told her to say, told the lawyer, "You all need to go out there and talk with her," just like that.
Yeah, them bonds. And let me tell you something.
They work.
They work. Yes, they work. Don't let nobody tell you that they don't work. They work. You just got to kind of if you're in a situation like she told me, she said, "How did you get this in the jail?" She said, "You don't need to be happy." And I'm gonna tell you something else. Even my own father, he was helping me. I was calling him, and my father worked for the government. He worked for the government, and he was helping me with everything. He was helping me. It's like every time I call, I needed a Black's Law Dictionary, just anything I needed. My father was sending to me in jail and everything, and I said, and then I came to him. I couldn't get nobody to send me no GSA bonds. So I told my father, I said, "Say, man, can you send me some GSA bonds?" And man, when I said GSA bonds, he got quiet on the phone. He said, "What you doing with those?" I said, "Say, man, I can use this to get out of jail, man. People use this to get rid of their mortgage." And he said, "What?" And then after that, he told me, he said, "Look, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to send you this stuff, but after this, I can't help you with nothing else." He said, "I'll put money on your books or whatever." But he kind of like, I kind of shook him when I started talking about all of this because he deal with it on his job.
You got scared.
Yeah, so it was like, so it was like after that, my father didn't abandon me, but he really wasn't trying to get into what I was doing. He didn't understand what I was doing and everything. But when I started talking about these GSA bonds, he knew exactly what I was talking about. He knew exactly what I was talking about. He said, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. He worked for Boeing. So, so most government contractors are going to know doing this. There's some contractors and stuff like that. So this is how kind of like, just give you an example of, how you sign it. This is not filled out correctly, but how you sign it. You can put the address. Here's what you want to do. Here's the governing principle. Because some people I know, they're saying, "Man, you ain't give the right instructions on how to fill out this stuff." Let me tell y'all the principle, because there's no really real specific way to fill them out. When you're looking at this, you're supposed to give them instructions where they can find the property. All right, they have to be able to locate the property you're talking about. So right here, this place of residence, it could be the jail, it could be your birth, the birth certificate or something, but they need to be able to identify what property you're talking about, because we're doing a release of lien on property, right? The property that they're leaning up, the birth certificate, the birth certificate represents all your property. That's why I put the birth certificate number there. You may think of another number that that represents all the property. The pledge was on your case number. That's where the lien is coming from. All right, now this is the 90. The 91 is essentially the same. You're gonna fill it out exactly the same way. So I'm not gonna really go over the 91. The 90 and the 91 are the same. But I want you to keep in your mind that you're trying to locate the property. Where is the property located at? Let me do the 91. I think the 91 is a little bit more.
You want to ask a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You want to ask?
Go ahead.
Yusuf.
Go ahead.
Yusuf. Is this also good after a foreclosure?
I'm gonna tell you like this. In a lot of these states, you got redemption. You can redeem your property. The first thing is possession is 9/10 of the law. The other 1/10 is honor. Always remember that possession is the 9/10 of the law. 1/10 of the law is honor. You got to remain in honor at all costs. You do in some states have some redemption laws where you can redeem your property up to a year after it's been taken from you. In some states, you don't have redemption laws. So that's something that you may want to investigate, but I don't see anything that will cause you to file some type of action against them and trying to get your property back after you've did some GSA bonds on it. But I'm going to be honest with you, possession is important. Possession is important. As long as you got possession of the property, you're in a win-win situation. It's about, what is his name? The one that does that thing on grammar. He told me one time, he said it's all about what you can keep. It's all about possession. And that's true. It's all about possession. So, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I mean, you can try anything. Go ahead.
She can do a trespass to try title.
Yeah, you can. You can do a quiet title, but see what you would probably, I'm going to tell you what you would probably have to do. You're going to have to subpoena some documents from these people. I tell you what, I got into a discussion with an attorney, a very, very prominent estate planning attorney who's very, very knowledgeable. And we were talking about securitization and so forth. He's very knowledgeable about securitization. And he was telling me all the things I can't do. So then I hit him. I said, well, okay, I'll bring you into court and I hit you with subpoena ducis tecum, and we can get the 424B5 prospectus. And then we can also subpoena the FR 2046 balance sheet report and show where you moved that money on the balance sheet off to another set of books. And he said to me, how did you know that? He said, a lot of people don't know that. So it's all about evidence. You can win in a foreclosure, but it requires a lot of effort. You got to have evidence, and you got to subpoena that evidence, and you have to subpoena witnesses. And it can sometimes get expensive and long and drawn out. But you can win. You can win. But you got to know what evidence. It's about evidence, and you got to know what evidence to get. And you got to subpoena certain documents from these people. Ideally, you will get a CPA that has audited a bank. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to find that, because most of the CPAs that served as expert witnesses on these mortgage cases all lost their license to practice. So I don't think you're going to be able to do that anymore. So, it's accounting that you want to address. So I'm not trying to make you feel, I'm going to tell you a good book to read. I'm going to give you a good book to read about that. It's an excellent book you should read. And y'all got to read this stuff, because you got to take advantage of people's expertise. There's some people out there that's some experts in this. And one of them is Tom Shaw. Tom Shaw was an expert. I ain't gonna knock Tom Shaw. And you can Google this man. This man has some powerful stuff in this document. This on foreclosures right here. Bankers. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of stuff that y'all see other people be talking about, this is where they be getting it from. They be getting it from places like this, Elite Banker Secrets Manual. All right, this particular document, if you read it, Top Secret Banker's Manual, this thing right here is nice. I mean, Tom Schaff is a beast. I ain't gonna lie. Tom Schaff was a CPA, and I actually had a video from one of his students. I'm gonna see if I can pull it out. Who did a video on all of this? But he's an expert CPA, and I actually had a consultation with him, and he was telling me how a lot of them lost a CPA license because they were coming in as expert witnesses against the bank. But in here, you have this talk about they real big on generally accepted accounting principles because they were CPAs, they're accountants. So they understood off balance sheet accounting, and they knew that when you look at the records, it already shows that your loan is paid off. But the only people that really know that are people that audit banks. Like people working with Price Waterhouse. And I've spoken to someone who was actually someone high ranking in Price Waterhouse. And when I started talking about this, he got nervous. But this stuff right here is they have a lot of good examples of documents you can file in the court, actions, tells you do not get involved in civil actions at all. Don't stay away from them. And it also tells you that they ain't going to allow no type of boilerplate type pleading to work. If something works for one person, don't mean it's going to work for you because they keep changing it up because they don't want to open up no door for thousands of people to run through and be able to get their houses free and clear. So everything you do, you got to do it privately and you got to do it out of court. What I found, the best case I ever found is I was actually going through Pacer and I found a case where they had both the plaintiff and the defendant had agreed to drop the case. And that made me curious. And I read the case and boy, they put in a serious case on the bank and everything. And what they did was they settled out of court. Those are how these cases end. You ain't going to find these cases where somebody really won on the record. The people who win settle out of court. Ain't gonna let that be a part of the record. It's going to be in private. I got to see if I can find that case for you. I got to see if I can dig it up. That was a good case. Anybody ain't got any questions real quick before I continue? The people who just asked me the question.
Well, can you use this on
Yeah.
Can you use this on
Yusuf, my question is, the greatest evidence that we have is that the circuit court judge, see, we're in Maryland, that no redemption law.
Right.
So the judge said that he didn't see any debt, he didn't see any default. But the chief judge, administrative judge, so-called, she ruled over him, and she ordered the final order of ratification and possession of the property after the judge said that. So I'm like, I'm fighting warrior. I'm just like, I'm pissed. They came in my house with guns blazing and forced us out with guns.
Yeah, I got arrested. The last time I ever got arrested was let me mute you. Last time I ever got arrested is I was in a house. It was about a $500,000 house that somebody had given to me. They had deeded over to me, and I kept the house almost 2 years. And they came to the house with guns, and I in total violation of an appeal and stuff. That's when I really quit doing mortgages after that because I did a lot of I did so much research on the case. I found out that the trust that they were foreclosing in, the loan wasn't even in that trust. And and it's if you notice that they don't foreclose in the name of trust anymore. They came to my house 10 deep. They came with SWAT. And I was getting ready to leave the house, and they kicked in doors, came through windows, garages, everything, had me in the living room, about 10 white boys. All of them had guns to my head. With the expression, everybody want to kill me. They didn't want to kill me. Had the news crew, Channel 2 News came out there, everything. Had sovereign citizen gets kicked. I went through all of that, And I ain't used no sovereign citizen, nothing. I told Jody Fleischer, I said, look, you put me in that sovereign citizen stuff, I'm going to sue your ass because you don't see nothing in my paperwork about sovereignty. Nothing, But so they really didn't make me sovereign citizen, but they just said, they tried to make it look like I was stealing houses. You know how they do. They really couldn't say I was still in the house because I had the deed, and I had the deed conveyed to me from the previous owner. So everything was on the up and up. But they still trying to find some kind of way. And they kept playing this recurring thing on television where they were interviewing me, where I kept saying the bank is stealing. I said, and I made a statement. I said, if I'm doing anything illegal, you can arrest me right now. So when they arrested me, they kept playing that over and over. So they made me look like a crook. You know what I'm saying? So I know what y'all went through. I had that same thing happen to me. They pulled guns on me, did all that kind of stuff, lied on me, said I was doing all kind of stuff, put charges on me, because when they came into the house, I asked them, I said, say, man, I said, where? I said, man, look, I got 5 days for appeal. I said, y'all can't come in. I said, how you coming? Because when they came in the house, I knew I had time for an appeal. So when they came in the house, I thought it was for dope. I said, oh, Lord. I said, that got some dope in the house? Gotta be some dope. Is some dope in the house? I'm thinking, I'm nervous. I said, man, they can put some dope in the house. The bodies or something, because how they was coming, I didn't know why they was coming like this. I said, man, it's some dope. Because they treat me like it's a dope raid. So I'm like, so they got me surrounded. I said, excuse me, sir, but how can I help you, gentlemen? He said, you know why we're here. I said, I know, sir. I don't know why you're here. He said, this is an eviction. And man, when he said that, I was so relieved. I said, oh. I got mad. I was like, hey, I said, okay, well, man, show me some court paperwork that allows you to do this. He said, we ain't got to show you nothing. I said, well, I ain't leaving until you do. And then they gave me a obstructing justice charge. Took me to jail. I ain't been through all of that. I listen, y'all, you just don't know. I done been through y'all ain't nothing y'all can talk about. I ain't been through all that stuff. I was a warrior out there.
But did you get the house back?
No, I didn't get the house back or nothing. I didn't want it back after that. They pulled guns. They put me on the media and everything, and they want to kill me and shit. I was through after that. I was through. I was just like, you know what? I just said, this ain't worth my life. Because what it was is, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I had a bank. I got a phone call from a bank one day, and I had 17 houses, and I was on the way. I had like 3 condos all in a row, and I was fighting the foreclosure on those, and I got a call on a blocked out line one day, and I don't know who it was. And he called me up. He said, oh, I see you over there trying to take down another one of my houses. And I said, what you talking about? I'm taking down one of your, I know who it was. I thought it was somebody else. Come to find out, it was the bank. And he told me straight up, he said, I want to tell you something. You fucking with the wrong bank. He told me just like that. He said, you fucking with the wrong bank. Told me just like that. I'm fucking with the wrong bank. And the day that I got arrested, that day, 2 minutes before the sheriffs kicked in the door, I got a phone call from this white boy at a radio station, and he told me, this is what he said to me. He said, sometimes you don't have to go looking for trouble. Sometimes trouble comes looking for you. And hung up the phone, and then they came in the house. So it's a thing where it's a whole bunch of stuff. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all don't even know how deep this stuff get. You don't even know who you going up against. Y'all think y'all going up against banks and stuff like this. You're going against principalities in high places. You're not battling banks. You're battling the people behind the banks. That's who you're going up against. You're not battling no judge. You're not battling no sheriff. You're battling the rulers of this world. That's who you're going up against. They just puppets. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when you get real deep into this, you're going to get some phone calls. It's going to be some people going to let you know what's really going on. Like, man, look, you playing a serious game. We'll take your life. That's what they were letting y'all know, too. That's why they came with guns. Like, you don't get his house, so we're gonna kill you. And they going to do it, too. Don't think they won't do it. They're going to do it. So it's like, this is what you're dealing with. So I started dealing with trust and everything, all this other stuff. It's like, you know what? I said, look, we need to get away from these people. Because you're dealing with the devil. You're dealing with the devil. You're dealing with an individual that does not care about you, who will not hesitate to take your life. They've already demonstrated this. They came over here and slaughtered millions of people. Millions of people. Not hundreds of thousands, millions. So this is what you're dealing with. So it's like, you know, what you think they'll do with you? So it's like after the foreclosure, I did that foreclosure thing for about 4 years. I did it for 4 years. Went to meetings. Man, let me tell you, I studied that thing so intensely. I went in court and argued for people. I mean, you know, I did so much back in the day, you know, and the reason so many people had confidence in me because the first time I went into court, I won. It was the first house I was living in. I won. I still got 3 houses. I was living in that particular house and everything, and you know, and man. And everybody saw how I handled that case, but then later on, everything I was using to win, it started turning on me. It wasn't nothing. It came to a point. Anybody out there fighting foreclosures know around 2013, nothing would work for you no more. They just gonna foreclose on you. I don't care what you say. We gonna foreclose on you. So I don't know, you know, I might be a quitter or whatever, but you know, I just felt like going a different route. That's all it was. So, you know, anybody else got any question on it? You know, I just got tired of that shit, putting guns in my face, trying to kill me. You know, I was getting phone calls, all type of shit. So, you know, anybody else?
When you writing that book, Yusuf?
I'm gonna write it. Book, I am gonna write it. You know, I'm gonna write it. I was talking about that. I was talking about that yesterday when I was on the Zoe Williams show. You know, Zoe wrote a book, and I was talking to him about it. I said, man, you know, I'll be trying. I actually have started writing the book, but you know, I started writing, and then I just get, you know, I'm like, damn, I got something else I got to do. You know, you got to be. I see why people go out in the woods and write, or you know, something like that. You're gonna be a writer, man. You got to be in a very quiet environment. People got to leave the fuck alone, so you just think and write some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yusuf, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about I send a vessel lien into the Treasury on registered mail and direct to Mr. Jacob Liu, and I received the return receipt portion of it. What's the next step? And matter of fact, I also have the same vessel lien in the TD Bank. That's a TD Bank in New York. They have that with the launch that you mentioned to send to Jacob Liu. They have that also. They're waiting for the green receipt.
I tell you what. Let me talk to you in private, and so I can see what documents you got. Copies of everything you sent him.
Oh yes.
Yeah, let me see what you sent, and then I can better tell you what to do with it and everything. Because you know, I like to look at it, and then I can tell you the next step of what you need to do.
All right. No problem.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this release of personal property from escrow. It's the same thing. You know, you're going to put, you know, all caps name, the address, or where the property can be located. All right. This place of residence, the property is your body. Okay. So what numbers? Some people use inmate numbers. Like if you're in jail, you can use the inmate number. If it is a mortgage, you can use the residence number of the mortgage, and so forth. But it's an identifying number. This is what I want y'all to get in y'all head. This is not cut in stone. You want to, when you're filling out this, you want to help these people understand where to find the property. Where is the property located? All right. So we have the government contract number, which is the social security number, and you can write SSN in front of it so there won't be no confusion. You know what I'm saying? All right, the account number, y'all know the case numbers are account numbers. If it's a mortgage, you're going to put your mortgage number that's on there. And then we got the name of the financial institution, which is the courthouse. All right. Now, why are we putting the courthouse as a financial institution? Well, first of all, we got to look at what a financial institution is. All right. What is a financial institution? Well, we have to look that up. Oops. I think it's in Title 31. Yeah, 5312. Right here. And what you're going to find 26 different definitions right here. Financial institution right there. means an insured bank, commercial bank or trust company, private banker, an agency or branch of a foreign bank in the United States, any credit union, a thrift institution, a broker or dealer of registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission under the Securities Act of 1934. You don't think your court is registered with that? A broker or dealer in securities or commodities. Ain't that describe your courthouse? An investment bank or an investment company, and a currency exchange, an issuer, a redeemer, or cashier of traveler's checks, money orders, or similar instruments, an operator of a credit card system. I got one of those. I just got me a merchant card system. All right, so I'm a financial institution. An insurance company, a dealer in precious metals, stones, or jewels, a pawnbroker. Y'all know pawn shops are financial institutions. Hell, you take a title in there and they give you some money. A loan or finance company, a travel agency. What? A travel agency is a financial institution? I didn't know that. A licensed sender of money or any other person who engages as a business in the transmission of funds, including any person who engages as a business in an informal money transfer system or any network of people who engage as a business in facilitating the transfer of money domestically or internationally outside of the conventional financial institutional systems. A telegraph company, a business engaged in vehicle sales, including automobiles, airplanes, and boat sales. What? Or is that saying that a dealership is a financial institution? A person involved in real estate closings and settlements. Oh, so when you go and buy a house, you're deemed as a financial institution. Aren't you involved in the closing? The United States Post Office? Damn, the post office is a financial institution. Do y'all see this? I want y'all to start paying attention to things, okay? So the financial institution, what are we talking about right there? Address of the financial institution. Why are they telling you that you can only use these to get out of jail? What is a financial institution? I just gave you there's 26 definitions over there. All right. So we all know that the courthouse is a bank. It is a financial institution. They deal in securities. All right. And so you want to put the address of the financial institution, which would be the courthouse. If it is the bank, we want the home office of the bank. All right. Whereas okay, you're going to put and this should be in lowercase. I don't know why this is. I don't know who filled this out like this. There should be in in the Christian appellation. Being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer has determined the retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of said government contract or satisfaction of the claims arising therefrom. And then you want to see all these attachments, your criminal case number, because you're going to have attached to this your warrant or your your indictment, or maybe you have a payoff for a mortgage or something like that attached to this. And then you have all your optional forms, and your standard forms, your optional form 90, your 2425, and form 25A on here. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for the continued performance of said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto, now, therefore, this agreement witnessed that the government hereby releases from escrow the property listed above and directs the custodian in the aforementioned escrow account to deliver the listed property to the surety. All right? If the listed property comprises the whole of the property placed in escrow in the aforementioned escrow account, the government further directs the custodian to disclose the account and to return all property therein to the surety, along with any interest accruing which remains after the deduction of any fees lawfully owed to. Now, in the name of the financial institution, you're going to put that there, date it, sign it, put your red fingerprint touching the last letter of your name at a 45-degree angle. Now, let me say something about this. You have to study some stuff to understand this. You need to go to a law library and get a book on admiralty, the American jurisprudence on admiralty. The reason why I'm asking you to do that, so y'all can understand who really gets these bonds. Now, they really keep that cryptic today, but in ancient times, they didn't. They have a book called, and let me hip y'all to something real quick. Because I want y'all to know. I just don't want y'all to, be on a webinar and just, well, we're going to do it because Yusuf said do it. No, you're not. No, no, the fuck you not. You're not doing it because I said do it. You're gonna do it because you understand what you're doing. But anyway, this is a real good book for you to read. And let me tell you why. I'm gonna have to do a whole webinar on this. I ain't lying. I know I am. All right, this is the clerk's praxis. All right. Now, what the clerk's praxis is this is the book on admiralty. You got a history of admiralty, the translation of the clerk's praxis with notes, and a collection of precedents. It comes in 3 parts. You got your court president, which is very interesting to read. But section 2 is really where we're going to be looking at. Section 1 gives you the historical background of it. When we get to section 2, I'm going to show you something. Hopefully this will be have y'all have one of these aha moments. Now, it took me 6 weeks to study this. I went through this whole document and I looked up every word in it. I actually had the original one that I got printed out. I got notes all in the in the borders of it. Every word that I didn't understand, I looked it up in a Black's Law Dictionary. Do not ever pass a word that you do not know the meaning of, especially when we're dealing with this. So, right here, you're going to see this is about proofs, which is evidence, which have relation to the facts that said to be the most evident. Right today, this got less evident. They don't use this term anymore. They use what's called slight evidence today. But this is about evidence that you put in. There's 2 different types of evidence, which was very, very interesting. But that's not what I was looking for. I'm looking for all this is real interesting. That's the warrants. This right here is the petition of fides usury. This word fides usury is what they used for surety back in the day. They didn't say surety. They used the word fides usuries. All right? And let me show you something else. Look at this. The production of the principal and the punishment to be inflicted upon him if he refused to submit to an examination under oath. That's okay. All this stuff, what this does is it shows you all this stuff is still going on today. But they've changed all the verbiage, but the process is still the same. Hold on. I don't know why you be calling me at this time. I'm doing a class. As soon as I get through with the class, I'll give you a call, okay? I'm in the middle of class. I'm in the middle of class. As soon as I get through with class, I call you. I'm in class right now. Come on, people listen to me. I can't sit here and have a conversation with you now. Okay, sorry about that. All right, anyway, let me go to the petition for issuing of the Commission of Examination of Witnesses. Let's see. Of a warrant to be impetrated in where the debtor absconds or is absent from the realm. Oh, and another thing, it's going to tell you the definition of what an absconding debtor is, and it's a person who does not pay their bills. And you're going to see, where is this at? That's the warrant, and that's default. Look at the granting of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th defaults. They talk about defaults. All this stuff that y'all seeing us talk about is in here. But they try to act like ain't none of it real or whatever. You'll see all of it when you read this right here. On the manner of proceeding if the person appeared to whom the goods will have been attached belongs. Let's see. There's a 3rd person on the appearance of a 3rd person who claims good. Remember we talking about 3rd person intervener, which is under Rule 24. Let's see. And I'm trying to get to the point where I show you what I'm. And they call on oath of calumny and what causes are contained in it. The arrest of the goods by different creditors. Calumny is like they deal in admiralty a lot with contempt. A lot. Admiralty is contempt of court. It's so much you got to be very careful about going in contempt. of being what they call contumacious conduct. And let's see. I want to show you this. Tells you how to do your pleadings too. Exhibition of the instrument. Everybody say you got to show the contract. That's what that's talking about. Let's see. Conclusion of the cause. Look at this. Instruments are for the most part twofold, either public or private. It ain't me just saying this. It's been a long time. You got public instruments and you got private instruments. Public instruments are those which may be made public by public persons, and of these there are many sorts, 5 of which are commonly to be served. An instrument drawn under the hand of a notary public, that which is sealed with some public or authentic seal, all writings whatsoever. All such writings as taken out of the public registries, those writings which are subscribed by persons and witnesses. Those are public instruments. And they give you private up here. Private instruments are accounts, private inventories or registers, and private letters between one friend and another. Or when you, when you write somebody privately. But let's go. I mean, it's real interesting stuff. This is, I gotta read this stuff again. I haven't read this in a long time. But I want to show you about the bonds. That's what I'm looking for. See, it's on putting in fiduciary security in an appeal. And decree or motion against the fiduciaries to pay the thing a judge if the principal party abscond. The decree against the fiduciaries to pay the sum fiduciaries. And that's the surety. Preemption, the appearance of the person who is attached in contempt. Libels and other instruments. Wait a minute, did I miss it? I don't want to take too much long, but let me see if I can find it in the table of contents. If there is a table of contents. This thing don't have no table of contents. This is against the random practice of the High Court of Admiralty. Citations. All right, I'm gonna have to come back to it because I don't want to take up too much of y'all time. I'm talking about notaries. See how they talk about notaries a lot also in this, and but it's called a caution. Let me show y'all something because I'm sitting here wasting time trying to find this stuff. I wasn't prepared to be looking at this, but I'm gonna pull it out of a Black's Law dictionary for y'all and show y'all what I'm talking about. When you go into all right, it's a 4th edition, and let's see, let's talk about caution first. Now, I like the old school names that they use because caution, right here. In Scott law and in Admiralty law, surety, security, bail, and undertaking by way of surety. All right? To warn, exhort, or take. Okay, so you see that it's called a caution. It's a security. I might have got them security. See what I'm saying? That's what a caution is. And then the next word you got that they use is fiduciary. The reason that I'm directing y'all to all of this is because a lot of the stuff we say, y'all taking our word for it. But when you read that clerk's praxis, the clerk's praxis is very, very clear on, you don't have to wonder. They like very revealing. It's very revealing. But then after you read that and then read like go into a law library and read an American, I would read clerk's praxis first. and then go into a law library and read an American jurisprudence on admiralty, and you're going to see that it's almost just like the clerk's practice. It's just been updated. And then you'll begin to see, okay, I'm beginning to see what I'm supposed to do now. This is where you direct your study. If you're going to, if you're going to be doing this stuff. And let's go, Feedy. Where is it at? Okay, yeah, right. Right here. Fides jure. In Roman law, a guarantor, one who becomes responsible for the payment of another's debt by stipulation which binds him to discharge it if the principal debtor fails to do so. So when you look in that clerk's practice, that's all they talk about is fides jure. This is a surety. And a fides jure has to put in a security. This is why we're telling y'all, if you're in admiralty, you got to put in a bond. You ain't going to win if you don't put in any bond. And everything is telling you to put in any bond because that is what admiralty is all about, bonding the damn case. You can do that with a birth certificate. You can do that with GSA bonds like we're trying to show you right now. I don't give a damn what you use. You need to put in a bond. Does everybody understand that? I'm going to stop for a second. I'm going to take some questions. Does everybody understand? Somebody want to open up their mic, ask a question, take a break right now. Let me see, because y'all got this stuff going on in the chat room. Y'all know, y'all how many people in the chat? I ain't reading all this stuff. Oh, okay. You need a call. Okay, I see. All right, man. Okay, Jafrael, I see your message. Email me at highfrequencyblogtalk@gmail.com, and let me hear. I'll write down your number right now. I see your number. I see you put your number right there. So I'll write down your number. And
Yusuf, is this going to be recorded? Because it's kind of late on the East Coast, Yes,
it is being recorded right now. Matter of fact, I'll make it in 2 parts. I ain't gonna stay on late. I'm gonna stop in about 20 minutes, and we'll take it up again probably on Thursday. Because tomorrow, I think David McDowell is doing a free webinar tomorrow. David McDowell. Free? David, ain't you doing a free webinar tomorrow? I see you in the chat room. I know he's listening. Yeah, he gonna do one. Yeah, he doing one tomorrow.
What time?
Probably around 6 o'clock, 5 or 6. Probably about what? It depends on him. I'm gonna ask him what time he wants. Cause he in Texas. I'm in California, so I'm 2 hours behind him. So it's whatever time you want to, we'll send it out.
Okay.
Oh, I don't give out no free. I don't give out no free copies of webinars. So y'all gotta, This was supposed to originally be a $25 webinar. I just went ahead and said, okay, I'll give it out, but you want copies, you got to pay. But anyway, here's
$25.
$25, yes, $25. All right. Right here, y'all. Let's talk about this real quick. Now, that we're talking about locating the property. Where is the property located? That is the gist of what you're doing. Okay, whatever it is that you're trying to discharge, you're locating the property. You're giving them instructions on the location of the property. Location of the property. Location of the property. Locate. Just that's all it is. Ain't none of this stuff. Ain't none of this stuff written in stone. So I want y'all to understand that, okay? That's when this release of lien on property and release of property from escrow, that's what you're doing. A government contract number, social security number. You can put your birth certificate number or address. If you're in prison somewhere, if you got an inmate number, you can use that. But it is helping these people identify the property. Where is the property located? That's why it's not written in stone. Stop. Listen, these cats, they be hating and everything. That ain't how you fill it out. Shut the hell up. I have the original documents that showed how to fill all this out, and that is what was on there. It said this is where you got to find the property. That's what it says. And it gives you many different examples of that. That's all you're doing is identifying where the property. And when you're in jail, you are property. Make no mistakes about it. Is anybody confused on that point?
Sounds good.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead. Who has a question? If you have a lot of noise in the background, please mute your mic. Okay, hold on. All right, who have a question? Do not open your mic if you have a lot of noise. We are recording this. Somebody had a question.
Yes. Do you possibly have just a basic court bond that's not necessarily GSA that you could just flash real quick?
Oh yeah. That's what I hold on, let me find one for you. Yeah, that's what I was showing you. You must be you know what? You always came late. You on that black people time, ain't you? Because I showed one early on. Just to want to say it.
Okay, well
I was on black people time.
You specifically said that was just an affidavit of a court bond.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did say this is recorded now. These things are recorded. You know we can go back and listen to it again. All right, everything is recorded. Let me show you what I was talking about. Right here, in creditors and their bonds, they give you a very, very simple illustration of what a court bond looks like. Now, this is the bond that you put in the public. It doesn't go into private. In the public, you always notice people what you're doing in the private. You got to let the public know you can't let the public just sit down and just like, okay, well, what are you doing? You got to put the public on notice of what you are doing. All right.
That's what you were saying then, is a notice to the public.
Yes, a notice to the public. So right here, you look at this bond, but you put it on pleading format. All right. This is your caption of the pleading. So whatever pleading of the format that you have in your particular area, let me show you something real quick. Let me show y'all something. Because y'all gotta understand. I did a lot of research. I ain't playing with this stuff. Okay, when you go into, let's see, I'm gonna go to U.S. laws. You go down here to let's see, what's Georgia? And the reason I use Georgia is not that I'm favor Georgia, it's just that I got all my education in Georgia. I was in Georgia. I was locked up in Georgia. Everything that happened to me in Georgia. So, so I spent a lot of time researching stuff. And right here, you'll see Title 18 is what? Debtor and creditor. All right. So when you click on this, everything in these admiralty courts are debtor and creditor relationships. You're going to see it all the time. And they got this thing called attachment proceedings. All right. Then you have your general provisions. Now, attachment is like a warrant for an arrest is an attachment. But you'll see here, you'll see bond requirements. All right. All right. Which is called a caution. You're required in any type of creditor and debtor relationship, you have to put in a bond. You're going to find this in every state. I don't care what state that you got. Y'all got the same law in your state. No writ of attachment. And a writ of attachment is a warrant for an arrest. Shall issue unless accompanied by a bond with good security. Isn't that what they were just showing you in right there in the clerk's praxis? They didn't call it security. They called it a caution. All right. They called it a caution. All right. A fides usury. Accompanied with good security, condition to pay the defendant all costs and damages that he may sustain. So if you're a defendant, they got to bond themselves, because if you win and they lose, who got to get paid? You get paid. Now you begin to understand why 98% of the cases y'all don't win. Because they got to put in a bond. It's called a replevin bond. All right, in the nature of. They got to pay you, all right, costs and damages that he may sustain in consequence of the issuance of the writ of attachment. Who in here is confused on what a writ of attachment is? Is there anybody here who's confused on what a writ of attachment is? Anyone?
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. Attachment. Attachment. The act or process of taking, apprehending, or seizing persons or property by virtue of a writ, summons, or other judicial order and bringing the same into custody of the law, used either for the purpose of bringing a person before the court or acquiring jurisdiction over the property seized, to compel an appearance, to furnish security for debts, all right, or cost. Then we talk about cost, to furnish security for debt or what? Ain't that what they said in OCJ 1711-1, that you got to pay all what? Cost? Or to arrest a fund in the hands of a third person who may become liable to pay it over. Also, the writ or other process for the accomplishment of the purposes above enumerated, this being the more common use of the word. A remedy ancillary to an action by which plaintiff is enabled to acquire a lien upon property or effects of the defendant. Isn't that what they just told you in 1711-1? When you lose a case, they put a lien on all your property? They put an attachment on it. Isn't that what they say? Let me go back and read this again. Because see, y'all don't look at stuff. I'm going to show this to you again. You got to start seeing what they doing. Open your eyes and see. All right? Right here in 17. What is Title 17? Title 17 Title 17 is criminal procedure. Criminal procedure. Okay, when you're in criminal procedure, what you're going to see right here, you're going to see right here, 11, assessment and payment of cost of criminal proceedings. And right here, you're going to find that what do? General provisions, imposition of costs on the defendant generally. And you're going to see right here, what do? They put a lien. They put a lien on you. So if they put a lien on you, when they find you guilty, the cost of the prosecution, except the fees of a witness, shall not be demanded of the defendant until after trial and conviction. You're going to put a lien on you. So right here, what are they doing to you? They putting a what? A what? Isn't that right? They're just not calling it that. So if they're putting an attachment on you, that necessarily means that it falls under creditor and debtor, because the only place a lien and attachments apply is somebody's putting a lien on you, then you are a debtor. Okay? This is why you do a secure party process and you put in a priority lien on your property. That's what the birth certificate and all that process is about. So now we talk about attachment proceedings. See, you never look in Title 18 or your debtor and creditor law in your state, because you never understood how the criminal case is a debtor and creditor relationship. So your debtor and creditor laws govern your criminal cases. So there's a procedure for that. So once you see what the attachment proceedings are, you'll understand that they got to put in a bond. That's why you always see these under these general provisions that they always have to put in bond requirements. They have to put in bonds. Right of the surety. You have to study all of this and you'll begin to see, and let me tell you something. When you study all this and then go read clerk's practice, all this in here is the same thing as clerk's practice. It's all admiralty. They just don't call it that. They call it debtor and creditor, because admiralty is debtor creditor. You can go in any admiralty book and read this, and all this stuff right here is going to be admiralty. Same stuff. Anybody have any questions?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
I have another question. Now, I hope it's not simple, but I'm trying to comprehend what is considered when you're sending to a court, what is public and what is private. Like when you say send it privately or certain things.
You write private. You write private on the outside of the envelope. And
okay, well, if in that situation where you have done that and you have sent it private, but you still see it that you sent it private, said all that,
but they still place it in the record, in the court record.
Oh yeah, they dishonored you. You know, when you send something, they'll try to say, you got to understand that a lot of judges are not. A lot of them don't know this stuff because they say that you're not supposed to have any type of ex parte communication with the judge. All right, any type of ex parte communication with the judge. So if they want to take your bond. I've had them do that before. Because what they'll try to do is they'll try to clown you to make you seem stupid for what you're doing. And this is why you got to take it all the way with them. Trust me, when you get to a point where they see that you ain't a person to be played with, they won't do all that kind of stuff. They don't do that stuff to me. I don't get that kind of stuff done to me. You better not put nothing in the public with me. I'll clown you. I'll say something like, didn't I put private on there? What you putting private correspondence in the public record for? You don't know what you're doing, or something, but it's like, when you get to the point they see that you know what you're doing, you won't have that happen to you. But that happens to a lot of people. Don't be, it's happened to me before. It's not nothing, like an isolated incident that'll happen where they try to come and take something you do privately and put it in the public record. They trying to test you and see if you know what you're doing. But look at this right here. It says persons who make affidavit and execute a bond were debt due to partnership or several persons. You got all this stuff. I want to show you in here. They got a copy of the bond because you asked me for a copy of the bond. So I wanted to show you what the bond looks like. They actually got it in here. If I can remember where it is. Mids, bond requirements, service of private persons made.
Hey, this is Understand. I got a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I've been in about 3-4 cases. They don't never bond the case to prosecute.
Exactly. It's always a presumption, and that's why you get a certified copy of the docket sheet and then put in your bond. That's how you own the case because they don't put in a bond. How they bond the case is that the case gets bonded because you put in a plea. So when you put in a plea, they don't have to bond the case. That's why I say you got to watch out for when they do those. When you hire an attorney, he wants to do a waive arraignment. That's a not guilty plea. So, that's what's happening,
I never put in a plea in none of my cases, man.
They're going to try to put one in for you, though. Here's the bond right here.
Yeah.
Bond. All right. I see right here, this is what a bond looks like. This is state account. This is Georgia. They got an affidavit for attachment. And then they got the bond. Bond. State of Georgia, county of. Look, it's not even that long. State of Georgia, we principal and security jointly and severally acknowledge ourselves bound under the foregoing defendant in the sum of such and such money, subject to the following conditions. The said principal is seeking attachment against the said defendant, which is now about to be sued out in the court of the county, blah, blah, blah. Now, if the said plaintiff shall pay all damages that the defendant may sustain, and also all costs that may be incurred by him in consequence of suing out such attachment, in the event that the said plaintiff shall fail to recover in said case, then this bond shall be void. Now, right here, you'll see, right here, now notice that what's different in them doing this and you doing that. Because that's exactly what they're going to put in. They're going to put it on a pleading format and file it in the case. That is the bond that they are supposed to file into the case that they don't, right here. Because they don't want you to know it's a creditor and debtor issue. Here's the bond that they're required to file if they're going to get an attachment against somebody's property. Do they ever do it? No. Now, where did they tell you that they don't ever do it? In creditors and their bonds, it explains that to you. And that's why it says it. Right here in your pleading, it says it. There appearing no bond of record to initiate this matter. That's the first line of your bond. Because they supposed to put in a bond, and they didn't do it. Because right here in their code, there's the bond. We got to put in a bond. This ain't us. We ain't making this shit up, y'all. Okay, it's not being made up. It's called a replevin bond. Okay, now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to end this tonight. We're going to come back and we're going to finish because I know it's late. It's 12 o'clock out there on the East Coast. And we're going to do a part 2. I ain't finished. We're going to do a part 2. We're going to do a part 2. But I'm going to take this time now to ask y'all, you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so my situation is partner and mine, we came across this this house, and the grass is all grown up crazy on it and everything. Went to the front door, the door was open, so we got, it was one no thing to gain entry. Went down to the courthouse, checked on the records for the house, and it ain't no current owner on it. So we went ahead and pretty much just drew up a warranty deed on it, and also got the land patent for the house. Drew up the warranty deed, did an acceptance on the patent, and did a UCC filing with it, and so that's kind of where we at right now. And we changed the locks on the house and everything.
Only thing is, the deed thing got me kind of questioning things. You saying, now how can you find, I wouldn't have drew up no deed. The thing is okay, they got laws that govern adverse possession, okay? You need to read those laws, first of all, and see what they are, all right, for your particular state. That's number one. And number two, you need to do your due diligence and try to find the previous owner of the property and see if they'll just quit claim the property to you. That is, if the police come to you, the first thing they're going to ask you for is the deed. And if you start pulling out deeds that you didn't convey to yourself, you're going to get in trouble because they're going to try to make it look like you're doing some type of fraud, some type of sovereign citizen type, crazy type stuff or something like that. So I would be remiss in my duty to you to allow you to go ahead and forward with that. You can find, what you need to do is you need to go down to the real estate records, all right, and you need to find who the previous owner is. Once you get that person's name, you either skip trace them, or first place I always go is information. You'll be surprised how many people you can find in information. And the next place I go is on the internet. I try Facebook and all type of places to find that previous owner. And then you go to that person and you ask them to quit claim it. You will be surprised how many people will do it. Because a lot of people, when they leave that house, they just through. They don't want nothing to do with it. She said, well, hey, look, just give me the deed on the house. This is to protect you. Once you get that deed, you can do anything you want to do. Listen, they sent like 15 police at me. I stood in the front yard with the deed, and they all had to leave. And I knew they was going to leave. I got the deed. I said, man, I got the deed. They ran it, checked it. They went down, checked it against the records and everything. I'm like, because they were trying to make it seem like I was doing some sovereign citizen stuff. I said, man, I got the deed. Here's the deed. They called all kind of backup. Everything. Stayed out there about an hour. Packed up, said, thank you, sir, and jetted. Said it's a civil matter. And the bank, that's when the bank was real pissed off. So you get that deed. Now, there's a thing in real estate investing that we always deal with. Is get the deed. Like if you do a subject to deal, like you might have somebody like who's behind on their payments, and you'll come to them and say, look, I'll catch up your payments for you. But you say, but in order for me to do that, you got to quit claim the deed over to me. And then you might do 2 deeds for them. You're like, look, we're going to do 2 deeds. I'm going to do a deed where you quit claim it to me, and I'm going to do another deed where it quit claim it back to you. I'm going to hold both of the deeds, but as soon as you pay me or do whatever type of deal, you satisfy my obligation to me, I'm going to quit claim it back over to you or something like that. That's called a subject to deal or something like that. So, it's all, when you do real estate investing, you'll learn a lot about acquiring that deed. That's where I had my background from. That's where I never bought. A lot of y'all have problems because y'all know how to invest in real estate. And so y'all don't understand the different techniques in getting deeds from the previous owner. So that's what you want to do. You want to take that route first. And until you have exhausted, I got arrested not too long ago fucking with a $2 million house. And I had the owner on the line and I just couldn't get with her. And I went ahead and decided to go over there and start cleaning up the property. And the neighbor was an attorney and called the police on me. I mean, it's like, so I knew, I said, look, don't mess with that property till you get the deed. That's just my rule. They dropped all the charges against me and everything, but the thing is that you want that deed. You want that deed. You want that deed. Get the deed. The deed keeps headaches away. You won't get no headaches when you get that deed. None.
What if it turns out that the bank has the deed?
If the bank has the deed, I mean, you really in a, what you have to do is you have to go into the real estate records and see if there's a foreclosure deed that has been filed on the property. If it has, I probably wouldn't mess with it because you asking for a headache and some problems. The houses that I'll take down is when ain't no foreclosure deed been filed on it. If there's no foreclosure deed filed on it and the owner ain't said nothing to you, it's all civil. You can take it. The bank don't have no claim on it. None. But if they didn't file a foreclosure deed into the record, I wouldn't mess with it. That's just my advice to you. Unless you want to get into some thing where they saying that we foreclosed on this house and then they trying to foreclose on you, go through all that headache. You might want to do. You'd be surprised how many easy. There is a vacant house almost on every street in America. It's not hard to find them. You need to learn how to do your due diligence. Also, to find the owner, you don't necessarily have to go into the real estate records. You can check the tax assessor's records. That's where you go first. If you want to find the owner, go to the tax assessor's office. And most of them you can just do online and find out. Go to the tax assessor record, put in the address of it, find out who the owner is, and contact him.
Okay.
And say something to the effect, hey, look, man, I see a property over here. I see it's abandoned. I just want to know you still have any interest in that property. I would like to acquire it, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking to see if you're interested. Quit claiming it over to me. It seems a little dilapidated or whatever, but I know you abandoned the property, and we just want to do something with it. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to come out and see you with a quick claim deed, and take over the interest of this property. And you'll be surprised how many people say yeah.
All right.
Just trying to get you to do it the right way, so you don't end up in jail or something like that with a headache. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is understanding. Hey, what about if it's like up for sale in a month? Court sale, foreclosure sale in a month.
I mean, you can still take it. I mean, then you got to deal with that foreclosure. You can, if you know how to, delay foreclosures and everything, and put in some different actions. You good to go. I've done that a couple of times too. Like I said, if there's no foreclosure deed filed on it and you got access to the premises, you can take it. You can take it. Take it. I mean, some of them are good. I like the ones where they're empty and they just got a letter from the bank and it's just in the mailbox. And they say, will you call us about your house? And then it's, oh, okay. They don't even know these people done left the house yet. So, that was the situation I had with the $2 million house. It's like a $2 million house and everything. They just left the house. They'd left the house. It had a pool in the backyard, tennis courts, all kind of stuff. The white folks didn't want me over there, though. They was like, hell no, nigga, we know what you're doing. You're not taking
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you just go if you find a house like that, go put a lien on it for yourself.
Well, you do put it, especially after you do some work on it, put a lien on it, and you want to put a mechanics lien. That's why you do the. Now I got this guy. He real expert at it. He take down houses all the time. He do it. He draw up a lease agreement too, and when the police come, he showed them a lease agreement. They don't know because they can't contact the owner. So they don't know. And then he puts a lien on it, for all the work. Which you should put a lien on it. If you've done any type of work on the house, you should put a lien on it. So I agree with that. Drew Freeman 317. What's up, man? I see you in the chat, man. How you doing? All right, cool. All right, now. We got anybody else out there? Got a question on anything? We're going to continue this. We're going to have a second. Huh?
I said I always have a couple of questions.
All right, go ahead. I'll take two more. And then we're going to pick up again. We got one tomorrow, and then we'll have I'm probably going to do one tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. So, And then we got one Saturday. Gwen is doing the trust webinar this Saturday. So we have the trust webinar. Y'all can register for that at radiohighfrequency.com. We got the trust webinar. We got that. But go ahead. What's your question? What's your question?
First question, real quick and simple. Those bonds that you showed, do they need to be on bond or security paper?
The reason that you put something on bond or security paper, because if they have some sort of maturity date that's 30 years out, wouldn't you want to put it on some paper that's going to last for 30 years? All right. Well, if you got a court filing, no. So if you're filing this, like this type of bond right here, no, you can put this on regular paper. This is a pleading. So this is just a promise. This is just letting them know what you're intending to do. This bond is no. Let me tell you something. You will see. I see these in court cases sometimes. Sometimes they do put in bonds. You'll see them every now and then. And this is their bond. It's the same thing. I could take this and just put it right here. And hell, what difference does it make? You're doing the same thing. County of Georgia, they put it on pleading format just like that. Same thing. You got a bond just like that. What's the difference in they bond that they putting in and your bond that you put it in? It's the same thing. See, a lot of this stuff y'all gotta understand. When I studied this creditors and their bonds, I just didn't read this document. I went and read this right here, this clerk's praxis, and then I went and got an American jurisprudence out of the law library and compared all of them. And then I went into the statutes and under this creditor and debtor law, and you're going to see that they all line up, they all jive. That's how you're going to start figuring out what you're supposed to do. Like, for instance, the person who gets the bond, really the person who's supposed to get these bonds, if you go back to the old law, these things right here, the person that's supposed to get this is the sheriff, because it's really supposed to go to the individual who has custody of the property. Like they're in Georgia, the sheriff is the one that allows the bonding companies to bond. The sheriff goes through and they have to get a contract with the sheriff, because the sheriff got to be able to accept your bond. That's how you get out of jail. A bond is what gets you out of jail. But the sheriff got to make sure your bond is good. It's what they call good surety or good security. So the person, when you read these old documents, you're going to see on the federal level, the U.S. Marshal is supposed to get the bond, and on the state level, it's the sheriff. It's supposed to be the custodian of the property is supposed to get the bond. And sometimes they can go through the clerk's office. The clerk's office can do that too. They can forward it to them. But that's what I want y'all to understand is like, okay, who's supposed to get the bond? Sometimes, what I do is I send them to the judge and the sheriff. I don't send them to the prosecutor. As soon as you send them to the prosecutor, they want to start trying to legend that you're doing all type of crazy shit. They're looking for something to try to, sue you on. So, screw them. I don't send it. I used to send it to all three, but I don't send it to them. No, they trying to come up with something to scare you. And if you're not used to doing this and scare easily, then you don't need to be doing this. But in some shape, form, or fashion, you should bond the case. Bond the case. And when you do this, release a lien on property, or the other one, the 1991, you're identifying where the property is located at. Where all this is doing. Where is the property located? You can use the birth certificate number. You can use the inmate number. You can use case numbers, social security numbers. You can use a plethora of things, but you need to be able to identify the property accurately so they can tell where it's located. You can even use the address of the inmate if he's in prison. You can use that. You can use the prison address right there. But can you identify the property? Where it is located? Any other questions? I know there was some background noise. It's killing it, killing everything. Somebody said, if you never owned property before, everybody has property. Why do you think they got that thing in Georgia talking about they're going to put a lien on your property? Everybody got property. Your freedom is your property. Your name is your property. You know, you got property. Your body is your property. You got to understand what. Let me show y'all one other thing, then I'm going to go. This is why it's important for y'all to look up words. All right, you got. Where did I just found this at? Where did I go? How did I get right there? That's not where I was trying to go. Oh, I must have. Oh, okay, I went to the wrong thing. I'm in the wrong. Okay, yeah, right here. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Let me get to my dictionaries. Okay. Now, a lot of people will tell you, well, get an old dictionary. You know, they say you need to do the fourth and then. Let me tell y'all something. Use all of the dictionaries. Collect dictionaries. Get your hands on any dictionary you can. And always get something unabridged. And get all of the law dictionaries. Don't get just one. You know, if you're in this game, you should be trying to get all of them. I'm just going to keep it real. One of the reasons why you want to get all of them, this is the ninth right here I'm coming out of, is that definition of the word property. And let me show you what I'm talking about. When you look up this word property in this is a ninth edition that we're going into right now. Oops. Let's see, where am I at? Okay. Okay, here you go. Property. All right, property. Right here. All right. The right to possess, use, and enjoy a determinate thing, either tract of land or chattel, the right of ownership. Now, this is not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is this right here. I want to read the expert commentary. And let's see, it says, in its widest sense, property includes all of a person's legal rights of whatever description. A man's property is all that is his in law. This usage, however, is obsolete at the present day. Now, this is what caught my attention. This usage is obsolete at the present day? Why is that? Though it is common enough in the older books. In the second and narrow sense, property includes all a person's rights, but only his proprietary as opposed to his personal rights. The former constitute his estate or property, while the latter constitutes his status or personal condition. In this sense, a man's land, chattel, shares, and debts due to him are his property, but not his life or his liberty or reputation. In a third application, which is that adopted here, the term includes not even all proprietary rights, but only those which are both proprietary and in rem. And in admiralty, this is what they only do, in rem actions, which is against a thing. The law of property is the law of proprietary rights in rem. The law of proprietary rights in personam being distinguished from it as the law of obligations, according to this usage of freehold or leasehold estate in land. Now, I'm gonna go back. What I was really interested in is why is this usage of property obsolete today? Because don't nobody own any property today because all of it is in trust because the United States is bankrupt and y'all registering all your property now. So you want to, this is why I like getting some of the update dictionaries and everything and just reading them. And I read this expert commentary on all of them because it'll give you some insight. Like in, for instance, the word action. Everybody say, well, ain't no civil and criminal, ain't no such thing as the criminal. They'll say a criminal and civil action are two separate things. They'll tell you that. They'll say, because you ask an attorney. Go ask an attorney, or criminal and civil action the same thing. Okay? Just go ask them and see what they'll say. They're going to say, well, no, it's it's not. It's not the same thing. And I say, okay. So when you go into a Black's Law dictionary, it don't say that. And I found this out. What made me look this up is I saw I was in a law library, and I saw an attorney general opinion where they said you can't. People were saying, well, you can't lock anybody up for a debt, and the attorney general said you can lock them up for a penal action. And I said, a penal action, a penal action, or I said a penal code violation. That's what they said. And they were talking about penal action. I said, okay, what is a penal action? So I went and looked at it, and it said a criminal prosecution, but it's a civil proceeding in either which the state or a common informer sues to recover a penalty from a defendant who has violated a statute. And down here, you'll see the expert commentary where it will say that it says penal actions are still possible in a few cases, and their existence renders invalid several suggested distinctions between civil wrongs and crimes. So right here, you see in the expert commentary, right here, he's telling you that these attorneys are suggesting there's a distinction, but that's been rendered invalid by its simple existence. Just because penal actions exist, that's some bullshit what you're saying. And these are penal actions is what they are. They are actions for a collection of a debt. And when you go and look up who a common informer is, now we'll do that next time, in the state or common informer. The state is what's bringing the action against you. And they're trying to, and they do it through a prosecutor, and they're trying to, it's for violation of a statute. And actually, if you start check out the statute merchant, you'll begin to see how these statutory codes represent, debt. Represents debt. So, with that being said, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Good to see you again, True Freeman. Maybe we put you on the show again. I ain't got no beef with you either, man. I ain't got no beef with you either. All right, and with that being said, tomorrow, David McDowell is up to bat. You too, bro. You too. David McDowell is up to bat, and we gonna do a webinar. I don't know what he's gonna do. We probably gonna have some some good stuff. And I will be back either Thursday or Friday. We're going to see if we can squeeze Jonah in or somebody in and get him to do a free webinar too this week. We're going to do a lot of free webinars this week. So with that being said, I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. I will see y'all tomorrow in the morning. You got, Sister L is going to be on in the morning. Make sure y'all catch her. David McDowell is going to be on directly after her. I guess he's going to be announcing his free webinar we're going to be having. I guess it's going to be on some secure party stuff, y'all. So make sure y'all tune in live right here on High Frequency Radio. Peace, y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night. I will talk to y'all later. Peace. There will be a copy of this available. It is $25. It's $25. All right. Peace to the gods and goddesses. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches. Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction.
Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority.
This court lacks. Case dismissed.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online. And now I'm helping the whole hood become free.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, yo, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui jure, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling?
What's up, Don? Peace and love.
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Big Down, what's up, man?
I got a couple pair houses, you hear me? I be Airbnb-ing these bitches out. But a lot of people, I do shit, y'all. I got side hustles, y'all. I got side hustles. Well, I'm giving one to a honey, you hear me? She said she coming in, she flying in. So I got the keys for you, baby. But what's up, y'all, man? So look, I didn't know they're gonna be lighting fireworks off and shit. So we will be interrupted. They was just playing Michael Jackson Beat It.
Yo, it's lit over here in the Bronx. They be having those for days.
I'm in a private location, but it's lit out this motherfucker too. But I just got back from the West Coast. That shit it kind of drained me though, for real. I was on the West Coast, y'all. I was in downtown LA. I was in Riverside, and I was in Las Vegas. Maybe I'll pull up. That's what it's all about. Getting that paper.
Soon you're gonna be down here in New York.
I'm supposed to be back there in May, but I didn't pull back.
Medication for you. Hi.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up though.
That's what I'm talking about. Send the invoice.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up.
I've been trying to get you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Pull up. I got a trustee, man. We'll pull up.
I'm talking about board member.
Have a good night, okay?
Come on, we'll pull up.
You're welcome.
You become a board member, I'll pull up.
Yep. Don, stop, Don. Look at the DM, Don.
Hey, drop that paper, I'll pull the fuck up.
Don, stop it, Don.
I'll pull up.
Send that invoice right now. What's up? I get you tomorrow down here.
Tell me what's good, man. We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. I shouldn't even be dropping this game, but a lot of y'all not gonna get it. A lot of y'all might. I don't know. The shit's easy though. Treasury direct account. But look, when you use your social, you're already using that motherfucker. That's what a lot of people don't understand. What I'm doing with my Fidelity card. Y'all got Fidelity accounts?
I do.
I got the Fidelity. You be using it?
No. Yeah.
I'm showing y'all numbers and shit. I'm high, y'all. Hey, y'all ain't got all the info anyways. It's all good. It's all good.
My card ain't gold like yours though.
What's up?
I said my card ain't gold like yours.
I gotta go get work done.
That's for the trust. The trust is gold.
Yeah, mine is a trust too.
Oh, what they gave you, a green one?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to jail. That's what that means. Go ahead and log off, man.
You got me over here knocking on wood and shit, man. Stop playing.
Hey, you better rebuke the affidavit. That's all I'm saying. You better rebuke that shit. By the way, this soda has 30 calories. My chunky ass is doing the healthy shit. You hear me? This shit got 30 calories. I'll be going to Whole Foods and Sprouts now. When y'all gonna open something up, you hear me? But look, so if y'all go in the classroom, I did add hold on, let me get there. I'm gonna go straight from the book though. Cause that's the old school way. Well, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I done seen a lot of frivolous claims. I done seen a lot of motherfuckers. That's when they be hitting me up. I don't know whose advice they took. Because the Treasury will fucking send you some shit and say, hey, keep playing with us. But it's easy to set up just a regular TDA account. You just go to the website. Straight up. You open up a new account. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start right here, just right now. I'm gonna start right here. Y'all can see it. But a lot of y'all don't understand bonds and securities. So what I suggest to y'all is y'all fucking buy some. But if you're trying to claim something and send it in your account, you need the CUSA numbers. That's when you got to trace that shit. That's when you get a securitization audit. I don't know if any of y'all got any yet, though. And you want to do that by the paper way. You don't want to do that shit online. But there's keys to setting this shit up, and that's what we're going to go over. But one thing I want y'all to over understand is a trust account. When I set mine up with Fidelity or any trust account, it could be Chase, Wells Fargo, because you have to have an account to set this up. And then I like having shit attached to like companies. I always like to use businesses. So I just want to throw out there because these are personal accounts, but I like to use businesses because I'm going to show y'all the definition of something. Why I always push holding companies. A holding company is a company whose primary business is a controlling interest in the securities. So you ain't even got, we just controlling the interest of security. That's how I look at the United States as a holding company. You don't follow me so far? How many people already got a TDA account? Y'all ain't never just came here and tried to open one up?
I got one.
All right. So this shit was easy, right?
Yeah, that part was easy.
All right.
But anything after that was all over the place.
No, you gotta learn how to buy securities. So you gotta have an account that's established to move securities. So that's why I showing you a holding company. Makes sense? We there? Let me get back to the school. Let's get back to the book. Because first you want your status updated. There's a lot of shit. Get back to the school. No, I should get this book. It's out there.
Hello, Miss Elaine. Okay, open your mouth for your morphine, okay?
Let me mute everybody. Sound like she getting this knowledge in at the dinner table. So look, this is declaration of status is important because this is going to update you in the political system. And everything that I push, as far as, which I don't get paid by, but my status select, that paperwork works. Like you can send this off. All right. You need to do all this before you start setting up your Treasury Direct account. This is public versus private. This is the private side. Yeah, everything's right here. I got to just copy and paste it. But this stuff is in the school too. So this is my status correction. This was the flag I created. We're getting rid of the planes. We're getting rid of the boxes. We overstand all that shit. That's the Red Cross. The symbolism behind all that shit. But basically, at the end of the day, this is opting me out the system, giving me my own power of attorney and facts. All right. My status, my declaration of status, power of attorney and fact. And then you want to be foreign to the system as well with the WABEN. So, this is gonna update your nationality, whatever you may be. I don't use Indian with that. That's just I guess an example. I don't use the word Indian at all. I don't use the word native at all either. But mine was white, Choctaw, whatever it may be. It's putting you as a private citizen and a non-taxpayer. All right, back at a natural person status. And this is you're speaking right on behalf of the trust, all right, the Cesti Que Trust. We'll let them know we're friends. We come in peace to aid in reducing the public debt. These are keywords right here. Rumdog, so this is the first book he bought. Well, I hope you didn't get no frivolous violence. Let me make sure I got the AI all right. But no, I had people come up to me first, was like, with the reason why I study this. Because this stuff is easy, really. He said, not yet. You got to get updated with everybody, but especially the IRS system and the Treasury. That's because that's who you're playing the game with. All right, AI as well. But aid in reducing public debt and removing the wounded from the field of battle. Let's go. We come in peace. We're not U.S. citizens. We're not residents. We're free inhabitants. These are all status corrections. All right? I'm not a citizen of the United States. I waive any and all aid and protection. Those claiming, it says right here, let's read this. Articles of Confederation identify themselves as perpetual, and therefore this status is perpetual. Diplomatic status. I'm of the following statuses which constitute internationally protected persons pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 112 who are immune, not exempt from federal income taxation pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 892. Those claiming such statuses must file IRS or other knowledgeable government agents from W8EXP to claim immunity from taxation. I waive any and all aid and protection of man, woman, made statutory natural laws and become a stateless person relative only to the national government pursuant to Newman Green versus Alfonso Lauren, 490 U.S. 826, 1989. I'm not as defined by the Internal Revenue Code. Substitute A, trade or business franchise excise tax, also called income tax. Trade or business is defined in 26 U.S.C. 7701. These functions of a public office in the government. That's keys right there. Those not engaged are a foreign estate pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 7701 831. See and rebuke following within 30 days if disagree or be held in default estoppel. And as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. You got to know how to enforce these claims. Well, I would attach my birth certificate to this and put it on the county record, the county recorder's office, all right? But put it on, and once it gets filed, you send this off to the Treasury, the IRS. And here we go. These are the keys right here. Full protection of safe harbor and sinking funds provisions for all accounts, proceeds, products, fixtures, and services such as sell, exchange, buy, invest, or reinvest any assets or property, whether by possession or ownership, which may have income production or non-income production assets and property. Open, maintain, or close bank accounts with express provisions for demand deposits, checks, custodial accounts, term deposits, saving accounts, certificates of deposit, brokerage accounts, and other similar accounts with depository and repository and financial institutions. I can keep going, but I don't want to read all this. But I want you to see, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's in the trust. It's all foreign. It gives you right over your private securities. But you got to know which ones to grab. Simple as that. This is claiming your birth certificate right here within the status correction in good faith and credit clause. This is giving you the right over the credits. I don't want to just skip over it, you know, be like it's not important. But the full faith and credit clause, Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that the various states must recognize legislative acts, public record, and judicial decisions of other states within the United States. It states that full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. The statute that implements the clause, 28 U.S.C. 1738, further specifies that a state's preclusion rules should continue matters originally litigated in that state. The full faith and credit clause ensures that judicial decisions rendered by the court in one state are recognized and honored in every other state. So I attest that not only am I familiar with the facts stated in the certificate of live birth attached here too, but I am the registered owner of said birth certificate of title and the party named in said certificate of live birth, having attained the age of majority in the 18th anniversary of my birth, stating that the party named in the said birth certificate is the same party as one of the owners named in said certificates of title, and that thereof, after the register of titles shall treat said registered owner as having attained the age of majority at a date 18 years after the date birth shown by said certificate. And you want to attach your birth certificate to this non-taxpayer affidavit. And now you're resigning of the agent and the agency. A registered agent may resign his agency appointed by signing and delivering the Secretary of State for a filing of statement of resignation. The statement may include a statement that the registered office is also discontinued because you, as a U.S. citizen, you took a public office. When you got the birth certificate, the ID, the Social Security card, you took a public office. You're a public servant now. You're a public employee. So this is helping you resign from that office. This is status correction. This is going to be a foreign trust, all right? This is going to be the certificate of ownership, certificate of authority. This is creating an unincorporated association for that name. These are everything that needs to be on file when dealing with the TDA and the Treasury. When you're dealing with your private securities. When you know what you're going for. Now, affidavit of pledge collateral security in the interest of the United States government. Assignment of revisionary interests with your name, all capitalized letters. Your instrument number is going to be your filing number of your birth certificate. All right, and the filing number of the birth certificate. This is how you go after securities and bonds. You have to have the filing number of your birth certificate. Now, the pledge guaranteed by collateral, which is you're guaranteed by collateral with the birth certificate under 18 U.S.C. 8, obligation of other security of the United States defined have fully assigned the reversionary interest to the United States government by the way of the District Director of the Internal Revenue in the interest of the United States government. I'm aware that the government obligation refers to a public debt obligation of the United States government in accordance with 31 CFR 225.2 and an obligation whose principal and interest is unconditionally guaranteed by the United States government. 31 USC 3123, payment of obligations, interest of the public debt, and 12 USC 411, issuance to reserve banks, nature of obligation redemption, interest occurring upon government obligations pledged to the United States by way of District Director of Internal Revenue in accordance with this part will be remitted to your name. It should be a business. Please review 31 USC 3123 and IRS Manual 5611. Collateral agreements. And so I do want to throw this out here as well. You want your name to be a business before doing all this as well. I don't really like making my name the trust. I like making my name a public trust, which is a LLC. That is a public trust. An LLC, let me see if I can Google this. It's a form of a public trust and limits your liability. The public trust doctrine, property and society. When you think of the public, it's public trust. Anything in the public is a form of public trust. All a trust is a private contract. So these are the agreements because you have to have these established. Now, as you see, you're attaching your birth certificate to this status right here. And it's going to be under Schedule A of this trust declaration, which is going to make your name a business. You're doing business as this name. This is assumed DBA. So this is making your name in the public or on the private, like you're letting them know in the private, hey, this is a DBA because you have the right to do business as in America. Because people keep saying, how do I get away from the Social Security number? How do I get away from the government name, Don Kilam? Quit using it. Quit using it. It's that simple. In America, you have the right to use whatever name you desire. So far, I want y'all to understand I didn't go through everything. I'm skimming through this because this is a lot. But you have to understand where I'm taking you in the private first. Everything is done in the private. And then when you're claiming just certain securities, you have to understand these securities they get bundled together. So you do have a stake in the claim, but you're gonna have to learn how to get the CUSIP numbers. And everybody should know my guy Sean or whatever. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. I'm dealing with it. All right. And then this book will make sense because it gives you all the forms. All right. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through all the forms because it's really not rocket science. And then we got ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you whatever you need to know. Really. Told y'all that's the fireworks. That's the fireworks. That's sure. Oh no, yeah. That's your power. They showing them off, y'all. I mean, it's time to get that bag. Yes, John can help find CUSIPs. Yep. In court cases, I sue them though. In court cases, when we do court cases, you trace the audits and they sign the affidavit for you saying they did all that for you, and then you sue them with that information. I hope that makes sense. Like, the securitization audit is an audit process conducted to uncover any discrepancies or violations in a securitized financial transaction. Securitization process. Securitization as a financial process involves the pooling of various financial assets, loans, or leases into bundled securities. So you only a portion of it is even due to you. All right. But you'll be able to see with the securitization audit what's due to you so you can claim that. All right. With the Treasury. And this is it right here. This is his website. I'll put this in the chat right now. You just tell him Don Kilam sent you, you can get a special deal. I promise. I wouldn't shit you if you was my favorite turd. Well, what I like is you get an affidavit, signed affidavit. You see this? They sign the affidavits for you. So you can use it right in court. There you go. You see this right here? You see the CUSIP number? That's what you need to get the securities. So look. Let's see what Google says. A unique identification number assigned to stocks and registered bonds in the United States and Canada. A CUSIP number is a series of letters and numbers used to identify certain securities, facilitate trading, and settlements. Hold on. I know y'all hear the fireworks. Boy, that means I'm lit. CUSIP numbers are used to create a concrete distinction between financial securities that are traded on public markets, including equity, debt, derivatives, and others. These numbers help facilitate trade and settlements by providing a constant identifier to help distinguish the securities within a trade. So this is how you can claim what's due to you. By getting the audits. Without this information, without proving that it's due to you, and it's traced to your social security number, it's traced to your account or whatever it may be, you have no proof. So this is how I'm coming. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Because y'all acting like, what's going on, Don? I'm trying to claim securities and bonds, and I created them myself. What about the shit that's created in the public market? This is a trustee word right here. That's between public and private. Public market is an exchange where public company securities are traded. They're like loose. It's not even 4th of July yet. So far, class, I'm on mute, y'all. Maurice got some fire emojis. Let me know if this is making sense, though. Let me know that's making sense.
Yeah, perfect sense. Oh, yeah, that's making sense.
How many of y'all got your status corrected?
I do. I'm in the process.
I got the papers notarized and everything. I'm waiting for your call. We got a lot of things
Okay.
to do.
I
I'm
got
ready. Like
I appreciate your patience. He's been waiting for a minute too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying to get me, dog. Trying to get me. But nah, status correction is important. They find out that they did it too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying. Let me mute y'all because that was an echo. But yeah, make sure y'all get y'all status together. Let me know in the chat. Put it in the chat. I'm working on it or I got it together. Status, it's called political status. If you want to know the basics about it, I wrote a book, man. I wrote a book for everything, okay? It's called From Citizen to Sovereign. From Citizen to Sovereign. This is it right here. If you got it, go ahead and leave a review. Make sure y'all get the United States of Pimping too. He said working on correcting my shit right now. Hey, Elijah McDowell is funny as a motherfucker. He says working on correcting my shit right now. Well, let's not call it shit, okay? Land and soil boys representing in this motherfucker. Let's go, my boy Joe. To finish his stats correction. Hey, he funny as a motherfucker. But this is the basics. Misters of status, Mrs. of status, doctors of status, kings of status, being black is a status. You do not want to be black without your own definition, okay? You do not, I'm going to say it again, you do not want to be black without your own definition. Look, Jeannie right here. Do something like, how do I transfer my securities and see if it pops up? Look, this is contact your brokerage firm. So, but you don't have to contact the brokerage firm. You need to be your own brokerage firm. Okay, simple as that. And that's what I'm showing you. Let's continue through the book. Let me find it. Man, they let loose on the fireworks. So I didn't know. I felt in the festive mood. I felt like I needed to do this class. But for certain people. All right. Now, I want you to understand you need to always have your powers of attorney. This is a power of attorney. A power of attorney. Now, in the public, you're going to be under the bankrupt system. The United States is under bankruptcy. I'm just going to prove it to you. Who owns the United States national debt? I'm going to put this in the chat so y'all can see it yourselves. In case y'all want to go there. One. Who owns the U.S. national debt? The Social Security Trust Fund. Simple as that. And how it works It's going to be through securities. Debt held by the public, 24.5 trillion. U.S. Treasury securities holder by type. So Social Security Trust Fund holds the securities. And all it is insurance. This Social Security Trust includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Trust Funds Insurance, held 2.8 trillion in treasuries as of June 2024. You got the public debt right there. In the private, there is no debt. So I'm just throwing it out there because you have to learn how to control it. The private sector controls the public sector. The public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls: public housing, public defender. I'm going to keep reminding everybody. I know if you've been following me, you've seen this. But the public sector is the part of the economy that is controlled by the government. And the private sector is what controls the public sector. The part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. The private sector is the part of the economy run by individuals and companies for profit and is not state controlled. Therefore, it encompasses all for-profit businesses not owned or operated by the government. Government-run companies and corporations are part of what is known as the public sector, while charities and other nonprofit organizations are part of the voluntary sector. The private sector consists of all privately owned for-profit businesses and economy. The private sector, the private families, is what creates the government. Private families. Let me know that everybody's following along in the class, all right? I need some class participation. I need you to know it makes sense, Don Kilam. Private families is what creates the government. Is your family part of the public sector or the private sector? It starts with private trust. Exactly what I'm showing you guys. It's what's on the record. Got some, I got to feel y'all make sense. Okay. I'm going to keep it coming. I need to know that it makes sense, everybody. Private families create the government. How do I know that you're a private family? I'm going to show y'all one thing. Elijah says, we can do all this shit these rich motherfuckers been doing. You are the rich motherfucker. They're getting paid off you because there is no money. It's backed by your labor. Let me see. Let me see if ChatGPT is showing. Is there a private Masonic record? History records. Yes, there are private Masonic history records. Many Masonic lodges and organizations maintain their own archives, which can include record of memberships, meeting minutes, and other historical documents. Additionally, some Grand Lodges keep comprehensive historical records related to the jurisdiction. Did y'all see what I just did? That's a private family. This is why they're outside the scopes of the public sector. This is why they can access this trust, because their status is corrected. It's not the Christian Bible, a history book, a family record book, a genealogy book of royalty. I'm gonna let y'all ponder on that. Hopefully they stop soon. We got the bomb for you though all day. Tune in, tap in with your boy. Private life. Smoking on that Amish chronic. So I am not bankrupt and do not consent to the commandeering of my property at no time, nor the surrendering, nor the suspending of any of my rights, property, or otherwise. I am not an enemy, but a friend of the United States of America, and rebuke any presumption to the contrary. The regulation of transactions of foreign exchange of gold and silver, property transfers, vested interests, enforcement, and penalties. 18 USC 8, obligation or other security the United States defined. The term obligation or other security of the United States include all bonds, certificates of indebtedness, national banks currency, Federal Reserve notes, Federal Reserve bank notes, coupons, United States notes, Treasury notes, gold certificates, silver certificates, fractional notes, certificates of deposit, bills, checks, or drafts for money drawn by or upon authorized officer of the United States stamps and other representative value of whatever denomination issued under any act of Congress and canceled United States stamps. Simple as that. A certificate of the birth certificate can be considered a certificate of deposit or a certificate of indebtedness. It has the stamps, it has the symbols. The pledge collateral. You are no longer the pledge collateral. It will be the birth certificate. It's no longer you. This is opting you out of that. Power of attorney. That was one already, in fact, but here's another one. Basic affidavit of copyright, copyright the name trust, the certificate of authority. All that was in the first status that I showed you. But here you go again. Make sure it's your estate. Certificate of identity. And then you're going to have another one with the treasury right here. Everything's filled in for you within this book. U.S. bankruptcy. This is how you have to fill it out. Once you establish it, you set it up. You want to mail this in. All this gets mailed in. And when you take it to your bank to get something called a medallion stamp, I just want y'all to see. Can I get a medallion from my bank? Yes, you can typically obtain a medallion stamp from your bank, but it may depend on the specific policies and services. Sometimes it's 30 days. Sometimes it's 90 days. Talk to your bank. Schedule an appointment. Bring the documents that you need. They're not supposed to read it. They just stamp it. Simple as that. It's different than a notary. You use the medallion stamp to transfer securities. You have to have the medallion stamp. Private family uses trust, a private trust. It's that simple. Someone asked me, "Does a private family?" Would you ask a private family? What makes you a private family? What makes the Amish a private family? Y'all gotta sit here and think about the shit y'all say and ask. You know what I'm saying? Sit here, fucking think about it before you ask the stupid shit. You understand? Don't ask me no stupid shit. I don't give a fuck. You pay $50 now. I'll kick you out my motherfucking class, dummy. You know what I'm saying? You can take that shit back and shove it up your ass. If I ain't got to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Because $50 to not deal with a dumbass, yes, I'll kick you out. I don't give a fuck, nigga. $50 ain't worth it. I hang around Benji's, baby. You was born private. You come public because you fucking dealing in the public, filling out every motherfucking thing, giving everybody your motherfucking information. Think about what the fuck makes you a fucking public. How do the government know who the fuck you are? Because you tell them. Because you volunteer the information to every fucking body. Hey, let's fill out this information right here. Let's use the social. That's what makes you public. And obviously, none of you niggas been on a run. You been on a run, are you going to stay private or you going to go public? The boys looking for you. Are you gonna go public or are you gonna go private? You're gonna do
Nah,
everything in your motherfucking possible to not get caught up, right? That's how you
that's
thinking. I don't have to use this. I don't have to use the government ID. I got a private ID. I got a foreign ID. Anything foreign to the system. Anything foreign to their system. You got to think about it. America was created to get away from taxes, right or wrong. Y'all agree? Ain't that the story that was given to y'all?
Nah, what was the story?
That America was created to break away from Britain, to not pay taxes.
True.
So if you're paying taxes, you're not American.
Never thought of it like that. Like, yo,
It's that simple. You're a
like,
U.S. citizen.
you're
You're
a
not
genius.
American. There's a difference. America was created for private families. Who created the United States Constitution? Was it not families? I'm just making sure y'all with me here. All right. Stay on mute there. Families created the government. Families broke free from Britain to not pay taxes. So you have to say, what did they create? Let's just go. Let's just start. Let's just start here. Let's just start here. Because if you don't think that the fucking let's see if ChatGPT, what is the net worth of the Amish? Let's see if this will pop up. It says a normal Amish family has $250,000 to 350 bands. Let's look up the net worth of the Mormons. You can Google this shit too. I'm just seeing what they saying. So I'm gonna go to Google, all right, so y'all can see this shit. What's the net worth of the Mormon Church? Can somebody read that to me? Can y'all give me the net worth? So y'all understand? Yeah, I want to make sure we reading this correctly.
265 billion.
Thank you. 265 billion. You think they're not cashing in on securities from the church aspect? So I need y'all to understand the church is the government. So we'll just see how the Mormon church is established. How are they a private family? They have a whole president. Are y'all following me? Does this make sense?
It makes sense.
What makes you a government? Because you got a president? That makes you a business. Everything is running as a holding company, so to speak, as a private trust, public and private. So in order to become a member, they definitely went through a form of status correction and became a member of this church or however they do it. Just like the government. And they're not the only one. What we got? We got the Mormons do this, the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, look, right there, 52 billion. 50, damn there. It says estimated between 50 billion and 265 billion. Regardless, Its assets are right here. 1.5 billion. 1.45 billion in assets. We're gonna see Jehovah's Witness board members. You see, governing body. It's a government. So, how are you identifying? And I can show everybody how to do the church, opt out from doing it, even having being attached to the social. This shit's easy. That's done through the Social Security office. If you're going to do it from the church aspect, you want to have that done with your status correction. All it is I can show y'all really quick. I can show y'all. Y'all have your ordained minister. Y'all become an ordained minister. You can do it online for free. Universal Life Church. Become an ordained minister and get ordained today. They don't pay me, but they probably should, all right? Universal Life Church, ulc.org. And you want to use this form right here. Form 4361. Application for exemption from self-employment tax for use by ministers, members of religious orders, and Christian Science practitioners. And then $14.58. You fill this out right here. SSA 1458. All that goes together. And they really want you to have the be part of a group that's established before 1950. So quick little rundown. I got it already filled out. Holler at your boy. It should be in the school. Get your EINs or your holding company. That's the holding company I was telling you about. Irrevocable trust EIN. So get a holding company, irrevocable trust. That's your spiritual name. Breaks it all down. Y'all got the book. The estate EIN. You want all these different companies. Individual banker EIN, which can be your holding company as well. Form 56F for fiduciary relationship or a financial institution. You're going to appoint it to your state, and then your individual banker EIN. It says, becoming a private banker is a privilege in America. There's a medallion signature guarantee stamp. You're going to have all this established before you can start moving securities from the private into the public. These are the forms, though. OMB number 1505-0170, release of block funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control, where you send these forms when you're a foreigner. When you do bring securities into the public, you do have to notify these people as well that you're bringing them into the public. Just thought I'd throw it out there. But these are the forms right here. I want to throw this out here real quick so y'all can see it. When you understand which securities you're going after, you get it right in here, get the CUSA numbers, and you get the amounts. Y'all see what it's saying. Book me for a consultation. But they're attached. Like, if you did the W-4 sandwich, that like Beverly or whatever, you'll learn that these are all attached. I'm always doing it from the trust aspect, operating as a sole proprietorship. I've seen people close this down. I've seen people close down their the trust accounts with the Treasury, with a sole proprietorship attached to a living trust, and shut it down that way. All this stuff should be self-explanatory, but I'm using EINs from here on out when you have the account number. When you set up your Treasury account number, your Fidelity account, I'm telling you, all this shit is easy. open an account. You can do a brokerage account to move the securities, or you can do a trust account. All right. And it's simple. I don't care if you've been denied at banks or whatever. They don't check stuff like that. All right. So you got to have these type of accounts in order to move securities. Does that make sense, everybody? Because everybody be trying to go to Commerce Bank, motherfucking U.S. Bank. Let me find Investopedia. So a brokerage account is an investment account held at a licensed brokerage firm. An investor deposits funds into a brokerage account, and the broker executes orders for investments such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and exchange-traded funds, EFTs, on the behalf of the investor. So when you set this shit up, you're going to get you found the CUSIP numbers, you found where the securities are. You're going to send it to this account right here that you create. Make sure it's a brokerage account. Okay? Does everybody follow along with that? You cannot transfer your securities to the credit sites for payout to a public account. So that's probably a lot of people's problem right there. Always the authorized representative and grantor of the trust in the state. Everything is that self-explanatory. I don't even want to go through this. It's all filled in for you. Like, just never say it's you. This is not your account. You're the trustee. You're the authorized rep. You get the CUSIP numbers. You see it. It'll have an amount attached to it. You'll know what to put in when you get the securitization on it. Boom. That's the importance of this. That's the importance of these right here. If you got a mortgage, especially, that's what they specialize in. And it's going to have an amount. It's going to have you're going to get the CUSIP number, and then you're going to have an amount attached to it. Like, boom, you see the losses right here, but it's going to have an amount. These are all in trust as well. You want to move just like them. Everything's in trust. And you're really the holder and due curse of this. When it comes to this, you're the private investor, and you don't even know it because you don't know how to claim it. You gave up all your rights when you filled out the promissory note security agreements. When you run the audit, let's put you back in control, and you can prove everything that you need to with the securitization. Hope that makes sense for everybody. But as you can see, CUSIPs, amounts, and yes, everything is going to a legacy account. It's considered a legacy account. Your treasury, when you set it up, they're going to give you account number, account name, legacy account. Switch everything over. You can transfer. When you get the securities in this account, you can just transfer it, and you liquidate it when you send it to this Fidelity account, and then you'll give it the cash value. Then you can send it to like a Wells Fargo or a Chase. You know, you got the steps and levels to the shit. Treasury to the brokerage to make it liquid. Simple as that. And you can sell it when you get it to the Fidelity. Oh, it's that simple, man. I'm about to open up for questions. I want y'all to go through. I'm still going through. I'm gonna go through the forms so y'all can see the forms. Y'all can see it for everybody that's lazy. Don't want to go through it. But there's your own power of attorney for securities and savings bonds transactions. You don't have to fill all this shit out again. It's already filled out for you. This is the application for the release of blocked funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control. This is what's going to release the bond securities. Up to 25 million. This would be a court case. Mortgages. It's just the application to release the block forms is already filled out for you. Then boom. Disposition of Treasury securities, second round. Agreement, request for disposition, Treasury direct redemption, bank change. If you need to change the bank account, durable power of attorney for security and saving bonds. All over again. Fill this shit out. See, it might change your life. After you run the securitization audit, that's the main thing. Just run the securitization audit through my boy Sean. I gave y'all the website. You want to make sure you have a trust account when establishing this. You can set up a trust account through Fidelity as well. That shit works too. You don't get to pick the trust though. That's the one thing I don't like. This is a redemption program through the Treasury Direct bank change request if you want to change the bank account. And you can use your brokerage account right here. You can open up crypto accounts. You can open up everything through Fidelity. Sometimes they just need a verified address. That's it. You can't use a private mailing address. It has to be a real, authentic address with Fidelity. Everybody has access to this book. If you're in the school, you got access to this class, you got access to the book. It's all filled out for you. You don't have to be scared no more. Once you got the CUSIP numbers on everything that you need, request to reissue United States saving bonds to a personal trust. So if you got bonds, send it to the trust. Direct deposit sign-up forms for everything that you need as far as the securities go. These are forms just for your TDA account securities. Just showing you a description of some securities that you could utilize when filling this out. There's your redemption payments. Any redemptions that you get, there's your direct deposit sign form. Fill it out. Once you got your TDA account, send all this shit in. Paper form. Get the medallion stamps from your bank. You see this right here? Medallion stamps. Official stamp or seal. Acceptable certification. Financial institution official seal stamps such as corporate seal, signature guarantee stamp, or medallion stamp. Any securities, when you have all your securities, these are the forms that you utilize to transfer them over for everything. The transactions involving Treasury securities. Legacy Treasury Direct Security Transfer Request. Anything dealing with your account. You can, once you have it established, they'll tell you you can get a printout of everything that's been done to your legacy account. And pretty much that's it. There's the law. I hope this should make sense to everybody, but I'm open for questions now. He said, yeah, that was easy. Keith says, Sean, is the truth. Dealing with the TD, I was told you can pay discharge bills as well. How true is that? You claim the security. He says, when everything you shared tonight cause a problem for someone who works at the federal government, no, it shouldn't cause a problem. There's a difference between the public and the private. I want y'all to know, y'all got to quit trying to offset bills and discharge bills. It pays to pay your bills. You get it back. It's called a deductible. When you're operating from the family business, we don't run away from those things. She says, Truist wouldn't stamp my fidelity form, said it's the wrong form, but in reality, they're not supposed to read it. They're not supposed to read it. Go to Chase, go to Bank of America. I would go to a different Truist. I would talk to the bank manager. Yes, when you make your name a business, everything that you file, you get back. That's what I'm showing everybody in the school, that everybody that's dealing with me. I'm literally showing them how to get tax credits back. And since y'all paid for this, look, how much So how much can we get back in the last 5 years? Well, it ain't gonna tell me. So look, we're gonna Google it. So look, this is 5 years. You can go up to 500,000 per year for the last 5 years. So that's add that shit up. That's 2.5 million. You can get to 2.5 million back. That's what I'm helping people get to offset payroll costs. You get it as a tax credit, which when you get a tax credit, they give you a treasury check. That's all the tax credit is. So well, I'm letting y'all understand. I'm just trying to make it. Y'all sitting here, y'all trying to get out of fucking bills. Y'all trying to fucking, I don't want to pay this. The fuck not. I want to pay. I want to be in debt with my business every time. Because not on top of that, how much can I get back per year? Net operating loss. Oh, if there's 2 people in a business, I can get $500,000 per year. One person, I can get 250,000 per year back. And y'all sitting here trying to get out of what? What bill you trying to get out? What's your mortgage? How much you paying? I guarantee it's not 250,000 a year you're paying on your mortgage, because I can get that back every year. I can get money back on my car every year. I can get back. Listen, and when you're seeing this, what is this? I'm gonna let you see what that is. So, because this is what everybody is doing. We're already doing that, but you didn't know it was a business. This is what Don Kilam does. Because Don Kilam understands that it's a business. Don Kilam understands that reading books and education, research, all of this is a business. And I can get up to $500,000 per year just off that being my business. Because you're doing that already. On top of my education tax credits. The education tax credit is a tax benefit that reduces the amount of income tax owed by individuals who are incurred. If you don't owe nothing, it comes back as a credit. Do it for LLCs. You can do this for cars. I already did a class on tax credits, but I want y'all to see these are all tax credits. And there's much, much more. If you're living your life as a business, like I'm telling everybody to make their name a business. Not only can you claim the securities at the Treasury, I'm showing you how to get your bag from the IRS. This is what I'm helping people with right now. When I'm doing the straw man credits, this is what I'm helping people get back right now. Millions of dollars. Back, it goes back up to 5 years, millions of dollars. $500 per year for the last 5 years. So I'm telling y'all, you're using your name. Yes, I'm still taking clients. It's 3,500. 3,500. We get you trademarked, all of that. We're doing the tax credits. I'm actually doing them this week and next week. And I'm doing my trust for everybody as well, the Spendthrift Trust. Which are both, if you're a board member or trustee, you can do the Spendthrift Trust. Board members 5 bands, or board members 10 bands, trustees 5,000, but I get you the PDF trust for 2,500. Tax credits 3,500. But I'm just showing y'all what we're doing, what we're getting back. All right. And I'm saying I'm charging 10% on the back end too, and everybody is giving me the cuts. And I appreciate that. Somebody just sent me 17,000 just today. So that means I got $170,000 back. But I'm telling you, it goes up into the millions. As long as you can prove what we putting down, we're gonna put it down for you. All right, but you gotta be able to prove what we're putting down. We're not just filling in blanks. All right. I hope that makes sense. And I can show y'all my bank statements like 96 bands on one account, 96,000. We went through. So that's all from tax credits. So and I'm telling you, your whole life is a write-off. Whether it's food, friends benefits. I don't want to take away from the tax credits. I mean, from the treasury account, because everything ties in together. When you're thinking about the treasury account, this is what I want y'all to study. Because everybody that's trying to access the treasury is they're trying to access bonds and securities. And they're gonna have to get the CUSIP numbers before they can do that. It's just that simple. But study asset-backed securities. And securitization is illegal. But everything that's getting securitized based on your social security number, okay, it's going to be mortgages, auto loans, credit cards. So all these have accounts as well. And you can access the account information through a GAAP audit. But they're not going to necessarily give you the CUSIP numbers, but you may be able to do it because it is your rights, because your social is attached to it. You're the private investor. These are accounts. Everybody has an account, GAAP, all right? And then asset-backed securities. So credit cards, student loans, anything that's on your credit report, you created money, it was securitized, and you're the private investor and don't even know it. And when you get the audits, when you're setting up as a secure party creditor, you're getting your status corrected, you get the audits, you're saying, hey, these are mine. This is my shit. I can claim this shit now. I'm the agent majority, sui juris, run me my shit, and boom, throw that shit in your brokerage account. Throw it in the treasury account. You have to claim it first though with the CUSIPs. It's that simple. So I throw that out there. I don't want to get away from that. All right. And then whatever it's worth, it's going to be a percentage. It's not going to be worth the full amount of the full, because they're bundled together. Securities and the bonds are bundled together. Now, this is totally different. I ain't mean to get y'all sidetracked, but when you run your name as a business, we run taxes and we get the tax credits off the name being a business. So if you pay bills all year, you're getting that back. It's called a deductible. Family has to take care of you. And if the family went in debt, we get that shit back as a net operating loss. Now look, we write these off as well. These are tax credits as well. Fringe benefits, stipends. We get meal plans, we get life insurance, we get clothes, we get it pays for our education. It pays for our meals, it pays for our lodging, it pays for our wardrobe. So that is fringe benefits. The next thing that we write off is called stipends. These come back to us as tax credits because the family business took care of the family. We create a welfare program for our private members, not the public. It's still private charity. Now, a stipend is a form of compensation that's paid to certain individuals for services rendered. How stipends work? Interns, apprentices, fellows, clergy, and common recipients of stipends, rather than being paid for their services, they are given stipends as financial support. Room and board, that's a stipend. Here's the company car, fringe benefit and a stipend.
Much like grants, these stipends may be furnished by third parties who wish to see a particular study or form of research advance further without physical distractions that may otherwise hamper the researcher. Now we can get this paid. We can get this back as a tax credit. Y'all see how this works? Just let me know I did my job, everybody.
You did an awesome job.
I appreciate that. But look, update your status first. You can go open it up first, however you want to do it. But as soon as you open it up, make sure you get the paperwork sent in. Simple as that. Update your status. Make sure you're on the land jurisdiction. Make sure you have you're the holder in due course of your securities. All right, Keith. He said he just did a mortgage audit. But you see who is trading hands. So with the mortgage audits, I just want y'all to understand when y'all need to get one first before y'all start talking about it though. But you'll see that it traded hands through everybody. And they never registered anything. Like they hey, they're like, here, you own it now. And I was told the paperwork and everything, the title, never leaves the title company, never leaves escrow. Everything else is digital and illegal. But it's always trust companies, though, or LLCs. It's never a person. I'm gonna put it like that. But somebody had to input the information in the computer. So that's how you get people liable, but nobody's ever gonna come forward. And that's how you win every time. But sue. I want you to get the audits, go ahead and sue them. Sue the companies that are involved and the chief financial officers and everybody that's dealing with it. That's how you get your money back. Dealing with Sean's information, he has got people over $500,000 back. He had 2 big wins with his information. I'm talking about one was almost $1 million, I believe, like 700,000. And I'm utilizing it for court cases right now as we speak. I've utilized him for over 7 court cases. His information, his audits. He does do court cases, and you can get that back. You file the GSA bonds. I'm gonna do a class on that soon. But let me know if y'all have any questions. I ain't gonna make y'all feel crazy about that. I just be talking shit, all right?
Yo, that's second I talk, I'm gonna be bugging out right now. Yo, Don, I'm trying to do the status correction, right? But it says that I'm your brother.
What's up?
How I put the QSET number in there?
Oh, you're gonna have to get that from Sean if you don't know how to get it yourself. But you don't need no QSET for status correction. You just need QSET when you're moving securities.
No, I was playing about that. I got my holding company already.
Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting for you.
Yeah, I do want to throw that out there. When I am moving securities, I like to do that with the holding company. The holding company will always be the beneficial interest owner. That's who owns the beneficial interest, either the trust or a holding company. A trust. As I showed y'all, the mortgage companies always use a L. If you can ask Keith, if he got his audit, I'm pretty sure every company was either LLC or a trust company.
Yeah, all of them were trusts.
Yes, there you go. I'm not talking about discharging because we're not discharging shit. File the taxes on that motherfucker. That's the fuck I'm telling y'all. Y'all keep trying to discharge, you're gonna get your life fucked up. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fuck your life up, and you're never gonna get a mortgage again. They're gonna come foreclose your shit. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna talk to you. So, not once did I tell y'all to fucking discharge anything. I said pay your motherfucking bill. Her name Kelsey. I want to call her the B word, to be honest with you, but she paid $50, so Lord help her. You know what I'm saying? But all my mama, which is dead, she's dead and gone. I've been studying helping you motherfuckers. I never told you to discharge shit. Holler at your boy, book a consultation. It pays to fucking pay your bills. You get that, then some. I know damn well ain't nobody paying $250,000 a year on a mortgage. Your rent might be $1,000, $2,000 a month. We times that by 10, what's that? 20,000? 24,000 a year? If your name's a business and you write this off as a loss, I'm gonna say it again, because Kelsey didn't fucking hear me. You can get 250,000 back a year. Pay the shit, slow one, so you can get this bag. Are you slow? I just want to make sure you're not slow. Because don't fucking come to me talking about discharging shit when I'm showing you pay your bills, you get the fucking money back. The only thing you get what the fuck you pay back, you getting everything off as a loss. Y'all follow me? Did that make sense for everybody else?
100%.
You can write a depreciation value off. That's a whole different lecture. Anytime you're doing business, if you're trying to get out of bills, you need to just make your name a business, make your holding company a business, make fucking businesses, and write off losses. Then I'm gonna have to show y'all again. Make sure y'all seen this. I already stipends and fringe benefits. I already show y'all how y'all can get these back as tax credits, correct? These are all, you write these off as a business. You say the business can't even afford them. Say the business still owes you. Shit. These are losses. First of all, we're going to go here. We'll go right here. Roderick, can you tell me how much that says you can get back a year?
$100,000.
And you can get this for 5 years. You can, as long as you got the written up agreements, hey, every time you're researching something, you need to be writing it down and logging this shit. I charge $2,000 to $5,000 an hour to the church and the holding companies. If y'all know who Dick Gregory is, this is how he got paid. You make the business go into the red. I can't even afford to pay my government name LLC. So now I owe this motherfucker because this is used for payroll. So as soon as you get this tax credit back, you pay it to your name. Yeah, that's what I owe you, bro. Make sense?
Makes sense.
All right, next. I'm going to go here again. Just type in NOL, 250,000. You can write off to $250,000. Business expenses, all of that. You can get this shit. It comes back as a tax credit. You got to learn how to deduct things. Same way with business losses. You can write off. Well, that's not how I do it, but I'm just showing y'all this is what it is. Make your name a business. It pays to make your name a business. When you make your name a business, let me keep going, because everybody wants to talk about mortgages. When you start learning the tax credits, you'll learn this, because I teach everybody how to do this. This is the basic shit. When you start learning the mortgage-backed securities, because if you're paying a mortgage, you're the private investor of that security. Only you and you only, because you're the only one paying. So you get to claim that interest. You get to claim that security and the interest that comes back. There's one form right there, Form 1066. I'm not trying to make this about mortgages and discharging, but God damn, y'all are crazy. Y'all need to learn how to correct your status first and start learning how to get on the private side. Because we don't have to discharge nothing in the fucking private. There's no debt in the private. Debt is a public motherfucking thing. It's made up. Shit, you need to file the correct forms. Let me show y'all this. Because if it's a debt you're trying to get out of, if you're that simple. If your status is corrected correctly, if you're operating correctly in the private as an organization, well, I hope that makes sense. I didn't mean to get hype on y'all.
It make a lot of sense.
Joe said, I just got my audit back from Sean. Status correction done, name of business and holding in trust, trademarks done, filling out these forms in a book. I wanted to get that done before our next consult. I appreciate you. This class was fire. Thank you, Don. I'm glad it's making sense for everybody, man. For those who are not trying to just get out of debt. The fuck? Nigga, you in. As soon as you get money, that's debt. You in debt now. Because you just hit a debit at your bank account. Credits and debits. The more money you got, the more debt you got. I keep debt notes too. These people still believe in it. Let me know if y'all got any more questions though. I hope this makes sense, man. Quit trying to discharge shit though. I don't teach that shit no more. I haven't taught that for years. It should feel good to pay shit because you're gonna get it right back. Especially if you're operating from a 508c1a, which is a ministry trust, or the nonprofit aspect, or a charity trust, charitable trust, a trust. Period. The family trust is gonna take care of the family. You work for the family. You work for the family businesses. All the business is family business. All the money gets recycled. All the securities get recycled through each other. Everybody's investing in each other when it comes to the family. You work for the family, the grantor is the family, the trustee is the family, the beneficiary is the family. And if the family is not taking care of its obligations, because of discharging something is getting out of the obligation, then the trust is not operating in full faith and credit. You're not acting honorably as a trustee when you're trying to get out of obligations. You're here to settle obligations. You're here to balance debts and act honorably. It's that simple. And this is the mindset you have to have. I feel like I gave a great explanation of how everything is supposed to be broken down. But the simplest way is go on TDA, open you up an account. But you want to, like I said, you want to do a trust account, a brokerage account. You can do a trust account. It can be a regular trust account, Wells Fargo, Truist, Chase, wherever it may be. You can do a holding company account. It ain't got to be a trust account. It could be a holding company. And then open up the account at Fidelity. Open up a brokerage account. Open up a trust account. Open up some crypto accounts. Because once you're able to liquidate these things, you can send it to crypto. You can send it to the trust. Then you can send it to your holding company. However you want to maneuver. Make sure you don't put cash in any of these accounts to keep it a legal account. Keep it a lawful account. Anytime you put a Federal Reserve note in these accounts, it's no longer a lawful account. I just want to throw that out there as well. But I make sure to put this in the school. Reach out to me directly. If y'all got y'all want to have a consult over this, I do a consult for the TDA account for $500 for a half hour for anybody that's in this class. All right. Anybody that took this class, I see y'all's names. I'll have this class available as soon as it's ready. All right. Much peace and love. Hope everybody gets this information. Y'all got the book. It's it's already filled out for you. Make sure you get the CUBE some numbers. That's the main thing. CUBE some numbers. in brokerage accounts. That's the main thing I see people not doing, having trust accounts and brokerage accounts. Trust can hold securities as well under Schedule A. If you have a holding company, when you get the Q-slips in the Schedule A, or when you get the Q-slips, you can also create something called a Schedule A for the holding companies. You can create an asset ledger or call it an asset ledger. It's going to be part of your assets. It's going to be part of an asset ledger when you're doing these things. And it's that simple. Simple as that. Learn some more if you don't understand. Let me show y'all. Look up Series 6 on YouTube. Series 6 and Series 7. To learn more about So this is how you learn about moving the securities and the bonds and securities. So it's qualified for solicitation, purchase, or sale of all security products. Series 7 and Series 6 is a securities license entitled the holder to register as a company's representative. So you can represent a security company at Series 6, Series 7, you can hold the securities and solicit to sell public securities. But peace and love, everybody. I appreciate everybody that hopped on the call. I wasn't trying to be no asshole. That's just who I am, y'all. But listen, look, quit trying to get out of debt. They're going to put you on a list. You don't want to be on that list no more. Learn how to increase your cash flow and learn how to write these net operating losses off and learn how to get these tax credits. That's what I'm teaching my students right now. And I'm telling you, I've gotten just this year millions and millions of dollars back in tax credits because my people have chosen to make their name a business. Make their name a business. Make your name a business. Make your name a business. Then your whole life is a deductible. It's no longer a vacation. It's a business trip. It's no longer a meal. The business is paying for your meals. The business is paying for your wardrobe. The business is paying for your jewelry. The business is paying for your whole life. Everything I do is deductible or a write-off, and then I get tax credits. Everything is education. Your phone is an education. You get programming on it. You learn from it. You need it for the business. The stipends, fringe benefits, they cover your lodging, your housing, everything. If you're the president of a company, that's what happens. It's own nothing, control everything. Does Donald Trump pay for his jets? Does the president pay for the Air Force One? Do they pay for their food? No. So when you're the president of your own company, your own government, you can do this too. And that's what it's about. Much peace and love.
We thought we were hustling our voices to raise, but they directed the flow like marionettes in the days. Gangsta raps the flavor that they wanted us to sell. It's a game of monopoly, stacking that green. Prison systems thrive while they sell us the dream. It's bigger than the music that's plain to see. Control the narrative, they feed into greed. So we gotta wake up, fight back with our voice. Reclaim our freedom, it's our only choice.
Sad but true, we give away our art. They take our culture, play us like darts.
Now let me tell you about a secret, a story untold. In the 90s, they gathered intentions so bold.
Labels on the rise, but they own them prisons. Sowing division, no love, just decisions. Rap's the weapon, they feed us false lines. Gotta spit in bars while they cash in the dimes.
Who profits, who benefits from our disarray? Chasing after ghosts while they feast all day. Playing it with our lives, yeah, they setting the stage.
Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. Luring the young ones, yeah, sending them to hell.
Welcome to the GSA webinar dealing with the federal GSA bonds to get people out of federal jail. No one has ever taught these bonds. Now, this is part of a two-part. To do these bonds 100% correct, y'all have to get the original GSA bond webinar, but this is part 2 of it. In part 1, I did not show you how to do the federal ones, but I noticed that 90% of the time when people are using the GSA bonds, they got federal cases. Now, at the time I did the GSA bonds, part one, I did it for people like me because I used those bonds to get out of child support. So, I thought that's what most people was going to be using it for. But, they want to get loved ones out of jail and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? Instead of keep on teaching people how to do this individually, let me show everyone how to do it, get it on tape, and then boom, y'all do what y'all do, baby. You know what I mean? So with that, like I said, this is part 2 of the original GSA bond webinar. Now, with no further ado, let's get started. Now, there ain't gonna be no damn templates. You gotta listen to this and listen. I said listen. Even if you don't see the GSA bond clearly, if you listen to what I'm reading, telling you what to put in there, you'll know how to do it. Even if you can't see it, even if it's blurry, because I'm gonna tell you they be messing with our videos, and something that's absolute clear won't be clear. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. So listen to the way I'm telling you how to fill it out. Okay, here we go. Now, right here is the affidavit of individual surety. And how you fill it out is you're going to put the state of California. This is my example. This is actually someone's real GSA bonds that has actually worked. But what I've done is took out important information and added my shit in and mixed it up. So, his social is BC. None of that is real. But everything else is real. All right, so California, county as Stanless, and the name right there says first, middle, last, type or print. We typed it. Joseph John Scott. That's not his real name. That's actually my name. I just kept his first name and then put my middle name and second name, last name, right? Home address. This address right here in number 2 is actually the address of the county where the straw man was created. Okay? That's the address of the straw man, right? The home address. What is he? Number 3, surety, lifetime, right? Number 4, name and address of employer. What they're asking is, who's using your straw man? Who got the case against you? What bank got the case against you? That would be the employer, all right? So in this case, it's the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California, 25 Tuller Street, room 1501, Fresno, California, 93721. That's the address of the actual court building, all right? Number 5, name and address of individual surety broker used. So it's always the Depository Trust Company or the DTC, and the address is 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. Now you can look up their telephone number, or you can put your phone number and then the business phone number, the number to the DTC there if you want. I leave it blank. Now, number 7, most important thing y'all got to do is read. This is what we tell you at Hindsight University. Always read. The following is a true representation of assets I have pledged to the United States in support of the attached bond. A, real estate. Include the legal description, street address, other identifying description, the market value, attach supporting certified documents, including recorded lien, evidence of title, and the current tax assessment of property. For market value approach, also provide the current appraisal. So that's what you do if you was doing your house. You're trying to discharge your house. You got to get all that information and put it in number 7. But since we're using it for a court case, this is what you put there. See certified copy of indictment, and it got the case number on it. So you had to go get a copy of your indictment. See optional form 90, optional form 91, and standard form 273, 274, 275. Now also, it was supposed to have the other bonds, the 1414, the 1415, the 1416, and the 1418, right? And you'll see we're doing those bonds as well. No one teaches those bonds, but I do. All right, then it says, see certified copy of certificate of live birth attached, and see all other attachments. So we didn't have room to put all them 1414s in there, so just put see all other attachments, okay? Now it says B, assets other than real estate, describe the assets, the details, the escrow account, and attach certified evidence thereof. We didn't do that, we just skipped that part. Number 8, identify all mortgages, liens, judgments, or any other encumbrances involving subject assets, including real estate taxes due and payable. So we're telling them everything that it has to deal with. Now, if you notice, it's almost identical to what you put in number 7. So it says, see certified copy of indictment case number, see optional form 90 and 91, see certified copy of certificate of live birth attached and all other attachments. Number 9, it says identify all bonds, including bid guarantees, for which the subject assets have been pledged within 3 years prior to the date of execution. And once again, you got the same information. See certified copy of indictment, case number, see optional form 90 and 91, see certified copies of certificate of live birth attached and all other attachments. Now, you sign number 10. It says documentation of pledged assets must be attached. So you sign it, and then you tell them what you're giving them to make these happen. And it says number 11, bond and contract to which this affidavit relates, where appropriate. See optional form 9091 and case number, see social security number, and certificate of live birth, right? And boom, that's it. Now you go get it sworn and subscribed. This is for your notary. And right here, she's going to put all her stuff right there, right? Or he. Now, this is just the instructions on the back. And I do want y'all to read the stuff on the back. So I'm going to read it for you now. Instructions. Number 1, individual sureties on bonds executed in connection with government contracts must complete and submit this form with the bond. This is the law that says that. 48 CFR 28.203, comma 53.228, subsection E. The surety must have the completed form notarized. Number 2, no corporation, partnership, or other unincorporated association or firm as such is acceptable as an individual surety. Likewise, members of a partnership are not acceptable as sureties on bonds that a partnership or association or co-partner member thereof is the principal obligor. However, stockholders of corporate principals are acceptable provided there are qualifications are independent of their stock holdings or financial interest therein. And B, the facts is expressed in the affidavit of justification. An individual surety will not include any financial interest in assets connected with the principal on the bond that this affidavit supports. United States citizenship is required for the individual sureties for contracts, bonds, when the contract is awarded to the United States. However, when the contracting officer is located in an outlying area or a foreign country, the individual surety is only required to be a permanent resident or of the area or country in which the contracting officer is located. Number 4, all signatures of the affidavit submitted must be originals. Affidavits bearing reproduced signatures are not acceptable. An authorized person must sign the bond. Any person signing in a representative capacity, i.g., attorney-in-fact, must furnish evidence of authority if the representation is not a member of a firm or partnership or a joint venture or an officer of the corporation involved. So that's the 28. You always got to do a 28 in your series of bonds, okay? Now, the next one we're going to go to is the 91. So I'm going to the 90. All right, here go to 90. Release of lien on real property. So whereas Joseph John Scott of, now remember that's the straw man's name, that's the surety, Joseph John Scott of, and this is the address of, like I said, the courthouse where that birth certificate is sitting, the county courthouse where the straw man was born, by a bond for the performance of U.S. government contract. Now, your U.S. government contract number is the SS number, Social Security, right? Became a surety for the complete and successful performance of said contract, which bond includes a lien upon certain real property further described hereafter. And whereas said surety established the said lien upon the following property. So, see court case, See standard form 28, 273, 274, 275 attached. See optional form 91, personal property from escrow attached. See CA certified birth bond attached. And it goes on, whereas said surety established said lien upon the following property and recorded this pledge on case number So he's giving up all these things, all these bonds to get rid of this case. In the U.S. District Court, so the locality is whoever's trying to charge you whatever debt you have. In this case, the debt that he has is with the U.S. District Court because they charged him with a case of California. And whereas when you see the word they're talking about the spiritual name. They're talking about the creditor, the principal. So it's Scott Joseph John, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as warranted contracting officer, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising thereof. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of the said government contract satisfactions of claims pertaining thereto. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases the aforementioned lien, you date and sign, and you put your seal. I'm going to show you how to do the seal at the end. You can go to Office Depot or order it online and get yourself a seal for the straw man. Okay. Now, this is your GSA bond 90. Okay. The next one we got to do is 91. Okay. Here you go. Now, as we keep on going through the bonds, y'all gonna notice a lot of these are gonna be filled out the same way. The same way. Release of personal property from escrow. Whereas Joseph John Scott, this is the straw man of, this is the address. The address is the county courthouse of the straw man where the straw man was created in that county. By a bond for the performance of the U.S. government contract number, once again, it's the SS number, is the government contract number, became a surety for the complete and successful performance of said contract, whereas said surety has placed certain personal property in escrow in account number, and the account number is the case number, on deposit at the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. That is the one, whoever's charging you, whether it's a bank, and you know the court is a bank, right? So you put the banks that's trying to charge you the bill right there. Name of financial institution. Located at, and you put 25 Tullier Street, Fresno, California. That is the address of the courthouse. And whereas when it says you got to put the creditor. You got to put the creditor. So the creditor of the straw man is always the last name first. And I did this wrong. Let me fix it right now. I was up at 5 o'clock doing this. So I might have missed some things. You know, got to take his information out. Scott Joseph John, being duly authorized, represent. My mama would be calling me right now. I'm working. She gonna have to wait. She ain't gonna like that. Representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer has determined that retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. Now, he put the National Banking Act, Section 27, 28, and 53, 28 USC 20-244, Court's Instruction 12 USC 95A, full acquittance of discharge for all purpose of obligation. He put the court case in C Standard Form 28, 273, 274, 275 attached, and all other attachments. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases from the escrow the property listed above and directs the custodian of the aforementioned escrow account to deliver the listed property to the surety. If the listed property compromises the whole of the property placed in escrow in the aforementioned escrow account, the government further directs the custodian to close the account and return all property therein to surety, along with any interest occurring which remains after the deduction of any fees lawfully owed to the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. That's the name of the financial institute that's charging you money. You're going to date it and sign it and put your seal. All right? So that's optional form 91. And you got to do all these forms. Like if you're trying to get yourself out of a case, discharge a case, or get yourself out of jail. These bonds do get people out of jail. Now we're going into, these are the bonds that no one else knows how to fill out. But your boy, Jonah Bay. And they say that Jonah Bay shit don't work. Yo, what's crazy is I learned the GSA bonds from Tony King. Not even he showed me how to fill these out or do this. I learned it through my own studying, and I seen that all of these bonds, fill out the same way. All you have to do is know the words that they're using and know how to apply the words that they're using and what words means the same. I just wanted to make sure no one was in the chat asking questions. All right, let me go back to what I was doing. So this now is Standard Form 273. And like I said, there's a lot of people out there that try to teach y'all to do the GSA bonds. A lot of them are doing it wrong. The best guy that was out there that knew how to do these things, he got them to work every time, was the dude and his son that got gunned down by the police at Walmart a few years ago. I forget their name, but yeah, that's what started that whole sovereign citizen. After they killed him in the Walmart, they created that term, sovereign citizen, and said they were dangerous. But they actually hunted him down because he was doing so much with these bonds. He was the best at them. Now, this is the reassurance agreement for a bond statute performance bond. Now, what y'all got to understand, these bonds are called jail bonds. They actually do these bonds behind the scenes to get you locked up. In any case you get locked up, they did the 28, they did the 28, 24, and 25 to lock you up. So if they already put those bonds in, you have to do the higher bonds to pay for those bonds and put a new bid in to get yourself out of it. And these are what these bonds do. And a lot of times, people try to use those lower bonds and they don't work because you would have to get those in and you have to bid. And y'all know what a bid means. That means someone can outbid you. So if someone outbids you on those smaller bonds, you come back with these bigger bonds and you pay off that bid and boom, put in another reassurance bond that takes care of everything. All right. So here it is. Number one, direct writing company. See, that's just another name for principal. Principal. So you put Scott, Joseph, John. Here go the address underneath of where the straw man is sitting in that county courthouse where it was created. Date of direct writing company executes this agreement. 8/28 would be the date that the case started in 2017. Now you could put that, and you could also put the original, today's date, because you're putting in a new bid today. You know what I mean? But I normally put the actual date of when the whole case started, right? The conviction, right? Number two, and of course, 1B, state of incorporation, California, and there go the BC number. That's the incorporation number, the BC number. Number two, reassuring company. The reassuring company, that's just another name of saying the surety. Reassuring, surety. You don't notice that's the same word? Yeah, same root word, reassuring, surety. All right, so that's going to be Joseph John Scott. And who handles the trades on the stock market, those securities on the stock market form, is the Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 141. Then they're asking you for the amount of reassurance. You don't know how much this case is going to cost, so you're going to leave 2A and 2B empty. Now, date of reassuring company executes this agreement, you're going to put to today's date. Whatever day you're doing the actual bond, right? Then you're going to put California, BC number is the date of the place of incorporation, the state of incorporation. So now we go down to number 3. We don't know the amount of the contract. We're going to leave that empty. Number 4, we don't know the penal sum bond. We're going to leave that empty. And contract date, 9/25/2015. That's the date that the actual case started. Right there. Okay. Now, date of bond, 11/25/1986. That is the date of when he was born. Got it? The date he was born. See, because they're asking you about this bond number right here. The description of the bond. This is the description of the contract. So over here, we're talking about the case. The case is the contract. There's the date of the case started, and here's the case number. Court case number, ... Description of contract, 3D. See? So we finished all, and where? Contracting agency, 3E, U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. So then you move on to 4, and it goes to description of bond, and that's when you put the date, number 4A, you skip that. 4B, you put down the date you were born. 4C, you put the actual BC number. And 4D, they're asking you for the principal. That's Scott, comma, Joseph John. And this is the address of the county where it was born or created. And 4E, state of incorporation, California with the BC number. All right. Now, in all actuality, you really don't have to put nothing in 4E because it says if corporate principal, you're not a corporate principal, you're an individual principal, right? But I put it like that anyway. Now, on the back, you're going to read these instructions. I'm not going to read them to you. You're going to read these. And then you're going to flip it over, and right there, direct writing company, you're going to put the name in 5B, and you're going to put Scott, comma, Joseph John. Name and title. You're going to put the name again, Scott, comma, Joseph John, and his title, you can put principal or authorized person. Oops. Right there. All right. And I know I spelled authorized wrong. Y'all know your boy don't know how to spell. Oops. I messed that up. But y'all seen what I put. Let me try it again. Good. Comma. There it is. Now, then we go in right there, hit the corporate seal right there where I'm moving my mouse. And then you go down to number 6, reassuring company. You got to put your signature, but remember, we're typing, so we can't put no signature. So we go down to 6B. And then you put the straw man. Reassuring company is the straw man. So you put Joseph John Scott. Then you're going to do it again. And his title is surety. / lifetime. And there it is. That is 273 done. I don't know why people love texting me and all that while I'm working and all that. And you don't got no consultation or nothing, and just texting me, calling me and shit like that. Y'all got to cut that shit out. Y'all cannot talk to me unless you have a consultation. Y'all cannot contact me unless y'all got a consultation. I'm too busy for that. I'm about to turn off my phone. you know, people always overstepping their bounds, man, and they don't understand. While you're doing something, that's we're not regular people. We're always busy. That is very annoying, and it's disrespectful. You wouldn't call a regular person at their job while they're working for your personal bullshit. You just wouldn't do that. But why is it that when we're doing our job, y'all think y'all can do that? That shit crazy to me. Anyway, this is shit we go through every day, someone overstepping, and that's why we always bitching and moaning about it. Now I don't even know where the fuck I was at. Which one am I on? I finished this, 273. So now let me go into 274. All right, there it is. Like I said earlier, where was you, TJ Morris? I need you to really pay a fucking attention. You know what I mean? I'm motherfucking pissed off right now too. I told y'all I will show you how to do the corporate seal at the end of this webinar. At the end. All right? I need you to really pay attention to what I'm breaking down. Jeez, man. I don't know where y'all's head be at, man. It's real. Think about when you dealing with your kids and you have to repeat yourself off of something you know you said to them just a second ago because they wasn't paying attention. You probably sitting there eating your breakfast, drinking, talking to someone, listening to some other shit instead of listening to what you just paid good money to learn. I'm not going to keep on repeating myself, man. You're going to have to end up buying this daggone webinar because I'm not going to repeat myself. Here we go. We on Standard Form 274. This fills out identically to 273. Direct Writing Company, that's just another name for saying the principal. So it's Scott, Joseph John. The address under here is the address of the county where the straw man was created. Date of writing company executes this agreement. This is 8/28/2017. That's when he was issuing this. This is when he did the actual thing. So right here, let me put it there for y'all again so y'all understand. Put the date that you're doing the daggone bonds on. So I'm gonna put it as today's date. Got it? Today's date. So that's how you know what goes there. 1B, state of incorporation is California. So you put California plus the BC number, right? Then we're on to number 2, reassuring company. The reassuring company, that's just another name for saying surety. The surety, I messed up right there, left his name in. All right, Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 10041. Then we move on to 2A, the amount of this reassurance. You don't know the amount, leave it blank. You go to 2B, date of reassurance company executes this agreement. You're going to put today's date right there. Then 2C, state of incorporation, put California and the BC number, the birth certificate number, right? Then we move on to number 3, description of contract. 3A, amount of contract, we don't know, leave that blank. 3B, contract date, that's the date that they charge you with the charge, 9/25/2015. Contract number, that's your case number, you put that in. Description of a description of contract, court case, and you put the court case number there. And then 3E, contracting agency, that's who's made the charges against you, or the bank that's trying to get money out of you, the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. There it is. Now we move to Section 4, description of bond. 4A, penal sum of bond. We don't know, leave that blank. 4B, date of bond. This is the BC bond we're talking about. So you're going to put 11/25/1986, which is the birth date of the straw man, with the BC number, because that's the bond we're talking about, right? Then principal. So there you put Scott, comma, Joseph John, put the address of the county where the straw man was created. Then you can go down to 4E, state of incorporation. And you put California, BC, and the BC number. Then you're on the back of the bond. I want y'all to read these. Read everything before you sign it. Read it all. That's what we do in Hindsight University. Boom. So now, number 5, direct writing company. Once again, that's just another way of saying principal. So you're going to put the signature. You put that later because you got to do that in ink. Then number 5A, name and title. You put Scott, comma, Joseph John, and you put authorized person. Right? Now, right here, you put it again, name and title, Scott, comma, Joseph, John, comma, person. All right. Now, you go on to reassuring company. That's just another name for the surety. So the name is Joseph John Scott, and it would be surety. Is his title. Right? / lifetime. Then number 2, you put the same thing. Joseph John Scott. Oops. Surety. Lifetime. There it is. Filled out the same as 273. That's that form now. Now we do 275. Here it is. Now this fills out identical to the last 2 we did. Right? So direct writing company. That's another way of saying principal. Scott, comma, Joseph John. The address is the county where it was created. The date, 1A, date direct writing company executes this agreement. You're going to put today, date. All right. Then you move over to 2, and it says reassuring company. That's another name was asking who the surety is. Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. Then you go to 2A, amount of this reassurance, you don't know, so you leave it blank. Date, reassurance company executes this agreement, you're going to put 2 days. Date, whatever date you're doing it. Filling it out, sending it off. Now 2C, state of incorporation, California, BC number. Boom, there it is. Now we move to number 3. 3A, description of bond, type of purposes that's associated with the contract number, date, amount, etc., including the name of the government agency involved. See, so you put the birth bond number, and he was supposed to put the court right here, and the actual court case number. Okay. Now we move on to 3B, penal sum bond. We don't know the amount. Leave that blank. Date of bond. You already know. You got to put the date of bond is the BC. So you got to put the date that the straw man was created, which was 11/25/1986. And here go the BC number, which is the bond number. Principal, Scott, comma, Joseph John. The address is the address of the county where it was created. 3F, the state of incorporation, California, with the BC number. This should be coming real easy for you. They all fill out the same way, right? Now, why do I keep on putting in who this person is? Because it says name and title. So this guy forgot to put the title. So you put Scott, comma, Joseph John. That's the authorized person. Right? Now, same thing you put. Now you really don't have to do 4B2 because it's asking for assertion, someone who's witnessing it. But I still put that there. You know, that's just how I got down. Like I said, you're going to put the seal here. Don't worry about it. I'll go over that later. Now, number 5, reassuring company. That's the fancy name of asking you who's the surety. And the surety is Joseph John Scott. Remember, you got to come back and sign right here at 5A. Now, here, they ask you the title. And I put surety lifetime. All right, then I put the same thing over here. Boom. Now this is done. 275. They're all the same, right? Pretty easy. Boom. That's it for that. Now those bonds, Yo, you know I don't spell right. You know you spell authorized correct, yo. Don't do it the way I'm doing it. If I was doing it, I would have looked it up in the dictionary to make sure I had did it right. You know, Jonah, yo, I can do a lot of things. I cannot spell. I cannot spell well. You know, that's why I got my mentors, friends, and wife around me so they can help me spell. Everyone got something that they bad at. And I'm not ashamed to tell y'all what I'm bad at. You know, can't be good at everything. All right, now we moving on to 1414. But as I was saying, a lot of times the 273 series bonds will get you out, get you out of the problem. But if you're dealing with like a serious federal case, then you want to do these joints. These are called the Miller Act bonds, right? These the big dogs, and they're called the 1414 series. Now, let me say this. In case y'all don't know it, these are also the bonds that you put in to discharge your house. Now, what you got to remember is a discharge is not guaranteed. But remember, all your houses are federal loans. Federal loans. So I would do these joints, and I would do them and put the bank down as the one who hired you, and I would send it to the FDA. I would send it, not Federal Housing Development, FDA, and all that, to the county, all that, and I would at least try to discharge my house. In fact, I'm about to do this house that I live in now because I'm fucking tired of paying this shit, man. You know what I mean? I got better shit to do with it. This fucking mortgage payment's a little steep too. So holla at you, boy. Yo, I'm gonna take a break real quick. I gotta drain the main vein before we go into the 1414 series. So if you would, Akeem, if you want to talk to them or let them talk amongst themselves while I do this quick little pee break, it's all good.
All right, I'm gonna just play some music until you get back.
All right.
All right.
I don't hear no music, and I'm back already.
Yeah, it took me a minute to get it up. So if you're back, we can get started.
All right. All right. Consent of surety. This is 1414, right? And first thing is the contract number. Now, you know what? Contract number is, you have to put the court case number right there. Court case number. Hold on, let me find that. See, the problem is it won't let me cut and paste, man. It won't let me cut and paste, but I just told y'all what goes there, so don't trip. Court case number there. All right. Modification number. You're using a BC bond. Me, myself, he put that there. I prefer to leave that empty. Reason being is they may have their own internal modification number. And the date, you're going to put today's date. Name of principal. All you have to do is put Scott, comma, Joseph John. The creditor side of your straw man. Sign it. Then you go down to B, and it asks you the address of the principal. So you're going to put the county address of where the straw man was created, right? And it tells you to type the name in D. And then E, they ask you the title, principal. I'm going to put principal slash all right. Now, D, date this consent was executed, today's date, right? Number 5, you're not dealing with a corporate principal, so you're going to ignore that. Don't worry about the affixed seal. I'm going to show y'all that later. Now, to number 6. A, corporate individual surety's name, you're going to put Joseph John Scott. Person executing the consent, Scott Joseph John. Scott, so what is it? Type title, principal, slash, all right. E, we did principal, authorized person. F, today's date, right? Then don't worry about the seal. We're going to put that later. And that finishes the 1414. Now, this is right here. Let's say you're doing a house and you and your wife is on the house. She will put her information right here too. All right? Your information here in A, her information to be in B. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. When y'all using these and y'all using them for different things, you're gonna want to get a consultation so I can look over your paperwork and make sure you set it up right for your individual circumstance. And you also want to just make sure it's done right. You know what I mean? 2 heads is better than 1. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the next one, 1415. This fills out identically. That's the 1414. Y'all should be getting used to that. Like I said, modification number, I wouldn't put anything there. Why? Because of contract number is the case number, court case number. All right. All right. I can't get it. Okay, there it is. Court case number. Then, number 4, the surety, co-surety consents to the foregoing contract modification and agrees that their bond or bonds shall apply and extend to the contract as modified or amended. The principal and the surety further agree that on or after the execution of this consent, the penalty on the performance of the bond or bonds is increased by ... You're going to leave that blank. You don't know. And the penalty in payment bonds is increased by ... You don't know. You're going to leave it blank. However, the increase of the liability of each co-surety resulting from the consent shall not exceed the sums shown below. Right? So, boom. You go under 5, name of surety, Joseph John Scott. It's only one because it's a court case. You're going to leave those amounts blank in 6 and 7 because you don't know them. Then you're going to move on down to CA, individual principal. And you're going to put his name and his address. So the name is Joseph. No, it's the principal. So it's going to be Scott, comma, Joseph, John, and the address, just like that. Right? Then you're going to move on to B, and you sign. Then you're going to move to C, name and title, principal / authorized person. Then you're going to go to D and put today's date and then affix your seal. We're going to talk about that later. Now we go down to 9. You don't use 9 because you're not a corporation. You're an individual. So then you go to 10. And they're asking you, 10A, corporate individual surety's name and address. So you're going to put the surety's name, Joseph John Scott, and the address is the DTC, 55 Water Street, New York, New York. And it's going to be by, and then you're going to put Scott, comma, Joseph John, name, and then you go to C, type name and title. So you put principal / authorized person. They ask you the date. You're going to put today's date. Fix the seal. That's later. That's 14/15 done. All right? I hope y'all see, once you know how to fill out just one of the forms in the series, all the rest fills out the same. It's pretty easy. But I still want you to be in the habit of reading the form anyway to make sure. All right, so we're going off to the next one, 14/16. Now remember, these are meant to be used with the other ones, 28, 90, 91, 24, 25, 25A. And you'll find that in the first part of the GSA bonds. But don't worry, what's going to happen is we're going to put the first GSA bond webinar together with this one, and we're going to make it a bundle package. So from now on, that's the only way y'all going to be able to buy it. And we're going to change that up today. All right, so here we go. The 14/16 payment bond other than construction contracts. Date bond executed. So 9/25/2015, that's when he first got the case. That's the date he put there. Now I ask you the principal, legal name and business address. So you put Scott, comma, Joseph John, which is the creditor side of the straw man, and you put the address where the straw man was created, which is your county address. The actual county courthouse is the address of the straw man. Then it says type of organization, check off individual. State of incorporation, California, with the BC number right there, right? Then you go down to surety. Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, because it's asking for the business address too with the zip code. So that's Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 10041. Excuse me. Now they're asking you the penal sum of the bond. You don't know how much is on your goddamn case or what's on that birth certificate. So you leave that shit blank. Leave that shit blank. Then it goes down, they ask the contract date. That was the date you caught the charge. And then they ask you the contract number, and you put in the actual case number. All right? Read all of this. I'm not reading it, but you read it. Then you go down here, and they're asking you about the principal on the back page. Now, one thing I didn't say, this is what I'm going to say. This is the back page. This ain't number 2. This ain't page 2. It's the back. So when you do these bonds, you got to put them on bond paper, and you have to do it double-sided. Double-sided. All right? So this would be the front. This is going to be the back. That's the way you do it, okay? Now they're asking you about the principal on the back, and you're going to put the signature right there. You're going to put name and title. So it's Scott, comma, Joseph John. Principal. All right, there it is. Then you're going to put the same thing right there again. There you go. All right, now you go down to the next part, individual surety or sureties. The sureties, Joseph John Scott, and he's surety. / life. Lifetime. Put the same thing, number 2. You really don't have to, because when you put it right here and sign right there, and then put the seal, it's done. All right. So this is 1416. Now, 1418. Performance bond other than construction contracts. Date bond executed 9/25/2015. That's the date that he caught the charge, right? Principal, you got Scott, Joseph John, the address of the county courthouse where the straw man was created, type of organization, individual, state of incorporation, California, BC number right there, surety, Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. You don't know the amounts, so you leave those empty. Contract date, that's today's date. That's the date he executed it for you, is today's date. And court case number. All right. Now, put the same thing down here, principal. Remember, this is the front and this is the back. Got to put it on bond paper, regular size bond paper, and you put the front and the back. I know, even though you're not going to be writing nothing on the back, you still put the front and the back. Now, right here, it says principal, Scott, comma, Joseph John. It said name and title. So, there, but principal, and there it is. All right, now you go over to individual surety. Name is Joseph John, and is, hold on. Right here is not asking for title, so you don't even put no title. You just sign and put the seal, and that's it. It is done. That is the whole series for the federal GSA bonds right there. Let me open it up. See what's going on with y'all. Now, we ready for questions if y'all have any.
I got some questions.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. First of all, good webinar. And
thank you, brother.
I had a million questions at first, but not talking and letting you finish. Actually, you answered a lot of them, so that was a good lesson.
That's how it normally is. If you just let someone present it, it's probably gonna get answered before you do it. Now, there's one thing I gotta show y'all. Hold on, let me show y'all this seal, because niggas done lost their mind over that seal, son. Okay. Just give me a second. One second. This is how you get your seal done. And it's real simple. How the seal goes is just like this. Scott, comma, Jonah, John, DBA, Jonah, John. Now these words is going around in a circle around the seal. Now in the middle of the seal, you just put your birth date. 3-20-1971. All right? And that would be in the very center. That is your seal. So you go take that to Office Depot. That's where I got mine from, but I hear they don't do it no more, but they might. I don't know. Depends on where you live. That's what's in your seal, right? That simple thing right there. Now, also, right here where you got to put the seal, you got to go to Office Depot and get that gold seal. It's like a star, it looks like a sun. You put it on there, and then you take your seal and seal right over top of that gold seal. That is the proper way of doing it. All right. Now that I showed y'all the seal, what's your question, bro?
All right. My first one was when you were putting the like you said, U.S. District Court and the location. On the very first one that you did, I think it was Form 90, might have been one before. That one had a room number, and all the rest of them did not. Is that significant or insignificant?
It's not, like I said, it's the same address, but in that one was more specific because it had room to actually send it to a certain court. You know what I mean? The court, because inside the courthouse they have different room numbers, which they call suites. Yeah. So it'll get there anyway without you putting the suite number on, long as it got the proper information. But if you wanted to get there with no problems whatsoever, you put the suite number.
Got you. All right. My next one is on the birth date. Now, one thing I wanted to catch, you said birthday of the straw. Now we know usually, okay, say I'm born January 1st, but they create my birth certificate January 20th.
Certificate, the birth date that's on the birth certificate that says birthday.
Okay, cool. Overthinking it. All right, cool.
Yeah. I remember when I was breaking that down years ago.
Yep. Peace. But I like the way you broke down the names though and all that and repeating it, because when you were saying the straw.
Well, that's the most important part.
Yeah.
That's the most important part because the Scott, Jonah John is the actual creditor. The debtor is Jonah John Scott. And how do you know this to be true? Look at when they send you a credit card application. It says Scott, Jonah John. But then when you go get the credit card, then all the bills come in as Jonah John Scott.
Yep. So I caught that how you was doing that. So the straw man / debtor is always your all caps Jonah John Scott. And
don't think about all caps. It's all caps. Whether you're using the creditor side or the debtor side, it's all caps. It's all straw man. See, that's a patriot bullshit when they keep on telling y'all upper and lower.
Semantics.
Let me ask you a question. When I say your name, how do you know if it's uppercase or lowercase? You don't.
Got you.
It's the same. But if I'm addressing you by your last name first, that's a different name than your first, middle, last.
Got you.
You see what I'm saying? That's the truth. Yep. That's the truth of how it's done. Even on your UCC forms, it makes you do it that way. And no one peeps it.
I got you. I seen that. So because that cleared up a lot for me the way you did that with the straw man's always the name going forward. The creditor is always your last name, comma, first, middle, and then your spiritual, who's not in commerce, is always your Bay, El, Ali, what have you.
Exactly.
So you broke that was totally clear. Peace to that one. I noticed you did that in all caps too. Is that not relevant at all? All those forms?
Will be in all caps. Everything. Remember, I read one part to y'all, and the part I read was the 28, and it said it had to be what? A United States citizen. Your straw man is everything in the United States is all caps.
Okay. All right. My last one is on the contract date. Now, usually you have the day. Okay, say I got pulled over January 1st. Is it that day or the day I go to court is the contract date?
Okay. Now, if I would, ain't no fucking way I'm doing GSA bonds for no fucking ticket.
Right. I just mean hypothetically, like, is it the day you catch
I wouldn't answer that for no ticket because don't do it for no ticket.
Right.
You don't have time to do it for a ticket. It's too much fucking money to do for a ticket. And there's too many problems to do it for a ticket. And ticket, traffic court ain't no real court, man. Don't do it for a ticket.
Right, but
Only way you could do it for a ticket is if you got a DUI. But check it. If you got a DUI, they turn that into a case. They hand that over to the state.
so it's whatever day you're at court, the court day.
No, I didn't answer your question because I said I'm not going to answer that shit for no ticket.
Okay. All right.
Yo, Jonah, I got a question on the foreclosure, or on the house, discharging the house, not foreclosure, but discharging your house.
It is a foreclosure. Oh, you're saying you're trying to do it before the foreclosure started.
Yeah, well, both cases. You said if the two names is on the contract, do both people have to send their birth certificate in?
Yes.
So both of them got to do it exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
on
it.
the same form. They both on the same form.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right.
I yield on my questions, though. You can go to the next.
Everybody, you know what? I want to get someone in particular.
I have a question.
Who is that? Melissa Piccone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get.
Okay, thanks. Well, I have a couple of questions. So when we're signing his name, is that supposed to be signed up or lower? I mean, I know you keep saying all caps. So when I sign his name, am I actually just printing it?
When you're signing it, you can sign it whichever way you want to sign it because it has the word "by" by it.
Okay, so it's irrelevant if it's up or lower, if it's all caps.
It's really fucking irrelevant. I'm telling y'all, as long as y'all following the rules, all that patriot shit don't even apply. It doesn't even help us. We tried all that shit. It ain't never got us off. Never. Let's just do it the way they want it done. Simple.
Okay, and so then for that contract date, are we talking about the date he got arrested, the date he signed a plea?
Yes.
What is
The
his
date
arrest?
he got arrested is when the contract started.
Okay. And then do I really need a certified copy of his?
I'm not answering it for no traffic ticket because fuck that shit. It'll cost you more to send these GSA bonds out than to pay the fucking ticket. I'm not answering it.
Okay, and then for that signed copy of the indictment, if it's a sealed indictment, how am I getting it? Or I mean, a certified copy of the indictment, how am I getting that?
You would actually, first of all, you could get it through discovery, number one.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
First of all, you can get it through discovery. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, they gave him charging papers when they arrested him. He has to have them.
Or if
but they're not certified copies.
Convicted.
Don't worry. If they gave it to him, it is actually the indictment. It is actually it. Because if I remember correctly, it's a yellow form or a pink form. It's actually was one 3-part thing that they tore apart and gave you one.
Okay. I will try to get that. And that would qualify as a certified copy?
Normally that shit is sitting in jail with him. Or it's with his the stuff that he had on and stuff when he
Well, the indictment, no, because he didn't have to self-surrender for 6 months. So I have all the paperwork that we have, and I don't have a copy of that, but I can see if I can get something.
Yes, please.
When someone is doing GSA bonds for someone else and they have power of attorney, I noticed on one of those forms you sign in a place for that. You say who you are. Okay.
Yes. And that's part of the reasons why she definitely wants to go get the seal and all that. The seal can replace the signature.
Yeah, I have that. It's coming today, actually. I ordered it already.
Where'd you get yours from?
Rubberstamp.com.
Y'all hear that? Rubberstamps. Did you get the metal seal or a rubber one?
I got a professional, whatever it was. It was a professional seal.
It sounds like you got the metal one. You're supposed to be getting the metal one.
Yeah.
One with the embossing on it.
Yeah, the embossing one. That's
accurate. Yes, it is an embossing. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, when you said the name, I'm like, damn, did they just give her the rubber stamp one with the red ink or the black ink?
No. It's an embosser. It's an embosser.
Good, good. So say that website one more time for the people.
Yep, I see they're asking for it. Rubberstamp.com.
Rubberstamps.com, y'all. Rubberstamps.com.
And then the other thing I put that you didn't mention, Jonah, was under in the circle. I put the EST date, so I put established and the birth date.
Yes, right.
Okay.
That's correct. Established with your birth date. Yes.
Okay, I have one final question. We're referring to birth certificate and certificate of live birth, and I know those are actually two separate documents. Which one do we actually need?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They mix them together. A birth certificate is the same as a certificate of live birth. They don't even do that in most states no more. Give you two different.
Okay. Is that all I need, Akeem?
Unless you got more questions, I just want to make sure you got all your questions.
I ain't answering no more questions.
I'm a good kid. I think I'm okay. Are you going to provide copies of what you did fill out? I did take notes and screenshots. So I'm wondering if you're...
Let me see. I said it at the beginning. If y'all need copies...
I was tardy. I just found out.
Listen.
Yes, sir.
You're different from everybody else.
I apologize. I'm done asking questions. Carry on, gentlemen.
If y'all need a copy, y'all going to have to get a copy of the DVD. And then you got the copy of it. I'm not making a template. Why? I want you to listen and fill it out. When I give templates, people fuck it up more because they don't study it. They just fill it out. Half the time, they take the template and don't even take my information out.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, Jonah.
That's the lady.
I'm not letting y'all fuck up, man. Y'all gonna have to study. I'm not giving no template. Y'all gotta have to listen to the DVD and boom, do it as you listening, and it'll turn out better for you anyway.
I don't know why you feel slighted, Raheem. If you want to feel better, you might want to pay the fee this lady paid to even get us to help her. So I don't know if you want to.
LOL, man. He was just playing, y'all. He's just playing.
I just want to clear it up just in case anybody else is thinking that.
Listen, man. Let me say this. And I say this on every webinar. Black Panther is going to be out and come out on the 15th of this month. Right after that bullshit Valentine's Day, right? That we're forced to celebrate every damn year, which I don't. And she be looking at me like I'm crazy because she wants to brag to her friends what she got. They ain't getting shit from me. I don't celebrate that shit. Anyway, when you go there, you're going to watch the movie. You're going to enjoy the movie. They're not going to give you a goddamn DVD of that bitch when you're walking out. So don't expect us to do that. This is my movie theater. You got to watch the movie. If you want to watch it again, buy the DVD.
Hey, I think somebody's asking the same question you already answered.
I'm not answering it.
What about for a friend in jail? We just basically answered that through Melissa.
Right.
Yeah, but this guy's asking about how to get documents. Your mother, the person's mother, actually has all the rights and can gather all of those documents from the state.
Anything. Mama can get anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if daddy can, but mama can.
What if mama ain't alive? What happens then?
Yo.
I mean, go online and answer the questions right, and you can get one in the mail.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She gave it. There you go.
It is. It is.
Just saying. Go to, what is it, vitalstats.com and answer the qualifying questions right, and you can get one in the mail.
Somebody asked, can they use GSA bonds for more than one case? Of course you can.
Yes,
I don't know if that's
but you can't put all different cases on one GSA bond. You can't do that.
Okay. You can't do that. You got to do separate. Okay, got it. All right. I think you covered all the questions.
$100 bill. Can I take $100 bill and buy 5 different things for $100?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. You're gonna have to have a $100 bill for each $100 item.
Yeah, right. All right. I think that's all the questions.
I think
Where
TJ
are
wanted to know
these
where they're
sent?
sent to.
Not covered. Okay. See, now this is the thing. I told you this is part B, which means you got to go get part A, which is the regular GSA bonds. And I go thoroughly through who you send it to. But I'm going to answer it real quick. You send it to everyone involved. That means if the motherfucker in jail, the warden gets one, the judge in the court that he went through gets it, the clerk gets it, GSA gets it, GSA services, the boss, look that address up to see where to send it, they get it, and each one of these are original. You don't send no one no damn copies. And you need a copy for
So they got to do a separate GSA bond.
What I did was I did all my GSA bonds in color. So I only did one set. I did 5 different ones in color. Then I put the seal and embossed it, and they were all original.
When you said did it in color, you copied them in color.
I copied them in color, so they was all originals.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, also, what you have to do is everyone gets a copy of your birth certificate, certified birth certificate, but GSA gets the original. GSA services, the boss there gets the original birth certificate. You got to give that up. That's why you got to give them a certified birth certificate, not your authenticated birth certificate. No one gets that authenticated birth certificate.
Now, when they're making copies of that birth certificate, they making color copies, front and back?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they know the difference because when you make the copy on a birth certificate, it comes out as void.
Yeah. All right. That's all the questions. That'll be it for this webinar.
See, this is the dumb shit. This is the dumb shit. This what I'm talking about, how people don't listen. Rather, can I use one bond for 2 cases? I answered that shit. Damn, y'all don't listen. I don't know how y'all spend money and not listen to the most basic shit you need to know. I said I gave you an example of what you couldn't do too. Nigga, can you use $1 to buy $5 worth of shit? No. So each case, you got to use a different set of GSA bonds, a whole new set. Man, I'm going, man. I'm going. Peace.
All right, y'all. Peace. Thanks for joining the webinar. All right. Let me stop recording.
Hello again, everybody. This is TJ. We're going to start with a quick video. Well, actually, this is going to go into some detail, but I want to make sure that we get through it quickly, and I want you to watch this more than once so you get all the details. There's going to be a lot of detail in this video. Over the years, we've looked at different methodologies, researched other people's techniques, tried our own, had our members give us feedback on various things. And one thing we found is that there's a key thing that people need to understand to deal with their legal cases. You think your matter is about a child support case or a DUI or a mortgage or a criminal matter or something like that. The reality is it's all commerce and it's all business. And it's all about trusts. So today we're going to talk about expressing the trust, how that's essential. Once you understand that, and then we're going to show you a newer document we've come across, which we think could easily replace most of the status documents and things that are out there. This will be in your member area to obtain if you're a premium member of urlaw.org, or at least come in and be a free member and try us out, but then you'll probably want to become a premium member at urlaw.org. So I'm going to go through a lot of terminology, but I want you to get the concept of why everything is a trust when it comes to courts. And then how you can use that knowledge to settle the accounts rather than fight these cases. Okay, so here we go. Why equity and expressing the trust is essential to winning. Well, we have to look at some definitions as we go. So an infant is a decedent of estate until you declare otherwise. You see, the courts presume you're coming in as an infant because you brought an attorney, you need somebody else to represent you, you're not capable of managing your own affairs, plus you're not making your claim for the proper position in the court. You're coming in the entirely wrong position. And you'll see when you read this contract, those of you who are members will get to see the whole version. We're going to just glance over it a little bit here, but you're going to see how powerful this is. And it's indisputable once we present this to them. It forms a trust which makes them liable. I love running under my own contract rather than trying to fight theirs. So, according to the IRS manual 21.7.13.3.2.2, an infant is a decedent of an estate or grantor. Oh wait, you thought that was a baby. Owner or truster of a trust, guardianship, receivership, or custodianship that has yet to receive a Social Security number. Now let me ask you folks, is it your estate that has a Social Security number or do you have one? But regardless, the infant is the estate. That's what this is more or less saying. And, you know, if you don't believe that, just read on, and the more you study, you'll see that's how things are structured. You are the infant. You're being treated as the infant, and yet you're not making your proper claim to things. And we also know that there's this valuable Social Security account accumulating there for us. It's more than you can possibly imagine. But we can't just go in there and cash it in, and that's not our goal. We're just there to use it to settle our matters as we go through life. That's a basic concept that people are missing. That's all it is. In 1933, we went bankrupt. They took away all the money. But they had to give us remedy by holding everything in reserve effectively, putting these estates together. Yet we don't know how to operate it. And once you learn how to operate, you gain a great deal of commodity and commercial power. So, once the infant receives a Social Security number, the infant begins the journey as a federal government property. You bet you didn't know that. A federal employee / taxpayer. Some call it the straw man. You may have heard that term. With the father and the mother as fiduciaries to protect the state property via the newly created Cesti Que Vie trust estate for the infant. That birth certificate that was created an estate, and it's being held in trust. And it's identified by a stock certificate called the Certificate of Live Birth. Look at it. It's a stock certificate, folks. And that estate is subject to tax reporting and taxes and taxed on income based on the self-confession that it's income to the individual, and by getting you to self-report on a 1040 or 1040 form, which is a contract or affidavit, sworn to and correct and complete under the penalty of perjury. Folks, this is how you get tied into the system. But don't worry, it's just a contract. We just need to create a new trust to correct the position. Once the child attains age 18, she assumes the title of co-trustee and co-beneficiary. Now remember, a trustee in any relationship is liable. You go through life being liable, don't you? But you also forget to claim that you're a beneficiary. You need to learn how to do that, and you're about to learn that. So take good notes. So you got to claim that position as the father of the father, as described below. The father must claim the title of third-party intervener for the holder of the person occupying the office of the general executor of the infant's estate, or face consequences of abandonment in the administration of the estate. What that means is you got to step up and say, I understand what's going on here. I know how to run this, and I'm going to execute this thing myself. Okay? All you have to do is claim to be a beneficial owner to do that. That's all this really equates to. The courts and judges know this and rightfully step in as administrator under an undisclosed constructive trust for the minor child, who is basically you. Okay, you might have one who is your child, but then you're still a child even after age 18, which you're going to see here in a minute. Legally. If the father or mother are incompetent in the administration of the child's estate, or you as an adult act as a child, which we do all the time, minor, that's another term. Versus being of the age of majority, and a very important term to learn. That means you've learned how to step up and take your proper position, and by not stepping up and declaring the trust. Getting an attorney and entering a plea places you as being incompetent and thus a ward of the court, not a beneficiary, and certainly someone who is acting like a minor. These terms matter, ladies and gentlemen. So you abandoned your rightful position as a primary beneficial interest title holder. See, if you don't title to a car, I got something. If I don't have that, I got nothing. And the court grabs it from you as unclaimed, just like the abandonment of property at sea. Property is abandoned at sea. After a period of time, people can come in and claim it. That's what they get us to do when we walk into court. So it's called a court, folks. That's what's actually the transaction that's going on there. And you cross the docket. You're carrying the vessel of documents with numbers on them, and you dock it in the dock. That's what's going on. So this is what is really going on in court until you claim your title and then manage it accordingly. Okay, so via the parent's state-issued marriage license, the state-issued birth certificate for a new child, they have gifted and pledged and abandoned and orphaned that minor child and left them adrift on the sea of commerce. And the child's future, labor, and his estate belongs to the United States because they're taking care of him until he steps up and takes control. And until you do this, you can't go into court and do this until you've exercised this process, okay? Otherwise, you're just going to be treated as an orphaned minor child who is a ward of the state, okay? So the child, which is you, still acting as a minor who has not yet claimed her securities, becomes part of the collective res. The res is the property or the thing that's put into a trust to give it value. And that res is for the full faith and credit of the United States, which is a trust. And the joint and several labor, underwriter, undertaker surety for all the deaths. You're liable for everything. And they treat you like that, don't they? And even the acts of the United States. Its officers, officials, offices, agents, contractors, franchises, and corporations. So, if you don't know how to control this, their position is really being a beneficial interest title holder. Your position is being a beneficial title holder, being perceived as an abandonment, somebody who abandoned a title, you lose. So by voluntarily becoming surety to be bled out, I call it, for a case, simply by giving the name or responding to any legal matter in that all capital letter name, without properly claiming and expressing the trust and relationship. So when you fail to just stop what's going on and reply properly, you get hooked up in that. We'll show you several ways to do that. We've done that through the Word Power program. That's response by creating a trust and so on. And of course the new arbitration methods that are being rolled out there, that's another way to do it. So if you look at 31 CFR 363.3, it defines what a minor is, and I bet you didn't know this. You probably only thought about the first sentence. A minor means an individual under the age of 18. But in the legal world, the term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18. Also, this could happen after you're 18, in other words, but has not yet taken control of the securities contained in his or her minor account. Now, this has to do with your Social Security minor account. It's called a minor account not because you're under 18, it's because you haven't taken control of it. Okay? And now let's talk about the elements of a trust. A trust must have a trustee. That's somebody who manages it, controls it, on the behalf of another. That's what a trust is. Anytime you give a duty over to somebody, they're your babysitter, they become a trustee. You hand them responsibility to take care of the matters of another. Well, when you have a trust, you have to have a trustee. You have to have a beneficiary and somebody who granted the trust. So that might be you, the parents, granting the child over to the babysitter. That's a trust relationship. It's going on all the time. It goes on when you order food, and it goes on when you go into court. The same thing happens. And so the res is the property. And when you give up the name, they'll make a claim to your birth estate. And that's what they're trying to seize. And they put a bond on it. Okay? All this stuff is financial terms in court. So it has res, it has a trustee, and it has a beneficiary. So let's talk about what this term says. The term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18 but has not yet taken control of securities, that would be beneficial interests certificates, and contained in her minor account. That would be whatever res is in the account. And a minor account means an account that a custodian controls. That's a trustee, right? A custodian on behalf of a minor. A trust, anytime you give control over somebody on behalf of another, that's a trust relationship. So you as a minor are giving control over to somebody. This is referred to as a resulting trust. The definition of a resulting trust is a resulting trust, from the Latin resilere, meaning, I hope I pronounced that right, to jump back, is the creation of an implied trust by operation of law. In other words, just how you're acting implies the trust. That's all a trust is. People think it has to be the big official thing. So where property is transferred to someone who pays nothing for it and then is implied to have held the property for the benefit of another person. So when you walk into court, you give up the name without making a proper claim as to who you are as beneficiary. You're giving up all your property to them to bond, seize, and control, and they will do so and make themselves beneficiary because you failed to do so. That's all. It's the normal way it's done. But when you make your claim, they cannot disprove that you are the rightful beneficial party. That's a fact. It's impossible to change. It's just like gravity. You can't change it. So, this is going on every day in your life until you take control as one who is at the age of majority. Okay, age of majority means you're stepped up. You know what you're doing. You're putting the proper documentation and you're making the proper claim of your position when you go in there, as opposed to playing the role that they want you to play of defendant / strawman. I don't like that term strawman because it's kind of been abused, but it is the basic idea. So we can do this by expressing the trust before court, that is in writing, and then in court. We're about to show you a document where you can do that. 2, when we reply using our word power syntax response, which we've taught in our other classes, in the word power course, we create a new contract or trust, but we do it in a forensic, perfect contract method where we basically take apart their contract and then we put a dollar stamp on there, which, by the way, we can do on any of our documents, as consideration for the new contract. Now they're hearing our contract as opposed to our being under their contract. Okay? And then when we reply to the new common law arbitration contract method, we also form a trust. And again, that's a new technique which we have a special page for on the website for premium members. You'll have access to that at yourlaw.org. You can go in there and you can learn about this common law arbitration process that we've come across, and it's been kind of spread around, but we're trying to teach it from our own point of view. I mean, people like the way I teach that information, so it's there. And but what he is to form another contract, another trust. Same with word power, syntax, and all that. And then when we express the trust before court, we're creating yet another trust. We do trusts all the time, folks, but you've got to put yourself in the proper position or you'll lose control. And the courts know this. So everything is about a trust, implied or expressed. Contracts are the supreme thing in law. So let's get into this other document next, and then we'll look at how to express the trust in writing, and then do it as a thing you do in court as well. All right, so first of all, let's say that you've presented the document you're about to see, and I'm going to let you read the document yourself, but I'm going to cover some parts of it. But before you'd go in, this is what you have to be prepared to say to support your document. Never put a document in that you cannot back up and talk about openly and clearly in court. So you've got to understand this document very well before you actually walk in and start talking about it. A while back we talked about subrogation. And I think a lot of people kind of got it a little bit backwards, so I kind of revised the script a little bit because you have to explain what you're doing in a way that's not only logical to you, but logical to the other people you're explaining it to, right? So you can enter this document we're about to show you ahead of time, days ahead of time, a few days at least ahead of time, or as early as possible, whenever it works for you, but the earlier the better. And then you're going to go in and you're going to back it up with how you come into court. So you're coming into court, you walk across the bar, you say, in order to proceed, I require the court to recognize I am here in special appearance as the beneficial equitable title holder on matters involving the named trust in this matter. I also require this, by the named trust is the name that's on their document. It's their court case name. Okay. I also require this court to take notice of my bill of complaint in equity, and notice that I appear only in the capacity of one who is at the age of majority. We're letting him know we're not coming in as the minor entity estate. As such, I therefore direct you to fulfill your fiduciary duty to settle all accounts as trustee per the bill of complaint in equity I submitted, and recognize my right of subrogation in this matter. You recognize your right to come in and claim the position and switch roles. Now, if they try to stop you, you just say, well, I do not consent to proceed. Let me repeat myself. And you used to go right back to the beginning and say this 3 times if you have to. They will try to get you off track. They'll ignore you. They'll laugh. They'll do everything they can to not address this issue because this is a hot potato. All right? So, now if you know the document, you're going to feel more confident about what you said above here. You might revise this slightly, but I would go in with this scripted, really memorized, but have it scripted in case you get lost. Keep coming back to it. It's very important. You do not consent to proceed until they recognize your position as a special appearance as beneficial equitable title holder. Okay? So say it that way. So this would be almost a replacement for the previous subrogation video, because this goes to more direct, directly to the issue and explains what you're saying, as well as gives you the ability to express it in a trust. Remember, a trust happens by virtue of the roles you're playing in a given situation in life. And when you go to court, there's a relationship. There's the court is the public trustee. You're a beneficiary, but you don't identify yourself as such, so you take liability instead. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be the infant minor. That's the name. That's the all caps name is still there, the infant minor. But in this case, you're coming in as plaintiff now. This becomes a counter complaint versus the people of whoever, or the United States, or whoever it is that was originally coming against you in a case. Okay? And so, expressing the trust. This bill of a complaint in equity presented to void proceedings and jurisdiction. Isn't that what you want them to do? There you go. Introduction and background, and with a memorandum of law, that is a separate document. It's just going to be attached to this document when you download it. Comes now John Henry Doe. That would be your natural full uppercase, lowercase name, a natural living being of majority status, conducting the style condition of the principal and beneficial equitable title holder. That's more or less what you set up above. And not an infant minor, hereinafter complainant. As such, I am exercising as well as retaining and reserving all rights, natural, private, commercial, incorporeal, or otherwise, and does tender this claim and makes the claim that the tender was special deposited on the accounts receivables books of the court. You've just given us something of value, via the respondent's commercial filings and other deposits into the court's registry, who, by their own admission of the complaint showing or causing to show the existence of a qualified endorsement. So, there it is. This is how you're coming in. These are your terms and conditions under which you're going to proceed. The respondent has come to this matter related to a trust in the capacity that is unsustainable, and thus is perceived as standing in its unadulterated, non-immune capacity, and is liable for all damages incurred, assessments as well as penalties. On its face, it appears the respondents, by the way, this is the court or the United States or the attorney, whoever came against you, the attorney, intent and purpose was to take up the election to treat the within reference complaint as a draft rather than a promise to pay. When they present you an indictment or a suit or something like that, it's actually a draft. It's a bill. In fact, in federal court, it's a true bill. Okay? A complaint is a promise to pay. and a draft is an order to pay. The person holding the instrument can treat it as either. Okay, so that's what they gave you. You're about to give them one in exchange. The court converted the complaint to a draft in a form of currency conversion. There might be cause for one to raise or complain that they lack understanding, for such information is foreign to them, and it is at this time that such an individual documents lack the document's lack of knowledge for overseeing such a matter as specifically it deals in with express trusts of an estate of an infant, which invokes exclusive jurisdiction and not concurrent jurisdiction. Now you're taking over exclusive jurisdiction because it's clearly stated what you're doing. The court acts as an administrative venue as a result of the Administrative Acts and the Presidential Proclamation 2038, 2039, and 2040. Those are the emergency acts, okay, for which the Presidents of the United States have exercised emergency powers jurisdiction continuously from 1933 to present, according to the Senate Report on National Emergencies associated with the National Emergencies Act. To ensure this information was not ambiguous, nor it's foreign to the government, for the Senate of the United States has verified the aforementioned facts. Equity is the implied expression of a trust. Minor means an individual under the age of 18 years old. The term minor also is used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18 but has not yet taken control of the securities contained in his or her minor account. If you're coming in and saying that you're doing that, you're now taking control. Okay? They don't get to tap into your Social Security account through this court case. You control it. And you're no longer a minor when you do that. There it is. They imply these trusts. This has all the elements of a trust. Minor accounts means an account that a custodian controls on behalf of a minor. This is referred to as a resulting trust. The definition of a resulting trust is a resulting trust is the creation of an implied trust by operation of law. In other words, how they're acting implies the trust, where property is transferred to someone who pays nothing for it, and then it is implied to have held the property for the benefit of another person. When they create the case and they put that document in, that summons or that suit or the indictment, that's a draft value that they've deposited. And you're supposed to come in and do something with it. And we always do it wrong. So, jurisdiction and venue, the jurisdiction of proper other jurisdiction wherein the Constitution, whereby judicial power section authorizes such out of necessity. The judicial power shall be vested in one Supreme Court. And of course, that's all the courts together. And then these courts, as equity is everything and law is without equity, they must still render equity. There's plenty of evidence to support this. Therefore, this court has the power to decree inequity upon this express trust matter in camera chambers, that means privately without the public, and may enforce, that's why we call this a private action, and may enforce the Bill of Rights put forth in this bill, as expressed in the Constitution. Don't they pass bills? Don't they send you a true bill? We need to give them a bill in return to counterbalance their bill. We must remember, and shall be discussed briefly in a moment, but that an attorney who represents an individual who has not yet attained the age of majority, remember that doesn't have to be 18, that could also be an adult, is said to represent a ward of the court. An attorney holds an administrative position as an officer of the court, and as such the attorney becomes for the ward of an appointed guardian ad litem. Now, in proof that the trust exists and is for all necessities and purposes a resulting trust in that upon attaining majority, the securities, assets, properties of the infant becomes the rightful property of the beneficiary who has attained the age of majority. We're coming in and saying we are the beneficiary, or essentially the beneficial title holder, okay? You really can't say you own something, but you hold title to something, and they can't disprove it. Just by holding a birth certificate in your hand is all the proof you need. Seeing that this is the resulting trust by operational law and as a result of the principles of equity, and that it involves a minor and an infant and or properties of an infant, the property jurisdiction is that of equity. We can only talk about estates now, if that's what's going on, and that's what is going on. Who has and maintains a right to such inherent jurisdiction. See, this went from being some sort of weird criminal thing to an equity matter, just by your declaration. rule of law, whereby this cause being a complaint in exclusive equity jurisdiction, because it directly involves property, estate, securities of an infant minor, cites the rule of law as follows upon the Bill of Rights. So this gets into more and more. What this document does is it supports everything that you're claiming with law, citings, everything you need, and why the court has to take jurisdiction, because it's always been dealing with awards of the court. You're just letting them know what your new relationship is. Okay, courts of equity have general and inherent jurisdiction over the property of infants. Okay, you'll find this all comes right out of court rulings and the rules. Okay, jurisdiction can only be exercised when the court has acquired jurisdiction as to the particular infant minor subject matter. Okay, well, you're going to let them know what your relationship is and how you're going to proceed. You're not just running there and saying, you don't have jurisdiction because I said so. No, it's, I am here in this capacity and I'm here to settle this matter and direct you to do so. That's all. You're not there to fight. You're not there to plead. You're not there to argue. And it's the duty of the court to safeguard the infant's property rights with great care. And to be honest with you, they don't do it. They'll act as your parent, but then they don't see to it that you're benefited. They take from you and throw you in jail, right? Or take from you. Okay, so anyway, this goes into much more detail about jurisdiction and equity. So I want you to read this over very carefully. And the court cannot act in violation of an administrative, constitutional, or statutory limits on its power. And by the way, if you have a contract outside of this, like you do the word power response contract with consideration, or you do the arbitration contract with consideration, the court doesn't even have jurisdiction over that. They have to let it go with that jurisdiction that you put it into. Okay, but the bottom line is, if they're going to proceed, they have to hold your assets now in trust. And once they become trustee, and they do only by simply mere operation, and you're stating that you're not the trustee, you are the beneficiary, they have that duty. They already have responsibility over the public trust. Okay? If we didn't make this up, it's always been this way. Okay? Now, let's see. There's talks about other assets that they've maybe created, like, for example, taking fingerprints, forcing a plea, coercion, threats, anything that's gone on in the case is really forgery and really trying to put you into involuntary servitude. This document gets into that. And, of course, the Constitution prohibits that. Again, see, the reason we fall into this other stuff is because we volunteer for it and don't realize that we are. So the courts are conducting commercial business of the courts and must give or disclose to upon the party demanding the bookkeeping entries, both receivables and payables, with an affidavit and demand is hereby made for immediate production, or all evidentiary evidence is hearsay, is evidence into the court. The infant minor, having attained the age of majority, hereby challenges the bookkeeping and demands full accounting on other accounts receivables and accounts payables on all dividends, profits, rents, escrows, etc., resulting from the deposit of the trust estate of the ward beneficiary onto the court's accounts receivables and other intangibles. Now that, it doesn't matter whether it's a criminal case or a mortgage. This deposit happens by virtue of the documents that are put on that docket. Okay? And they're administering that estate. You're just claiming your proper position, and you're telling them you understand now how this kind of works, and no, you're not going to let them, you don't need them to administer it for you. You'll take care of that. Or you require them to do it in their fiduciary capacity. And believe me, one of the biggest laws you can break in this country is antitrust. And that's what this is all about. So you're like moving for relief. You want damages in equity. See, as equity must cause equity to be done, though the heavens fall, complainant is entitled to relief in the form of damages for the following reasons. Respondent has taken the private property of the complainant under extreme duress and threat of violence against complainant's life, property, liberties, without just compensation. They want to take your house, that's pretty violent. They want to put you in jail, that's pretty violent. Without the expressed or written consent of the complainant. You see, they get you to consent, though, don't they? Through signatures, through hiring an attorney, and those sort of things. Respondent had a duty to respond to all complaints and questions because of the legal special relationship of the parties, and by not responding to the respondent is in breach of trust. See, a trustee cannot just ignore the beneficiaries, because the infant estate and duty of care associated with, therewith and thereto is an express trust. Okay? So there's some verified memorandum of principles of law, points of authorities on express special relationship trusts. And by the way, if they try to turn you down, you're going to demand that they show you the authorities and express law that they're applying. That's also in here. Okay. So now I'm saying it's been placed on the record that I share the same similar name as the defendant, right? Isn't it kind of similar? In their case number. However, for clarification, I am not now acting in the capacity. So this is basically what you do if you've already started a case or at the beginning of the case. Either one, you've got to make the statement. However, for clarification, I'm not now acting in the capacity as the named defendant. I am the beneficiary and equitable title holder. And they can't rebut this, by the way, folks. They can't. So none of this information is foreign to the court. This matter must proceed in equity. You're splitting the jurisdiction. Failure and refusal to proceed at equity under the exclusive jurisdiction will constitute contempt of justice. Boy, if you bring this forth and they try to move forward, do you have an appeal? So this gets into a little bit more about the elements of a trust. I can kind of let you read this, but there has to be a settlor, a grantor, a trust, or somebody who created it and who generated it, who started it, okay? And of course, they created trusts by the New Deal. And then there's millions and millions of trusts within the trusts under these different acts that you see on screen. And there are special relationship agreements that you have with that trust organization, don't you? Through the amendments, the 13th Amendment, so forth. And rights must be identified. That's the second element. Third, there must be a beneficiary identified. Well, they're the beneficiary on their papers when they give it to you, until you identify yourself really as the principal beneficiary in conflict with their position, because your name is on there and they're using your name for profit. That's why you're claiming to be coming as a certificate holder. Just hold up the birth certificate. It's good enough. And you're claiming your property that's held in trust. They are supposed to be managing a trust for you. And they have all the assets there to settle that draft, that document, that financial document they created to come in after you. There must be shares. Of course, those are different kinds. There's different forms of those shares. A birth certificate is one. The trust must be workable. You know, they can work it, they can manage it. They must have an ending date. Can't last forever. Of course, when you die, it ends, right? So again, elements of the trust. We will go back to this again. Minor means an individual under the age of 18. The term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18, but has not yet taken control of securities. See, that's an adult that doesn't know how to do this yet. But now you do. And a minor means an account that a custodian on behalf of minor, that is linked to the custodian's primary account. There's a custodian, and they're holding on behalf of a minor, and they can't abuse the trust. So they have to administer it upon your request. Now you've identified who you are. The settlor is the federal government directly and through the state and local governments. They use the lowercase names and so forth. Through the various acts of Congress and through the Age of Majorities Act. By the way, you didn't think the Age of Majority is a real term? Go look it up, Age of Majority Act. The identity of equitable beneficial title holder is a minor, both unattained and attained. Okay? So in other words, they want to call you a minor? Fine. You're still making your claim. You are at least 18. And but you want to be treated as a person of majority who can tell them what to do. But even the minor who's of age 18 can tell the trustee what to do. They can't erase the fact that you are an equitable beneficial title holder because you hold the birth certificate and you generally day-to-day manage that. Now you're telling them as trustees to do their job. So, your rights are identified by the right to attain the age of majority, to gain control of the securities held in your minor account, and be free from minor disabilities. Minors' disabilities, okay? The trust is workable. Say, once you name this, they are required to start protecting the trust. They're supposed to be doing it anyway, but now that you identify yourself, now they have to follow your orders. Because you're like the stockholder in a corporation. You ultimately are the decision maker. Okay? But they have to do it for you. So this paragraph relates to the process by which, if you look at the Minnesota Rule 220, you'll find essentially this language. And it's in Minnesota where a lot of the birth estates are actually housed. So the Register of Titles is authorized to receive for registration of memorials upon any outstanding certificate of an official birth certificate pertaining to a registered owner named and said certificate of title showing the date of birth of said registered owner. Isn't that what your birth certificate does? Provided there is attached to it a certificate of an affidavit of an infant who states that he is familiar with the facts recited, stating that the party named and the said birth certificate is the same party as the one of the owners named in the said certificate of title, and that thereafter the registrar of titles shall treat registered owner as having obtained the age of majority as of the date of 18 years after birth shown on the said certificate. So, what it's saying is once you wake up and you know how to act accordingly, and you begin operating your life this way, and you simply make a claim, they're just simply you can write words just like you see on screen, and as an affidavit, attach the copy of the birth certificate, you now have that claim. Now, I can do that in court, I can do it wherever I have to, but if you want to do a separate document, that's fine too. But you're identifying yourself as having done this, and this whole document does that. The aforementioned is a general court rule, meaning that it applies in principle to all birth certificates attaining related matters. This gets into a power of attorney. We'll get into that separately, but basically there's a way that you can also do a power of attorney that they default on, and therefore appointing you with some powers to direct things even further. We'll get into that later. This matter does not involve statutory or constitutional provisions respecting a minor or an infant. This matter is exclusively and specifically involves an estate trust and the property of an infant minor under equitable law. We're not dealing with a statutory law, we're dealing with equitable, simple estate law. Okay? And once you bring this into this equity, which means basically estate law, things change. It's a whole different world. Okay, and there's a little bit more about the rules. And if they want to turn you down, the complainant states that this court in good conscience and in good reason shall aid the complainant in his prayer or show cause. That's an order you can give the court via facts and conclusions of equitable law why he or she is not entitled to just compensation and or other equitable relief, that means money, to which he is entitled as an equitable beneficial title holder. See, that's how you state it to him. Show facts and conclusions of law. It's just a simple motion. Okay? And we'll show you in a separate document, how you might bring this all into a separate court. But really, this by itself should put a stop to what's going on. Add to it the common law arbitration or the syntaxing evidence that you can put together, and this becomes even more powerful. But it's by itself is a standalone process. Okay? If you understand the language of this, understand these words, equitable relief, infant, minor, age of majority, this will make a lot of sense to you. And you can find on the internet the judicial interpretation of jurisdiction under Pomeroy, equity jurisprudence, if you want to learn more about that. We're not covering that today. A court of equity grants the relief of compensatory damages in connection with some other specific relief and other very particular circumstances. It decrees the payments of damages alone. Several kinds of equitable suits are wholly pecuniary in their relief, and those for contribution and exoneration. Again, see judicial interpretation of jurisdiction. So this gets into the maxims of equity a little bit. What's property? What's ownership? Again, I'll let you read through that. But bottom line is you just simply sign this. You file it with the clerk, directed to the judge directly, privately. That's really the best way to put this kind of thing in. And this is instead of getting into the case and arguing, you're really kind of creating a counter complaint, and you're forcing the court to go into equity. Okay? And you're not signing by your general name that you always use. You're signing as complainant and equitable beneficial title holder. Now, folks, you think, well, why can't I do this? Well, if you read the laws that we've given you, some of the examples in this, you'll see that it's more than doable. And there's a memorandum of law which you want to attach to this when you file it. I'm not going to read that tonight, But it is included as an exhibit here, okay? So you can go get the document off the premium member area. I think right now it's in the startup folder. It may go into a different folder having to do with bonds and trusts later. Just go look for the one that's called Express the Trust, and you'll get this document. But this goes into the memorandum of law supporting trust law and why they have to follow it. Okay? The reason they have to follow it is because it's inherent in everything, folks. It isn't an option. They set up a trust. You set up a trust when you order lunch. When you buy gas, you set up a trust. And when you go to court, you create a trust relationship there as well. And they are trying to take from that trust. And you can stop them by identifying yourself properly and moving accordingly. You just don't say, I want my right of subrogation, and cross my fingers. That's never been what that meant. So now you have a way to explain it, understand it, have some background, have a working understanding of it. Just know the basics, that there's a trust. There has to be a trustee and a grantor and a settlor or beneficiary, these basic titles. Once you understand that you are that beneficiary and always have been, and a beneficial title holder to this trust, to the birth estate trust, to the Social Security trust, and to whatever court matter they're using your name for, you're a beneficiary of it. Well, they can't ignore you then. They won't want to go there, but that's how you basically want to handle this, okay? It'll be sticky, but you have to stick to it, okay? There's no silver bullets, but it is powerful. And I think even in conjunction with, like I said, possibly doing a syntax reply into the case, the way we normally do it, that creates a trust. You're also a beneficiary of that trust. If you do a common law arbitration, well, again, now they are forced to recognize the articles and the laws of Congress, which they were formed under, that arbitration is supreme if there's a contract that requires arbitration. And we give them a contract that requires arbitration, and that contract forms a trust, which we are clearly the beneficiary of and the grantor of. And it puts them in the position, again, of trustee. So all these things we're doing puts them back in that position of trustee as the liable party and taking it off us. Do this as a business transaction, folks. It's not about fighting in court. So once you understand these basics, you'll get this. Don't get overwhelmed. Read this a few times. It makes perfect sense. Do not ask me a bunch of questions about this, that, and the other thing in it. I'm not the author of it necessarily. I'm just a teacher of it. Okay? But I get it. I totally get it. And it's really not that complicated when you really sit down and think about it. We'll get more into the other issues of arbitration and those other strategies and enforcement later. But if you got to go into court, get this script in your head. And, of course, delete all this. You want to put a stamp here, don't leave the word stamp on here, duh. Their case number, don't leave that on there. These are just reference notes for you. But and delete this whole script. Maybe put it somewhere else where you can memorize it. But, put their cause number, which is essentially their case number, okay? And file this thing into the case. And send a copy over to, the prosecutor or the attorney that's suing you if it's a suit. Or if it's a bank in foreclosure, send it to them. Send it to their attorney that's been sending you stuff. Okay? All right? Get this in the case. That's the key. Stand on it in your next appearance. You say, well, I'm not here to do all that other gobbledygook, but I'm here before I can proceed and require the court to recognize I'm here by special appearance as the beneficial equitable title holder on matters involving the named trust. And that would be your name, right? And the case. I also require this court to take notice of my bill and complaint of equity, this document here, and you hold it a copy up if you have to. They'll try to ignore it. Always have an extra copy. And notice that I appear only in the capacity of one who is at the age of majority. As such, I therefore direct you to fulfill your fiduciary duty to settle all counts as trustee per the bill of complaint and equity, per this directive. You've already given them. I submitted and recognize my right of subrogation in this matter. That's just simply saying I have a right to come in here and take my position. Okay? I don't think it's that hard. Fill it out, put it in, memorize as much of it as you can, know it well, understand the argument. They're going to get you off. They're going to try to confuse you. Say, I do not consent to proceed until we get back to this main issue first. That's my capacity that I'm here in, sir. And it's not being disrespectful, and with all due respect, you don't argue with them. You're there to settle it. So do it, folks. I think you can. That's it for this video. We'll catch you next time.
Peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling? If you're new to me, make sure to text private life to 702-200-4900. 702-200-4900. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kalam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. We're going over some great information today. Great grant. Because I'm not just bringing I'm not just creating content just to create content. I'm coming back by popular demand and going over things that the people want. So I need you to understand if you need to go over something one-on-one in the private, you need to book a consultation. You can book consultations by texting private life to 702-200-4900. Again, you can text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm getting the text messages as we speak right now, and someone will get to you as soon as humanly possible. Someone will respond to those messages, okay? We'll send you a link and we'll show you how you can book a consultation. You'll be able to join our online school. You'll be able to join our online school at skool.com/Don Kalam. That's school.com/Don Kalam. skool.com/DONKILAM. And now, if you're already part of a member of the school, you will get access to this video with screen share that I'm going over right now. It will be posted in the private school. So today, we're going over securitization and Social Security trust. And by all means, we have to go over these things because this is backed by popular demand. I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. I do this for educational, informational purposes only, but I do got law degrees now. I do have law degrees, multiples. I am a doctor. Just thought I'd throw that out there. It's your boy, Dr. Don Kalam, in the motherfucking building. Now, the Social Security Trust, everybody is like, it was mind blowing. I was just sitting down with one of my students, longtime student. I don't know. He's listening to some other internet guru, okay? You only need to be listening to one guru at a time. Who is changing your life? Who is making bands? You know what I mean? Bands will make her dance. You understand? Bands will make her dance. So who is adding prosperity to your life? Who is putting those Federal Reserve notes in your life? So that's the information I'm going to follow. Quit listening to broke people. Quit listening to broke people. Get that weight up. Get that credit up. Get that weight up. That's play money. Get that 20 bands right there. Get it up. 20 bands. And I can throw these at you all day. Get in where you fit in. You understand? I feel like even I'm making 15,000, 20,000 a day easy in my sleep. And I need y'all to understand this. You're still poor. You're still poor. Having 20 million is a new millionaire. You understand? 20, 25 million. That's the new millionaire. Cost of living is going up and it's only going to get worse. And I'm telling y'all right now, that's why y'all got to understand what is going down. So say we make 15,000 a day, every day for a year. That's only $5.5 million. That's not a lot of money. You're still poor. Right now, today's standard, It used to be 10 million or less you was poor. Now it's more like 15 to 20 million. You have to be worth at least 10 million to 10 to 15 million to even go liquid. Appreciate people doing the gifts on the TikTok. But you have to even be able to go liquid $1 million, you have to be in the 10 to 15 million dollar range. I'm not saying here, I don't want this to scare you. I don't want you to be like, man, I'll never make it. Listen, I was homeless in these streets. Everything is a game. Life is a game. What was your ancestors doing, player? Hey, pimping, you not pimping? They pimping you. That's why I made the book, United States of Pimping. They is pimping you. They're getting paid off for you. And if you can grasp what I'm giving you tonight, Lord have mercy. The Lord will change your life. Tell your higher power, whoever you believe in. Source goes by many names. That's my beliefs. Whoever you believe in, tell Source, bring Source down with you right now. I need Source to come down with you right now. I need your higher power with you right now to understand what's going down. Okay? You need to overstand and understand what the is going down with your essence. I say your essence because your essence is the value, not you, motherfucker, because you ain't out here doing shit with your essence. They pimping your essence. Them white folks is pimping your essence. Niggas too. Excuse my language, TikTok, because I know y'all ban me and shit. But look, listen, white folks, black folks, Indians, Chinese, Japanese, all alike. They made you white or they made you black. You no longer have a nationality, and now they pimping you in the system. You understand? The Social Security trust isn't the asset. The Social Security is a trust, but it isn't the asset. Your labor is the asset. You're claiming your labor. Time is money, pimp pimp. Come on, man. Time is money. Time is money. That's why you need to holler at your boy and drop some bands. Because your mama didn't teach you the right shit. Your daddy didn't teach you the right shit. But here's Don Kilam in the public teaching your ass something. Some news you can lose because you can't lose with the shit I use. You understand me? Go to the school right now. You can drop at least $50. It's $50 a month. You can sign up for the first month. You can at least give me $50 now because I'm about to drop this game. School.com/Don Kilam. SKOOL.com/Don Kilam. DONKILAM. And if you're feeling real giving, sign up for the year. It's $500 for the whole year. Book a consultation. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you a discount on the consultation. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. They say money not real, but your mom is still slobbing on that knob for it. You understand? Y'all can say this ain't real. You can say this ain't real all you want. But I bet your baby mama jumps on the D train. Huh? I bet your baby mama jump on the D train for this motherfucker. I bet your baby mama jumped ship because you ain't buying her nothing. You out there chasing the birth certificate. Ain't creating nothing. They created the birth certificate. That's not your art. Think about it as art. If you're trying to claim something that you didn't create, that's copyright infringement. Write that down again. Them's not your signs. Them's not your symbols. You don't control what you create. Can I get a 100? Can I get a fire emoji? If you agree with this. You understand? The Social Security trust is not the asset. It's labor that you're here to claim. You're here to claim labor. This is why you need to learn the game. Now, it is true the government is in debt. So everything is operating as these instruments. Debt instruments, negotiable instruments, contract law. The Social Security Trust Fund owns the significant portion of the United States national debt. In addition to agencies like the Social Security Trust Fund, various other entities, including foreign governments, domestic investors, and the Federal Reserve hold substantial amounts of this debt. So the Federal Reserve do hold some substantial amounts of the debt. Understanding the distribution of the debt ownership can provide insight into economic stability, interest rates, and the fiscal policy, all of which influence your personal finances. So yes, there's a public debt. And this is tied directly to the Social Security account. It's a debt discharging mechanism, okay? When you break down the Social Security Act. And a lot of people are not doing this. And these are public documents. These are public policies. This is a public trust that's governing the Social Security. So you cannot put it under a Schedule A of a private trust. I just want to throw that out there. You cannot put government documents that you have no control over because you're not part of that administration. And I'm going to get there. Because if you understood trustee training, if you understand true trusteeship, you would understand what's going on. You would understand what a president is, which is the head of a corporation. You'll understand what a governor is, ones who are directors of a public trust. It's called the Board of Governors. I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. But let's touch on this right now. Understanding that the Cesti Que Vie Trust, the Cesti Que Vie Act of 1666 is what created this in England. It started way before that, but let's talk about the 1666. This is not something that Don Kilam is making up. We can just Google this. Let me see if it pops up. 1666, Cesti Que Vie Trust. It's right there. An act for redress of inconveniences by one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. This is legislation.gov/.uk. This is from the United Kingdom. United States was, what year was the United States Corporation established? You heard the key word that I said, United States Corporation. What they say, 1776? (1776), July 4th. So, just 110 years before that, when they're still under England, you got the Cesti Que Vie Act. An act for redress of inconveniences by the one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. Now, this is not something I made up, okay? Because they say this is delusional, conspiracy theories, all of this. I'm coming straight to the facts right here. We're at the legislation of the United Kingdom on their website, an actual government website, talking about the estates. All right. You have to learn trust law to really truly understand what's going on. But I'm bringing it to you. I'm showing you what's going on. You're the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary. I'm saying it again. Beneficiary. 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 You're not a trustee. And even if you're acting as trustee in the public, because you're a public servant, you're a public, when you got your ID, you're using the social, you're using the birth certificate, that does put you in the public, okay? And that's making you commingle funds as the trustee and the beneficiary, but this is only for beneficiary use only. The government is the trustees of this trust. You can only accept the gifts of this trust or estate. You can only be the beneficiary. It's only for beneficial use only. What is a beneficiary? It's an individual designated to receive the belongings or assets of another person after that person's death. Beneficiaries often receive these benefits as an inheritance. So you're using you're using it for the public good. If you got utilities on, your children go to public education, you go to school, you're using benefits. You've been to jail. You're using benefits of the public trust because that's what feeds you. That's what pays for the housing. That's what pays for the electricity. If you got a car on credit, if you got a mortgage, you use this. You are benefiting from it, so you can't claim nothing from it. Hope that makes sense. I'm gonna stop right now. Before I move forward, give me a 100, give me a fire emoji. If you understand that the Social Security Trust is a beneficiary trust only, Cesti Que Vie use. It's called the Cesti Que Vie Trust. Go look up what Cesti Que Vie means. A lot of people are not even looking up and seeing what any of this means. I got the fire emojis. Yes. Drop me a few 100s. Understand, not understand. Thank you. All right. I got a heart fire. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's the 100s. I just like to see him. He dropped a bunch of them too. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm glad y'all are understanding this. I just think you're amazing. What'd you say? I'm glad I finally found you again. Holla at your boy, Katie. Holla at your boy. I'm trying to find you again too. It's your boy, Doc. Come on. It's your boy, Doc. Come on. It's for you, Katie. I had to blow Katie a kiss. Now, don't tell your man, all right? I got security. I'm not no fighter. I have my guard pop his ass. Now, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's peace and love. It's peace and love. So if you understand what probate is, that's a legal process that occurs when a person dies and involves a validation and administration of the will. That's what happens every time you go to court because you're not acting as in a private process. When you understand probate, estate planning, having a private trust, having a private will bypass probate every time. All right. Probate is a general administration of deceased person's will, the estate of the deceased person without a will. You have no rights because you got the birth certificate, the social security number, and the driver's license. Okay. Understand that the United States is a federal corporation under 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 15A. United States means a federal corporation. So when you understand this, you will understand who the president is. The president is the head of the United States corporation. All right. Now, they have a trust with your assets, right? Because you, as a United States citizen, under 15 USC 4724E1, again, 15 USC 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or of any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States, or a foreign corporation, partnership, or other association more than 95% of which is owned by persons, described in subparagraphs A and B. So listen, term number 1, subsection A, is what I really want to focus on here, okay? United States business. The term United States business means a United States citizen. So when you're a United States citizen, you're a United States business. When you get the Social Security number, so when you get to the birth certificate, that's United States business. All right. Now you're a United States citizen, and that's United States business. Now, for the Social Security number, you have to read the Social Security Act. Now you're pledging your labor. You're pledging your labor now. I'm saying it again, you're pledging your labor. You will be taxed. You are not a trustee. Look up what the definition of trustee is. An individual, person, or member of a board given control or powers of administration of property and trust with the legal obligation to administer it solely for the purpose specified. So I'm going to tell you right now, when you have a title for a car, that's the same thing as a birth certificate, except the title's for the car and the birth certificate's for you. So the birth certificate is the title for you. You're the car. And I want y'all to understand this. You can drive this motherfucking car, but you don't own this motherfucking car no more. If you don't pay taxes, they can come take it. So they can come take you. You're United States property. You understand? Just like if you don't pay taxes, they come take that car, right? So the birth certificate and the title, don't they look very similar? Come on, man. Look me in my eyes so y'all know I'm not playing. Listen, I need you to ask your higher power to come down so you can get understanding. You've been watching too much motherfucking Pornhub. You need to go wash your hands real quick. That's what you need to do. Take 5 seconds real quick and go rinse your hands off. Put some hand sanitizer on them. You've been beating your meat all day. That's why you don't understand this. You need to be learning on your phone and still playing with yourself because you're just playing with yourself. You understand? Keep playing with yourself. You're gonna be playing with yourself and your family. It's no time to be beating your meat. If you broke, you shouldn't even be coming. You understand? My baby said money made me come. I get them high class. Ooh, 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 ooh. Cost money. Y'all talking about Federal Reserve notes? Bands will make her dance. You hear me? Bands will make her dance. You can get the top-notch coochie all you want that know all the secrets. You understand? Go wash your motherfucking hands. Take a 30-day break. Take a 30-day break. Okay, some of y'all are just some freak nasties. Take a 3-day break and see how you feel. Recharge. Get out your lower chakra. Learn this shit. You understand? Learn this shit. The Social Security trust is in the bankrupt system. The U.S. is incompetent and it's bankrupt. And you keep giving your labor to them. You keep volunteering information on their applications, which drawn from this public trust. And you keep saying the government owes you something. The government's giving you what is due to you because you didn't read the public codes and statutes. You're not reading the Social Security Trust. You're not reading the Social Security Act. You don't understand that this is a general welfare trust. You're not understanding the difference between public versus private. The public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Let me validate these claims for my class real quick with the screen share, because I'm going to give them the definitions every time. Because I want you to know these are not Don Kalam's definitions. I just put in the work and I put in the study. The public sector, when you hear public defender, public housing, public assistance, that means government, right? Don't they work for the government? So I need you to understand, anytime you hear the word public, including public trust, that's the government. He says, where do I learn more? I usually kick you out my motherfucking live when y'all ask me questions. Ask Google. Ask your mama. You should have learned from your mama. You should have learned from your daddy. But you're not part of an informed family. You're part of a public family. So don't expect motherfuckers to be giving you handouts, because that's what you're used to. That's what y'all used to, free lunch. That means you benefited from the social trust because you're used to free lunches. My family went and hunted. My family went and got theirs. My family went and ate. You understand? But if you want to learn more, go to school.com/Don Kalam. That's SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. And there you'll see DK's private business circle. That is the official spot for Don Kalam's private school. You understand? Or you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. All right, now back to class. Yes, back to class, because y'all don't understand the roles of trustees. A trustee is a person or firm, it can be a business, that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party, the beneficiary. The beneficiary. A person or firm that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party. A trustee can do everything a person can do besides vote. Trustees are protected in the private, not in the public. Now, for the Social Security Trust, the public officials are the trustees. You can only be the beneficiary because it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust. Everybody knows that it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust because that's what everybody comes to Don Kalam states. But not everybody comes in Don Kalam states that they don't understand the beneficiary use. The only person that can issue beneficiary certificates, beneficiary trust certificates, is a trustee. And that would be the government, public officials, all right? If you try to issue things, that's commingling. That is illegal. Anytime you touch this, it's a discharging mechanism. At the end of the day, this is used to raise debt equity. It's used to raise debt. Truthfully. It's used to create securities on behalf of the Social Security Administration and nothing else. Board of Trustees can issue securities and shares. I'm going to say this again. This is the law. Huh. How do you even know what a security is if it didn't have a law attached to it to explain what a security is? A security didn't just get created out of thin air. Y'all sit here trying to create securities, and when you're creating securities in the public, there's laws governing these things. And only boards of trustees can issue securities and shares. In the public, it has to go through things, a whole process. You need to sit down with security agents or some attorneys. As a beneficiary, you can never do this. In the public or the private. Sitting on both sides is commingling with the public trust. Simple as that. You've already claimed this as a beneficiary. You've already used it as beneficiary use. You're working a job. You're getting benefits. Don't you get benefits with your job? But a lot of people don't understand this. See, in the private, we don't fucking pull no motherfucking, no benefits. We contract. Trustees raise. Trustees grow the trust. It's the trustee's job to grow the trust. In the public, it's a debt instrument. Just throwing it out there. A debt discharging instrument. And it adds to the public debt. That's what they're doing with it. So, understand, with the Social Security number, you can only be the beneficiary with no control. You don't control how much you're taxed, and you don't control how much you'll be paid out upon retirement, so you're never the trustee. How do I know you're not the trustee? Because you're waiting on a handout. Beneficiaries wait on money, which is always taxed. You're going to work and wait on money, which is always taxed. What do trustees do? They raise money. A security. When you talk about security, a security is used to raise money to pay off debt. Trustees raise money for the trust. They grow the trust. Beneficiaries wait on money and they wait on handouts. We do not operate as beneficiaries. We operate as trustees, private trustees at that. Drop a 100 fire emoji right now if this stuff is making sense. If it's not, I need you to log off because I explain that simple as can be. You're still waiting on handouts. You think somebody owes you something. Nobody owes you nothing. The government owes me something. The government is private families. You don't want to be a private family. You owe it to yourself to become private and pay yourself out. You owe it to yourself to create your own government, which is a private tribe, a private church, a private family. A tribal government is an independent nation that operates separately from the state or federal government. All right, there's one definition. Is the Vatican a government? Vatican City, government. Politics of Vatican City. Is the Mormons a government? They definitely have board members. World government, Mormonism. The world government would be known as the kingdom of God on earth. It was taught that this kingdom would rule over the people of the earth. That's their government. Mormonism, world government. Does the Amish have a government? There is no central Amish governing authority. Each Amish community makes its own decisions, and what is acceptable in one community may be unacceptable in another. Are there Private countries? Are there private, let's say, countries in America? Republic of Malaysia, micronations. That's what they're called. Micronations in America. Look these things up, man. And they still have to protect you. But y'all want to stay here and keep playing with this Social Security number because you think somebody owes you something. There's something for nothing mentality because you don't want to get off your ass and grind and go be a creator. You can only control what you create. Plenty micronations. Officially, the Republic of Malaysia is the North American micronation landlocked within the city of Dayton, Nevada. It's inside Nevada. There's private islands in America. There's parts of Hawaii you can't even go to, owned by private families. Well, Sunset Keys, private island, Sycamore Island, Jonathan Island, P Island, Sea Island, Coco Cay, Kingston Island, Pumpkin Key. Should I continue? Should I go on? The Republic Island, the House Island, private islands of the United States. Go Google these things. And the United States will protect you. You're trading with the enemy with this social. Y'all playing with yourself. Quit playing with yourself on Pornhub all day. What you think's gonna happen in the real world? Listen, what's done in the dark comes out the light. I know what you're doing in life. You're playing with yourself. Because I'm looking at you. I'm looking at your life. Look how far you can take them. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. That's how far you can take the next motherfucker. So don't ask me shit. You better drop a donation. That's what you better do. You get hop on the horn and book that consultation so motherfuckers can get your mind right. Quit playing with yourself. Your mother, and before you even hit them, dial them numbers, matter of fact, just tell Siri to call me. Tell Siri to send a donation. Because I don't even want your dirty ass hands, that energy even invoking in me. Straight up. You sitting there jacking off to her, I'll pay her. Come on, baby. I touch myself in person, baby. I need a freak show. What's good? Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900 and quit playing with yourself. You're playing with yourself out here. Waiting on the Social Security handouts. Private families create the government. You're not no goddamn private family. You got a public education mindset. In order to get to the private life, you have to invest. Get around the people that's living the life, or you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to reformat your brain, erase everything you thought you knew, and start from ground zero. Board of Governors. A board of governors is a group of people appointed to oversee the management of an institution. The U.S. Postal Offices, the World Banks, FINRA. FINRA, that's who governs accounts. The Financial Industrial Regulatory Authority, an independent non-government organization that writes and enforces the rules governing registered brokers and broker-dealer firms. Board of Governors. When you're dealing with securities, you're dealing with the Board of Governors. When you're dealing with trust, you're dealing with the Board of Trustees. And they're similar, very similar. A Board of Trustees is an appointed or elected group of individuals that has overall responsibility for the management of an organization. The Board of Trustees is typically the governing body of an organization and seeks to ensure the best interest of the stakeholders in all types of management decisions. So when you understand this as the Board of Trustees, the best interest of the stakeholders in the public trust is the government. They created it, legislation. So anytime you're dealing with the Social Security number, it's for the best interest of the stakeholders, not you. You're not management. Now, shareholders. A shareholder is a person, company, or institution that owns at least one share of a company's stock. Now, you are a shareholder in this trust, but you get no rights. Only rights you get are voting rights. And they even get to choose the people that you get to vote for. So think about it. That's how it works. Shareholders get voting rights. Let me show y'all that. Voting rights definition. Shareholder voting rights gives you the power to elect directors at annual or special meetings and make your views known to company management and directors. So think about it. You get to vote every 2 to 4 years. That's your share because you're a shareholder or a stockholder. The right of a shareholder to vote on certain corporate actions. That's a right of being a stockholder. Those are the type of rights that are given to you. All right. Now, as a stockholder, your rights are given to you because you took the birth certificate. So if you was under, like I showed y'all, the Amish, they have their own laws. If you was under the Mormons, they have their own laws. You're under tribal doctrines. You're under your own laws. You're under a certain church. You're under the Vatican. Yeah, drop a 100 if this makes sense, because I just dropped game. Spin around on y'all. Ain't nobody giving this game like Don Kalam. Text private life to 702-200-4900. Book that consultation today or go to the school, skool.com/Don Kalam, DK's private business circle. Yes, 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 we got the fire emojis. We got the 100s. I love y'all for real, but I'm tired of coming to the public. I'm tired of screaming at y'all because it just won't get through. Because y'all keep playing with yourself. Y'all keep playing with yourself. Nasty little boys, you're too grown for that shit now. Go get some money and go get that. Go get your 8 or 9 girls. You understand? You hear me? No diddy. No diddy or diddy. No diddy or diddy. Know some freaky things since I got money. I want all my board of governors naked, and I want it all women. Yeah, a couple light-skinned ones, a couple chocolate ones, a couple chunky ones. What is securitization? Do y'all know? It's to raise money. They create securities to raise money. Securitization is the financial alchemy, so it is magic, of taking not easily or non-tradable assets, pulling them together and selling tradable shares in that pool to investors. So they're raising money for investors. They're taking debt and raising money for investors. When you hear about the public is always debt. Does that make sense to everybody? So securitization pools are groups of debt into portfolios. Mortgages are securities, alternative securities. See, when you're using the Social Security Trust or you're claiming anything dealing with the Social Security Trust, you're placing everything to attach to that in the public. When you get a car, it's under Social Security Trust, you cannot hand that down to the next generation. The Social Security Trust dies with you. A private family trust is going to be handed off to generation after generation. A trust can hold contracts. A trust can hold assets and it can hold contracts. It can hold money. It can hold notes. But understand that as a trustee, you're managing assets, unless you're just an asset manager and that's your job. The United States manage your assets. Asset management is the practice of investing money on behalf of clients. Asset managers work to increase wealth over time. Asset managers create portfolios. Financial services such as BlackRock or Fidelity. Fidelity manage assets. Asset managers grow the wealth over time. That's asset management. Again, the public sector is part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The private sector is part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. So a tribal government is not under the United States if the government is created correctly. You know what I mean? Same way with private trusts, private families, private churches. They sell out when they get the 501c3s, the nonprofit organizations. Really, that's all I got for y'all today. Private family trust. That's what it's about. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. You understand? Quit playing with yourself. You need to learn how to create your private family, your private family trust, your private family memberships, your private family church, your private family tribe, whatever makes sense to you. Some of them call them the General Assembly. They create their private General Assemblies. And this is the game I had to bring to y'all because y'all keep coming with this nothing for something mentality, and y'all have to stop that. It's your boy Don Kilam. It's always faith over fear. Always faith over fear. Quit coming in this game with the something for nothing mentality. That's what's getting a lot of people in trouble. You gotta learn how to maneuver correctly, especially right now that they're deporting people. If you're saying you're not part of a certain class, but I'm gonna tell you, as long as you claim that you're American, you're straight. The slogan right now is "Make America Great Again." So you need to learn how to at least claim yourself as an American national. Being an American, you're protected under a lot of different things. The code that I utilize right now, if I have to use a code in this system, is gonna be when I claim foreign, because I am a foreign national. I have proper documentation. If you're part of the school, you'll see that I do have IDs and credentials in a different country. And it's awfully legal, and I can show you how to get it too. 8 USC 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States. A person born in the outlying possession of the United States on or after the date of formal acquisition. You know, I was born near the United States. You know, that's how you gotta do it. And then some people use 18 USC 1401. I use 1408 though. And that declares nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. So just showing you, hey, I can claim national. The term national means a person owing allegiance to a state. That's 8 USC 1101, A21. And I like this definition. I'm going to say it again. 8 USC 1101, A21. 8 USC 1101, A21. The term national means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. The reason why I like this definition is because this is what I teach every day. You're giving up your rights as soon as you say you're a U.S. citizen. National is one of their terms. It is in their codes and statutes, so it's not nothing we're making up. So if you're in Hawaii, you're Hawaiian. If you're from Texas, you're a Texan. If you're from Alaska, you're Alaskan. If you're from California, you're a Californian. Californian. If you're from New York, you're a New Yorker. If you're from Missouri, you're Missourian. Illinoisian from Illinois. Illinoisian. Hope this makes sense. You can look this up. It's in my school. I break this down. Every state is considered its own country. You have to understand that America is a continent and the United States is a corporation. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. They are what we commonly call countries. America is a continent, and the states are its countries. Like say we go to Africa. Kenya is a country. Sierra Leone is a country. And a lot of people are not putting this shit together in their mind. They just let it bypass them so their rights can get taken away. So they don't owe no permanent allegiance as a nationality. Your rights have been given up. They have been stripped away because you think you're a U.S. citizen. United States is a federal corporation. America is a continent. Your country is your state. Drop a 100, drop a fire emoji. Let me know that that clicked for everybody. And now that it's clicked, make sure you go to the school and support your boy for dropping all this motherfucking game. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Or click the link in my bio, school.com/Don Kalam. SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. If you need it sent to you, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Nobody's breaking the game like Don Kalam. Nobody's breaking it down. You see, I don't even need nothing. I can spit it from the dome because it's right here. It's right here. It's in you or it's not. You're either in the world or you're other world. You understand? I'm outside of all that shit, man. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kalam, also known as Malik Kalam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. You know, we got a few penthouses around the way, living that motherfucking private life. Showing y'all what the fuck it is. You hear me? All day, every day. That's how we motherfucking live it. Penthouse suites. Well, peace and love. Yes, peace and love. We got a little Airbnb business going. It's going great. But peace and love. We're going over GSA bonds today. I'm not a licensed attorney tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. And sometimes it can be quite entertaining. I'm doing this. I had a few students, and they're just not understanding everything that's going on. All right. Well, peace and love, peace and love. I'm gonna drop the game. If you want to get access to this, you can go to this online school, my online private school at SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. That's DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kalam. Let me know where you tapped in, tuned in at. I'm if you go to the classroom, I'm gonna show everybody that's actually gonna be in my classroom. You just go to the community and look at the tabs classroom, and it says masters and bonds, from GSA bonds to court affidavits. I have a book that will be released within the next week that will be uploaded to the templates as well, the ebook. But we do have the finished templates, and I have the individual templates for everybody as well. Individual templates, so you can go in there and deal with them yourself. But we're going over the templates today. So you just go to the classroom, go to the masters and bonds, court case affirmations. Court case affidavits. Let's say affirmations. Court case I don't even know what it's called because court case affidavits in GSA bonds. Court case affidavits in GSA bonds. This book will be released on Amazon as well. You can get it in the school for $125. All right. Comes with the templates and everything that we're going to be going over today. You see that? I've actually just sent these 4 cases off, okay? And I'm going over this for them so they can get a better understanding. Sometimes we have spelling errors and things like that. None of that matters. As long as you got the court case numbers on there, the names are similar, none of that matters. They will update and correct the record. All right. Well, I want to get started on just how we get here. We're gonna start from the beginning. It's a admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, contract jurisdiction. Are you lost at sea? Are you lost at sea? The Cesti Que Vie Act is served a purpose in subrogating the rights of men and women. In essence, it declared all individuals to be dead, categorized and labeled as lost at sea or beyond the sea. Everybody's dead, operating under admiralty and maritime law. Admiralty law, which governs maritime affairs, the concept of being declared lost at sea set the stage for a new legal concept with profound implications. So this was enacted in London in 1666, and even before then. But we're going to talk about London and how it affects us today. And what it's doing is assuming custody of everyone and their property. Yes, you are in custody. You are considered property. When you go to jail, it's called in custody. Property, your property. And everyone in the property establishing itself as the trustee, or as it were, the husband, holding the titles to both people and their possessions. Cesti Que Vie Trust. This arrangement persisted until a living individual could emerge to reclaim those titles, and if warranted, seek damages. The reclamation process is outlined under the UCC-1, the Personal Property Securities Act. So one crucial aspect of understanding this paradigm is involved the use of capital letters and names. When names are presented in capital letters, this indicates a legal entity, fiction, company, or corporation. There is no exception to this rule. Whether it's on your passports, your driver's license, marriage certificates, birth certificates. This is all a legal entity detached from the living individual. You got your natural person and you got your legal person. In legis, represented solely by a name inscribed on a piece of paper. This is why you need representation. You're representing the corporation is being represented. Your name is considered a sole proprietorship. I'm gonna get into that, but I want to talk about the Cesti Que Vie Act and the Cesti Que Vie Trust and how this segregates your rights. Okay, we're gonna get to this. There's 3 different trusts in the world. Strike that from the record. The Pope established 3 different trusts. The first trust of the world is called Unum Sanctum. That's the papal bull issued in 1302 by Pope Boniface VIII, by the Roman Catholic Church. It asserted its global authority, claimed to everybody in the world. All right. The Triple Crown of Baal, yes, Baal. The first crown of Crown Land. The third crown of the Ecclesiastical See. These are all trusts that was established under the Cesti Que Vie Act and Cesti Que Vie Trust. So this is 1302. This is before London did it. All right. It happened in it was going down at the Vatican. And London just followed suit. So now that we have a little better understanding, Cesti Que Vie Act, it started in Rome. And then they did the same thing in England, all right? People got to understand that under the Social Security Trust, and I'm going to prove that it's a trust, the Cesti Que Vie stands for 666. The beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy. You can only be the beneficiary of this Social Security Trust. You can only be the beneficiary. So when you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. When you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. Okay? Cesti Que Vie refers to an individual whose lifetime determines how long a trust or estate endures. Cesti Que Vie is a French term that in English translates to he who lives. It means that the duration of a gift, trust, estate, or insurance contract lasts as long as a particular person, such as the giver of the gift or beneficiary of the estate, lives. So you can only be the beneficiary of this trust And this trust that we're talking about is the Social Security Trust. It's a real trust. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. So you can only be the beneficiary from this trust to offset debt when you're coming into the public. The trustees benefit, truthfully. You want to be a trustee, and the government is a trustee on this trust. Debt held by the public, $24.5 trillion. And this is why the debt is handed off to you. You can never be the trustee. The government is set up to be the trustee of the Social Security Trust. They get to deal with the U.S. Treasury securities. Until you learn how to create your own government. We're not going to get in that today. But the Social Security Trust Fund includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Insurance Trust Funds. It's all public debt. And under the bankruptcy, they have made your name an SPV, a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company. The parent company is going to be the United States. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. So the parent company can control the children. Children is property of a corporation. So the parent company controls your name because you haven't updated your political status to step away from this. And the benefits include jail time. To be a beneficiary of this trust includes jail time. This is why you keep going to jail, because you're the beneficiary of this Social Security Trust. You keep saying you want to authenticate this birth certificate. You keep claiming you want to claim this Social Security number. That's not how the fuck we maneuver. Excuse the language. That's not how we maneuver. The beneficiary, listen, so let's just do it. If you know trust law, especially this is a public trust. Beneficiaries. I just want y'all to know the trustees have power in a private trust. So during the term of the trust, the trustee has the power to perform without court authorization. Every act with a prudent person dealing with the property of another will perform for the purposes of the trust. So that's powers of a trustee. In the public, with a public trust, beneficiaries have no power. The beneficiaries get taxed. Beneficiaries of a trust simply pay taxes on distributions they receive from the trust. However, they are not subject to taxes on distributions from the trust principal. You got to understand trustee training. I want you to know trustees hold the power in the trust. Trustees hold the power in the trust. So you think the government has ever established anything for the benefit of humanity? The Constitution is truly an express trust, but a lot of people don't want to talk about that. That's for the people. The statutes, the Code of Statutes, the Social Security Trust, that's for the person. There's a difference between people and person. A natural person is not under a Cesti Que Vie trust. All right? So, a special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risks. It's also called a special purpose entity. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. That's the key word right there. A special purpose vehicle is sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity for this purpose. So, they have established your name as a sole proprietorship, as a special purpose vehicle, as the United States as its parent company. They have pledged you for collateral. They have pledged your labor for collateral. This is how they've done it. I'm breaking it down now. And when you agree to these things, when you fill out applications, when you continue to use this Social Security number, you agree to these things, all right? You're applying. You're applying the trust. Register, anytime you register anything, Regis means king. You just gave it to the crown. Amalgamation is the combination of two or more companies into an entirely new company. Amalgamations are distinct from acquisitions in that none of the companies involved in the combination survive as legal entities. So anything we did in the past, we can dissolve and create something new for you. Amalgamation. Instead, a completely new entity with the combined assets and liabilities of the former companies is born. The term amalgamation, as fallen out of popular use in the United States, has been replaced with such terms as merger and consolidation, with which it can be synonymous. Amalgamation is the word. It merges their assets and liabilities. Everything has been merged onto the social. When you use the Social Security number, you cannot hand this down to your future generations. The social dies with you. The social is a public trust created by Congress, Social Security Act, so it's there to benefit the government. Why would the government create anything to benefit you? It's for public welfare. When you become a citizen, a United States citizen, not a national, United States citizen, you become a United States business. The term United States business, under 15 U.S.C. 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States. The United States is a federal corporation. That's their law, not mine. Being a person is a corporation. They have turned you into a corporation. Anytime you say you're a person, this turns you into a corporation. Amalgamation, special purpose vehicles. Drop a 100 or fire emoji if it's all making sense so far. When you've done the amalgamation, this is considered alter ego too. So I tell people to make their names an LLC. I show people how to create the family businesses. Okay, got a lot of 100s, got a lot of fire emojis. I appreciate it. But if you're not operating correctly, you're not having it established correctly, having that asset protection, charging order protection states. I'm using keywords. There's 5 charging order protection states: Nevada, Delaware, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Alaska. Wyoming, Nevada, South Dakota, Delaware, Alaska. 5 charging order protection states. That's what my holding company is. All right. That would be the single member of my name as a business. So my name would be the operating company. And if you don't do this correctly, there's something called the alter ego doctrine. An alter ego is a legal doctrine whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate identity from the individual corporate shareholder. So they're not separate identities. They're all one. You'll be charged as a sole proprietor. You come into the game as a sole proprietor. A sole proprietorship, also known as sole tradership, individual entrepreneurship, or proprietorship, is a type of enterprise owned and run by only one person in which there is no legal distinction between the owner and the business entity. You will be charged as such, a non-registered, unincorporated business. Understand, everything you do is being securitized. Securitization is illegal. Securitization is where they pull together the debt portfolios, your notes. They put them together and create securities. Instruments provide investors with income from interest and principal. They're pulling together assets to repackage them into interest-bearing securities. You can only do this from stocks and bonds. When you go to court, they give you a warrant. A stock warrant is an agreement between 2 parties that give one party the right to buy the other party's stock at a set price. Hey, 5 years in jail or such and such fine. You can have this stock. They give you the stock. You can issue a warrant for common stock or preferred stocks. You can issue a warrant for common stocks or preferred stocks. While common stock is generally used for founders and employees, preferred stock is typically reserved for investors. This is preferred stock we're talking about. Preferred stockholders are usually the first to get paid out at a liquidity event. Occurs and liquidation preferences come into play. Preferred stock. This is what's going on behind the scenes. In real estate, mortgage-backed securities are being created too. When you understand the true definition of bank, let me make sure y'all can hear this.
bank, 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 bank,
B-A-N-C.
bank,
The seat on which a judge sits in court. This is why every
bank
has a clerk. Every bank has a clerk. Every bank has a court clerk. Clerks are CPAs, certified public accountants. Know that. And they're dealing with the business, the sole prop, the assets, the United States citizens, which is the United States business. They can only deal with the public. They can only deal with the public. And unless you bring a private matter to the public, to these public servants. Public sector definition. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government.
Bank, 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 bank.
Hold on. Let me show you. It gets deeper. Banks are owned and controlled by the government. Public banks are owned and operated by the government, while credit unions are private entities. Trusts are private entities. Just showing y'all, public banks are owned and operated by governments. Got to have private banking here. You know? You dig?
Bank, 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 bank.
Let's get that.
Bank.
Huh?
Bank.
Huh?
Bank. Bank.
In
bank.
In bank, motherfucker. What is a holding company? The United States is a holding company. You got to understand equitable title. When we're doing, so like, put it like this. If you don't pay your taxes, the government can go get your car. If you don't pay the car note, they come get it. So you never owned it. That makes you the beneficiary of the product, and they're the trustee because they have true control. I hope that makes sense. The trustee can say, hey, get your black ass in jail. Get your white ass in jail because you are a U.S. citizen. You might be able to benefit from the body, but I hold the true equitable title. And true beneficiary interest as well. Because you're not benefiting from this shit. So that's how that works. And I hope that makes sense. This is why they put a lien on the car. They put a lien on the car. So just when you got a birth certificate, that means the government has put a lien on you. You got a driver's license, you got a social security card, that means there is a lien on your body if you don't pay if you don't follow the rules. You don't follow the contracts, their codes and statutes, that bullshit. You understand? What you need to do is create your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Okay. We're getting there. A holding company is considered a private
bank.
Okay? A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. Holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. A holding company usually does not produce goods or services itself. Its purpose is to own stock of other companies to create a corporate group. That's what the government does. It creates corporate groups. What is a state? What is a court? What is a city? These are corporate groups. What is a Congress? Corporate group. They're holding companies. All right? Private holding companies. And then your name could be considered a subsidiary. So you have to do the same thing that they're doing. You have to do the same exact thing that they're doing in order to make this shit make sense. Understand what the public trust is, all right? It's the public trust. The Social Security is the public trust. So Cesti Que Vie is the public trust. Such thing, all right? Understand what bonds are. Bonds is evidence of a debt. Bonds are used by companies, municipalities, states, and sovereign governments to finance projects and operations. Every company, every municipality, every state, every government is using bonds to finance projects and operations. They're not using taxes. You might think that taxes are paying for your schools. No, the fuck not. Why are schools in debt? All they're doing is getting grants and loans. So municipal bond are debt instruments that local, county, and state governments issue to raise funds for public projects, including the construction of highways, bridges, or schools. I just want to let that sink in. Municipal bonds act like loans, with bondholders becoming creditors. When you hold a bond, you are now a creditor. When you're out on bond, you are a creditor. When you give your bond, performance bond, when you go to court, you just became a creditor. When there's evidence of a debt, there's evidence of a credit. I understand. We're getting into the forms now. So one must always understand this. My homie put me on this equity. Shout out to equity. You must have a stock power form in place on any court case. This is a stock warrant here. A stock power form. Certificate means title of ownership. So a birth certificate is a title of ownership anyways. Let me get some fire emojis 100s if this is making sense.
Bank.
They get to them.
Bank.
It's making sense.
Bank. Bank.
It makes sense, then it don't make dollars.
Bank. 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 Bank.
Peace and love. Y'all see the views, though. Y'all see the views. It's your boy Don Kilam, man. Need a stock power form. It's your boy Don Kilam. I love y'all, though. I do this for y'all, man. I do this for y'all. I truthfully do. So look, there's a lot that has to be done. Let me just, because we're not gonna go over all the forms, okay? But I will tell you what is needed. So first and foremost, you do need your political status corrected. You need to be on a land jurisdiction. I have a non-taxpayer affidavit. Make your name an LLC. You need this. Have a family trust or a family holding company. Get you a you got questions, get the fuck out my live. That's what I'm saying. I'm dropping a class for people right now. Get the fuck out my live. Do I look like your mom? Do I look like your dad? You can ask them motherfuckers for free. You can't ask me shit. Ask Google, motherfucker. I hate that I have to keep telling you public motherfuckers this. Motherfucker, raise your hand, motherfucker. Raise your hand. When you talk to raise your hand, don't just come to a motherfucker and ask a motherfucking question. The fuck is wrong with you public motherfuckers? Can't even drop no game in this motherfucker. Shut the fuck up and take notes, pussies. God damn. Public fucking peasants. That's what I call you. You fucking shoe fly don't bother me looking motherfuckers. You understand? The fuck is wrong with you? Ask your baby mama. Can she ask you? Can she answer the question? Ask your baby daddy. Can he answer the question? So what the fuck do you think I'm going to answer your question for? Ask Google, motherfucker. If Google can't answer your question, that means you need to fucking fuck you, pay me, shut the fuck up, take notes when you see a real nigga dropping facts. Ain't too many motherfuckers in the game that can even drop this game through you with these GSA bonds and show you how to get out. Literally, not only does this get you out of jail and prison, this will put money in the bank. Shorty, what you think? You're sitting there driving around on E, motherfucker. You want to sit here and want to ask me questions? Well, I'm going to ask you a question. Why is your gas tank on E, motherfucker? Why are you still making car payments? Why are you struggling to make your car note? Why are you struggling to live, motherfucker? That means you need to shut the fuck up, because, nigga, I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling. Nigga got QPs. I'm smoking good right now. Got cuties. Nigga, I'm well. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You seeing it? I'm doing well. All day, every day. All day, every day. Think we made 17 bands today? How much did you make today? Huh? How much did you make today? Your gas tank is on E. You're living at your mama's house. You're begging some white bitch for a PlayStation 5. Shut the fuck up. And some of you niggas sucking dick on the low. How about the closets? 2025. Put me in homos. Put me in homos in the private. You want to sit here and ask me questions. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Now back to where the fuck I was at. Get your political status corrected. That means you don't ask me shit. Ask your mom, ask your dad, raise your hand and ask them motherfuckers, all right? Ask your local congressman, because he's not going to tell you shit. Ask your president. You never even met the motherfucker. You understand? But you want to sit here and ask a motherfucker me. You want to ask me. Shit's a goddamn shame. So, status correction. We get into the good stuff now. About these motherfuckers. Text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm gonna let y'all. We're gonna take a moment of silence right now. Take a quick little break. Text private life to 702-200-4900. Text private life to 702-200-4900 to learn more. Someone will get back to you as soon as humanly possible. Every time I gotta go through this shit. Now make me want to jump off the balcony. Now look, get your political status corrected. I got my own form of status correction that I do. You want to get to a letter to the attorney telling them you want to be holding in due course of the case. Appoint them as co-counsel. We're going to file, the clerk must file all your court documents. I have a letter of rogatory. I have a notice of mistake. An affidavit of foreign status. An affidavit of foreign admiralty status and tax exempt form. The form W8BEN needs to be filled out. Demand for oath of offices and license to practice law. We have to bond the case to create an actual bond to bond the case. The demands for the bond letters, because once you bond the case yourself, you can demand to get the public bonds. Demand for delegation of authority order. Legal demand and affidavit for full accounting and financial disclosure. We want to see the full financials. We want to see all the financials in the county. I got a demand to dismiss. And then we go through the bid bonds. And we're sending everything certified mail to the chief judge of that jurisdiction, chief judge of the federal jurisdiction, general service administration in that jurisdiction in Washington, D.C., and we send this to the chief judge at the federal district level. Yeah. Yeah, I do this, son. I do this. Let's see where we at with it. And then that stock power form. So you are going to need the standard form 90. That's to release a lien on real property. Standard form 91. That's release the personal property from escrow. And then straight to standard form 28, affidavit of individual surety. And everything is filled. I have the templates already filled in. You just got to plug and play. Attach some places you need your court case number, your birth certificate file number, your social security number, and your birthday. Then we got a bid bond. The bid bond is standard form 24. Got it all filled in for you. All you got to do is plug and play. There's the letter of rogatory right there. W8BEN, plug and play. So with the W8BEN, it's going to make you a national. I want everybody to see this code right here. 8 USC. And you can attach your I would attach like an affidavit of live birth, but you have to attach your affidavit to your status correction. I mean, you have to attach your birth certificate to your status correction. But 8 USC 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States of birth. This makes you a national but not a citizen. There's the letter to the attorney of record, putting us a holder in due course of the case. All right, performance bond is standard form 25. These are all GSA bonds. 25A is the payment bond. Standard form 28, that's the individual affidavit, the individual surety. Standard form 30, amendment, a solicitation or modification of the contract. And this is putting you as the surety fugitive owner. We got standard form 273, reinsurance agreement for a bond statute performance bond. And as you can see, you put the arrest dates, the state, this is going to be the state where you make your name an LLC. The bonds, the money goes straight back to your LLC name. Whatever address you have on there. Then we got standard form 274, reinsurance agreement for bond statute payment bonds. Standard form 275, reinsurance agreement in favor of the United States. Then you want to do the consent of surety, standard form 1414. Standard form 1416 is going to be payment bond for other than construction contracts. And then 1418, performance bonds for other than construction contracts. These are all the bonds that you need to get out of prison. We got that there for you. Filled out already for you. The letter of rogatory relief is going to break down the whole fraud that's going on behind the scenes, how the notes are pulled together and then become securities. These said bonds are liens against the defendant. When these notes get securitized, these become bonds. These bonds become liens against the defendant. And it breaks down how it's going, where all U.S. federal courts are registered with the Department of Defense, which are registered with the Contractors Central Registration under the DOD, the Defense Logistics Information Service, which issues a cage code. The United States Attorney's Office then courts have a DUNS number, Duns and Bradstreet. Everything filed in court is securitized without the knowledge or consent of the people or all the parties involved. All criminal cases are not heard in the Article 3 Court, District of the United States. They're actually civil. However, the courts commit fraud by labeling the cases as criminal. The bank accounts is at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in New York City. Depository agreement is signed by the clerk of the courts. All securities are then deposited with the DTC in New York. An escrow agent acts as a go-between for the clerk's office in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The securities are listed through the 7th Circuit, Chicago, Illinois, before being sent to the DTCC, the clearinghouse that lists securities for trading. And these forms that I just executed and brought up is what's going to get you out of all of this. Release you from the escrow, releases the liens, and puts the bonds back in your favor. It puts it. That's why you got to make your name a business. Make your name a business. So I got a class coming up. I'm going to go into deeper detail of this. July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025, I will be having a meeting on this. So get into school, get in the classroom. I'm dropping the game. I'm going to have to change the code for this because I'm screen sharing. And I'm probably going to make this public. But yeah, it doesn't even matter. Everybody can jump into class. I'll let everybody jump into class. But if you want these templates, you're going to have to go into the classroom and buy them directly. That's all I got for y'all today, man. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches. Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction. Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent. You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority. This court lacks. Case dismissed. I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's books and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
All of Don Kilam's books are indeed truthful books for we, the people of the Republic.
It's time to unlock the secrets of the Matrix and become a power piece in commerce with Don Kilam. He teaches you the truth about the tricks and traps of society, starting with the lies of separate races. As there is only one race, the human race. When you say you are black or white, this gives up rights dealing with your nationality, giving up your constitutional and state rights. Every state is a country, therefore your nationality. Example, if you live in Texas, you are a Texan. The same goes with Alaskans. They live in Alaska, and Hawaiians live in Hawaii. New Yorkers are from New York. Hope it makes sense. Learn how to get your rights back and how to declare a nationality, and always remember that prosperity is your true birthright. Click the link in our bio and join our private school with Don Kilam today.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Hey folks, this is Mark Emery with the Lighthouse Law Club. Coming to you today, I'm going to talk a little bit about status, standing, and agency, and why these are so important when you're dealing in any courtroom situation. If you can understand the meaning of these three key terms, how it can be used to your benefit, you can pretty much go into court and destroy just about any court case coming against you. All right? So we're going to learn these concepts and how to use them to win in court. Now, in the law club, we had a members-only web conference here a few weeks ago. We got into some of these subjects, and what I'm going to share with you here today is kind of an introduction to some of these ideas. It's not a complete treatise by any means or stretch of the imagination, but it's going to be a good introduction for you to really kind of see what's possible and give you some tools right now that you'll be able to use. And we hope that with this insight, you'll be able to see the value of pursuing this kind of knowledge and wisdom a little bit more in depth, which is what we get into in the law club. So let's get at it. Jump right in. Okay? What is status? Let me just read you Black's Law Dictionary. You can follow along with me. The status of a person is his legal position or condition. Thus, when we say that the status of a woman after a decree nisi for the dissolution of her marriage with her husband has been made, but before it has been made absolute, is that of a married woman. We mean that she has the same legal rights, liabilities, and disabilities as an ordinary married woman. The term is chiefly applied to persons under disability or persons who have some peculiar condition which prevents the general law from applying to them in the same way as it does to ordinary persons. Okay, that's one definition coming from Barney versus Tortolot case law. Okay, so we can see there are certain rights and duties with certain capacities and incapacities to take rights and incur duties, by which persons as subjects of law are variously determined to certain classes. So the rights, duties, capacities, or incapacities which determine a given person to any of these classes constitute a condition or status which the person is invested. All right, so your status determines what rights, duties, and obligations you are entitled to or responsible for. An agent for, let's say, a corporate legal entity operating under the bankruptcy is bound by the legal duties and obligations applicable to such parties. He can't come in and claim rights under the Republic as secured by the Constitution. This is why judges who recognize you as a legal vassal of the bankruptcy will threaten you with contempt if you bring up the Constitution in that court, because you are not a person entitled to those as per your status. You get it? So your status is one thing. How the court perceives your status is perhaps a different thing. They could be the same thing. But that's a key element as to how the law applies to you. Okay? So likewise, if you've properly secured your legal status as a national, as opposed to a federal citizen, federal corporate citizen under the bankruptcy, you should not be claiming any relief by way of the legislative statutes, because your status doesn't entitle you to that. You can't mix them, okay? So you have to know who you are and what rules apply to you, and then invoke those rules and be prepared to defend them, all right? And this only comes with knowledge and perhaps some practice, all right? Let's take a look at just a few examples of legal status, all right? You very well may be a citizen. Citizen of who or what? U.S. citizen, Are you a resident? Are you a state citizen? Are you an American national? You could be a non-resident foreign national, foreign resident, naturalized citizen, tourist, secured creditor, and you could be single or married. And the list goes on. Okay, so you can see there is a long list of different types of legal status, and depending on your legal status, that will determine how your rights and obligations will be treated under the law. All right, so status is critical. All right, so let's look at standing. Standing really has 3 requirements. In order to have standing, standing is what gives you the ability to present yourself to the court. If you do not have proper standing, if you're not for example, if you're not a party to a suit or an issue that's before the court, you have no standing to be before the court. Okay? So generally, if you're not a plaintiff, defendant, an attorney representing one of the parties, if you're not a called witness or recognized as a friend of the court, you have no standing. The court will not listen to you. Whatever you say has no bearing. You don't have standing. So there's 3 requirements for standing. One is injury in fact. So the plaintiff must have suffered or imminently will suffer injury, an invasion of a legally protected interest that is either A, concrete and particularized, or B, actual or imminent, which is neither conjectural nor hypothetical nor abstract. Actual or imminent, real. Okay, the injury can be either economic, non-economic, or both. All right, so there must be some injury involved for a person to have standing to come before a court. Either involved or pending, right? Imminent. Secondly, there must be causation. There must be a causal connection between the injury and the conduct complained of, so that the injury is fairly traceable to the challenged action of the defendant and not the result of the independent action of some third party who is not before the court. Okay? So that's pretty easy to see. And then redressability is the 3rd requirement for standing. It must be likely, as opposed to merely speculative, that a favorable court decision will redress the injury. In other words, the court can resolve the matter properly. Okay, so this is what standing is all about. If you don't have any reason to be before the court, if you're not a party to the issue, if you don't have an injury, if there isn't causation that can be identified linking the defendant to the case, and the court cannot redress the injuries, then that case and the parties have no standing to be before the court. Okay? So that's important to understand. A right of a people to challenge the conduct of another person in court is essentially standing. Okay? In other words, the court will hear you, you can enter evidence, you can challenge the conduct of another person who has injured you. That's pretty much what that comes down to. Okay? So, what is agency? Let's talk about that. A relation created either by express or implied contract or by law, whereby one party, either the principal or constituent, one party delegates the transaction of some lawful business or the authority to do certain acts for him or in relation to his rights or property with more or less discretionary power to another person. This other person would be called the agent, the attorney, the proxy, or the delegate, who undertakes to manage the affair and render him an account thereof. Okay, so essentially, your agent is someone who you have granted power to do something for you using a fair amount of discretion. Just get the job done operating within these guidelines, and this is what that agent is authorized to do. Okay? We see that quite often with powers of attorney in corporate matters. Similar powers issued by a trustee, perhaps in a business trust, things like that. Okay? So the contract of agency may be defined to be a contract by which one of the contracting parties confides the management of some affair to be transacted on his account to the other party, who undertakes to do the business and render an account of it. Okay? 2, a contract by which one person with greater or less discretionary power undertakes to represent another in certain business relations. Okay? So a relation between 2 or more persons by which one party, usually called the agent or attorney, those terms are interchangeable, is authorized to do certain acts for or in relation to the rights or property of the other, who is denominated the principal constituent or employer. That's from Bouvier's. Okay? So, without agents, a legal person, a corporation, a trust, or any entity can do nothing. Agents are everywhere. They are functionaries of all the corporate entities of the world, which, as we know, is the world of the dead. Any entity must have an agent to do anything. Any public official, functionary, agent, clerk, or administrator is an agent for its principal. All right, wherever there's an agent, there's a principal. The principal is the one who holds the ultimate power and delegates that power to the agent to act on its behalf. So, to do commerce, an entity must have a registered office and a registered agent. We're talking about legal entities, right? Set up a corporation or any kind of a corporate entity, you've got to have a registered office to receive a service of process and a registered agent for the same purpose. Set up, any corporation, and it's got to have these things, or it's not considered a viable legal entity. So you are the presumed agent for the dead entity with a name similar to yours. You are presumed to be acting in a representative capacity for the principal, which is the straw man, all caps name. And they're holding you responsible. So it's this agency relationship which makes you liable to pay the charges levied against the entity. The entity is dead. They need a live agent to interact with. And guess what? They've selected you. Mighty big of them, huh? So to avoid having the responsibility for these charges put upon you, the man or woman, you must either sever this relationship altogether or claim ownership of the entity, take control of it and the estate. And I know many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? If not, these are things that we get into in the law club. All right? So, let's look at some more definitions that are of interest here. We talked about attorneys being an agent, right? Did you know that attorn is a verb? The word attorney comes from the verb. To attorn is to turn over money, rent, or goods to another. You're turning something over. I'm going to attorn my goods while I'm traveling to my agent. To attorn is to assign a specific function or service. You're attorning your authority to handle that specific function or service to an agent, right? Okay, so that leads us to attorney, which is a noun. One definition is this: an agent. An attorney is an agent. This is a legal definition. All right? An agent or someone authorized to act for another. Definition number 2, an attorney is a person who has been qualified by a state or federal court to provide legal services, including appearing in court. All right? So whenever you see the word attorney, you know that we're dealing with an agent acting on behalf of somebody else. Now, an attorney in fact takes this one step further. This also is a noun. An attorney in fact may be considered an alternate, a legal appointee, a legal representative, a proxy, a surrogate. Okay? Keep that in mind while we look at the definition for power of attorney. All right? A power of attorney is a written document in which one person, who is the principal, appoints another person to act as an agent on his or her behalf, thus conferring authority on the agent to perform certain acts or functions on behalf of the principal. Powers of attorney are routinely granted to allow the agent to take care of a variety of transactions for the principal, such as executing a stock power, handling a tax audit, or maintaining a safe deposit box. Could be anything. Opening a bank account. Powers of attorney can be written to be either general, which is a full power of attorney. They can do anything required by the business to manage this business or to maintain this home or to manage this legal case, whatever the case may be. Or it can be limited to special circumstances. A limited power of attorney might be one to act on behalf of this corporation only to open the bank account in this particular area, okay, under specific terms and conditions, okay? So, general or full power of attorney or limited power of attorney. A power of attorney generally is terminated when the principal dies or becomes incompetent, but the principal can revoke the power of attorney at any time. So, we can see that an attorney is also an agent. Could that also be an attorney in fact? Power of attorney, attorney at law. These are oftentimes quite interchangeable, right? Just as a point of interest, I've worked quite a bit with corporations in various parts of the world and have very often operated with both a general or full power of attorney. It wasn't my corporation. I wasn't the owner or stockholder, nor was I an officer of the entity, but I operated with full power of attorney to do whatever is necessary for that particular company. Or if it was a company I was more vested in, I might have been involved in issuing a limited power of attorney to people to help me do different things, such as opening the bank account or buying a car or, anything that I required. And once they completed that task, then that limited power of attorney basically became null and void. I have often signed my name, in fact, as an attorney or attorney in fact. And people don't understand these terms or definitions. And if you sign your name as an attorney, what are you? You're an agent. If you're an attorney for a company, you're an agent for that company. And I would often sign my name with that as my title, attorney or attorney in fact. And people would say, "Oh, you're a lawyer? I never knew that." And I wouldn't say yes or no. I let them believe whatever they want to believe, understanding full well that my signature was 100% complete, accurate, and lawful. So this is where your understanding can quite often allow people to make their own inferences, assumptions, and presumptions. All right? And you can be entirely correct. So just an interesting point there. In my digging, I came up with this. It's kind of an interesting point, and it may mean nothing, but I just wanted to raise this just to stimulate your thought processes a little bit. I came across denationalization, which is the act of changing a government-run firm into a private sector firm. In order to accomplish this transition, the government must either sell or otherwise redistribute the formerly government-run firm in a way that is equitable to its citizens. Denationalization is also known as privatization. So I was scratching my head and I'm just wondering, has the republic form of government been considered a firm? We know we're operating the United States in a corporate business capacity, right? That's operated as a firm. It's a business, revenue generating business. Has the republic form of government been privatized? Now, to take that one step further, just to lend some credence to that thought, think of this. Going back to the definition, the government must either sell or otherwise redistribute the formerly government-run firm, the Republic, in a way that's equitable to its citizens. Okay? Now, with that in mind, think about this. Your equity has been your equity for the bankruptcy, your equity for the privatization of the Republic, which has been spun off and is no longer part of the federal corporation. Your equity has been released from the obligations of paying debts. You don't have to pay debts anymore, and you understand that if you understand House Joint Resolution 192. So what they did for its citizens was to grant you equity, was to release you from the obligations of paying debts due to the bankruptcy in exchange for the privilege of discharging your liabilities with credit instruments. Nothing ever gets paid, we just swap credit instruments. So think about this. You are the original, the grantor, the issuer of credit, the owner and the beneficiary, right? You're the original, the real deal. Derivatives have been created via the bonds being traded in your all caps name. These are investments that have been created, the derivative investments, using this entity in your name in all caps. So a constructive trust is created when these bonds are created. You never addressed the issue as beneficiary or made any claim against those, so it was deemed abandoned. Therefore, you are deemed incompetent and your office is vacant, so the estate is administered for you, and you, the man or the woman, are held liable as the trustee / surety / agent. So now you are appointed the trustee and the person responsible, you are the debtor who will pay all charges against your name. Now think about this in terms of what's going on in court. Okay? Again, these dead corporate fictional entities must have a living person to act as agent in order for them to do anything. So they want to nab you as that person to be the debtor. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? So let's look at this. Let's look at the law of the flag. You may have come across this before. It's a principle of maritime and international law that the sailors and the vessel will be subject to the laws of the state corresponding to the flag flown by the vessel. All right, you see all these ships that are registered to Panama or to Liberia. Why? Because they have very favorable legislation relating to taxes and requirements, and they encourage registration of vessels in those jurisdictions. It's a business for them. All right, just like tax havens used to be a business in the Caribbean, not anymore. All right, so the law of the flag is whatever flag that ship is flying represents the rules that will govern any contracts that you enter into once you're on that ship or engaging with the captain, right? So when charges are brought and you plead not guilty, you're saying that you don't agree to pay the charges. And if you are found guilty, you either pay in cash or you pay from the bond that's created when they send you to jail. Going to jail creates cash flow, and this is how the debt is paid. And so what they do is they get people to enter upon the ship. By doing so, you enter into a contract with the captain. The gold-fringed military flag with the eagle on top represents maritime jurisdiction. It's a military flag in international law. Basically, they're bringing the law of the sea upon the land. In order to operate in accordance with the law of the sea, you must enter upon the ship and enter into contract with the captain. You with me? Okay. Now, I know some people who are not well informed about these issues, they laugh at that. They go, you're crazy. You got these stupid patriot arguments, and, you guys are just off your rockers, chasing rainbows, right? Well, I got something here for you scoffers, all right? Share this with your scoffers. This is the Miami Federal Courthouse. So for those of you laughing, take a good look at this. This is taken from Google Maps, zoomed in on the federal courthouse building. What do you see in that picture? It's the shape of a hull of a ship. These people know exactly what they're doing. It's not an accident. It's not happenstance. It's not fantasy. Do you think this just happened by accident when the architects put together the design of this building, that somehow this shape and design was required for other purposes and it just turned out this way by accident? Look at the smokestack right in the center of the hull. Look at the power plants, the air conditioners as power plants back where the engines of the ship would be. This is no accident. These people know exactly what they're doing. They're shoving it in your face, and most of us are just too stupid to understand what's going on. Or we're too ignorant, we don't even want to know. And so what happens? They haul you onto their ship, they dress you down, they tie you to the mast, they give you 20 lashes, and then they boot your ass off the ship after they plunder you, take all your money, and you're tossed into the ocean bleeding and half drowning to death, right? Isn't that pretty much what happens when you go into court? All right, you can't argue that. So, for you scoffers, study this and get to know what's really going on, all right? So let's take a hypothetical court appearance. We're going to address this, and understanding status, standing, and agency, I'm going to give you some examples as to how you can walk in to the courtroom, address the captain in a proper way, address the prosecutor in the proper way, understanding these principles, holding them accountable, and you will be able to dress down any opponents that might be trying to drag you onto their ship to contract with them so that they can do nothing but fleece you and beat you in public. That's what they do. All right? So this is what we're going to do. I've got several tracks we're going to run on. I'm going to give you an introduction to some of the different tracks you can use, and you could surely use all of them, as to how this might go down. So we're going to talk about a hypothetical court appearance, all right? You walk in, and the judge calls the case. The State versus John Q. Defendant, case number 94, CR 2231. Parties may come forward. All right, the county prosecutor will enter his or her appearance. Judge, I'm Susie Prosecutor. My bar card number is 431, and I'm here representing the state on this issue through the district attorney's office. And so now maybe they're looking at you. You haven't crossed the bar yet, right? You're smart enough not to do that. You're not entering into contract. And so you stand up in the gallery, and you make your appearance right there in the gallery. Judge, I'm here in propria persona, making a special appearance as grantor and beneficiary of the estate being administered in this case, relating to the named defendant. Now note, you're not admitting to be the defendant, right? Key point, don't do that. You are making a special appearance as grantor and beneficiary of the estate being administered in this case. What's the estate? The estate is all the accounts that have been created in the fictional straw man name. That's what they're administering. They're operating in bankruptcy. Chapter 11. In fact, I think it's Title 11 in the U.S. Code. In any event, everything is being administered under the bankruptcy. All right? And in the bankruptcy, they're dealing with a dead person who is the defendant, your name in all caps, which is essentially probate. And so you're dealing with the estate for the named defendant. So, continuing. I'm not here in a representative capacity. And Judge, just for the record, this is a court of record. Am I right? Yes? This is a court of record. Great. Okay, for the record, I reserve all rights at all times and waive none ever. So now the judge is getting a little bit testy. Who are you? And he's going to try and trick you to get you to admit your name. As soon as you say your name out loud in public, they will assume you have admitted being the defendant. Okay, in all caps. Who are you? What's your name? If you're not John Q. defendant, we will deem him absent and will issue a warrant for his arrest and proceed accordingly. Your response might be, Judge, I'm here to help administer this matter for the benefit of the court. If the prosecutor has a valid claim against me, the man who is beneficiary to the estate of the defendant, let me see it, and I'll tell you if I am the named party or not. Mr. Prosecutor, please present me with the verified claim. And at this point, he's going to be looking a little bit cross-eyed, and maybe his face is starting to get a little bit flushed. All right? So he kind of shrugs his shoulders, and he's like, what? And the judge starts badgering you now, right? He's badgering you to come in here, sit down at the defendant's table, and let's deal with this matter. Judge, for the record, if I cross the bar, am I entering into a contract with the court? Yes or no? You want to get it on the record. Now, he is not going to answer that question. And you might persist. Judge, before proceeding any further, I need to know if I cross the bar, am I entering into a contract with the court? Yes or no? All right? He's going to start blowing a stack and blowing steam out of his ears. All right? And no matter what he says, no matter what he threatens, doesn't matter. Just look at it like the old Charlie Brown cartoons. When the kids are in school and the teacher's talking, it's just wah, 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 wah. Okay? You don't hear anything. You stay on your track. All right? Judge, with all due respect, I have no intention to board your ship. I operate under the laws of the Republic, and I hereby invoke the laws of the Republic. Look up Article 4, Section 4 in the U.S. Constitution. This is your authority. Okay? Now, you can't bring up the Constitution in the courtroom unless or until you invoke the laws of the Republic and you're operating under the Republic, because they are not. Understand that. Okay? So I invoke the laws of the Republic to manage my affairs in my court. I'm here in my court. I'm going to set my court. And you have every right to do so. The judge does not own the court. It's there for the public and the people in the public to use for their benefit. And that includes you. So you need to take the posture of taking control of the courtroom and not allowing them to bully you or to distract you or to take charge and run over you. You have to take control and not let them do the same to you. So you continue. My court is hereby set under the laws of the Republic. I can operate just fine from here, thank you, Judge, and I'm here to help you administer this case expeditiously. So let's get on with it, okay? Now, what do you notice here? You're not just sitting back waiting for the judge to take command, are you? You have just taken command, all right? Here's who I am. Here's my court. I've set my court. This is the laws that I operate under, and I can do just fine from here back in the gallery. Thank you, Judge. And I'm here to help you administer this case expeditiously. So let's get on with it, all right? So you've offered your assistance to resolve this matter quickly. which the judge likes to hear that because he's got, quite a docket for the day, and he's got a golf date later that afternoon, and he doesn't want to be late, right? Okay, so you want to help him administer the case expeditiously. So let's continue. There is a possibility the judge could continue to threaten you. And so you might come back, Judge, if you force me to cross the bar against my will, with threats of force and imprisonment being used against me, it's only under duress that I would comply, not willingly or voluntarily. You understand what duress is, right? And there will be no contracts assumed or presumed by my presence. My law, you've invoked the laws of the Republic, right? My law follows me wherever I go, with my reservation of rights intact at all times. For the record, Judge, are we clear on that? You want to tie him down to get him to acquiesce to your terms. And he'll just try to distract you and throw distractions and threats and other things with you. Ignore all that, bring him back on point. Excuse me, Judge, but I need a reply to my question for clarity of the record. I said, I will comply with your request under duress and on the terms I just stated. Are we clear on that? Yes? All right, so you're leading him with the answer, and he's not going to answer. And so you say, okay, so I'll take your silence or lack of response as consent. Let the record reflect that the judge has accepted my terms, and we will proceed on that basis. Thank you, Judge. You are polite and professional at all times. You see how this works? Okay? Now, it's going to take some guts to do this. You're going to have confidence and guts. This is your court, and you're going to manage your court the way you see fit. Don't let them bully you. And we've only just begun. Believe me, wait till you see what's coming. Okay? So, that's that scenario and one possible way of dealing it. All right, so the judge continues to ignore you. Here's another possibility. Excuse me, Judge. Now, before you proceed, there are some administrative matters to attend to which will serve to expedite this matter for the court. I need to address the prosecutor or the county attorney or whoever he is. You just identify him correctly for the plaintiff. Okay? So again, the judge is just ignoring you. You've set the record. By his silence, you have set the record. And you're proceeding accordingly. Okay? And so now is when you pivot from the judge to the prosecutor. All right, Judge, I've got some administrative matters to attend to with the county attorney, and I need to address him for just a minute. So if I may, let's talk to the prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, do you have a claim against me, the living man who is beneficiary of this estate? If so, please present it now so I can examine it. Where's your verified claim? Please show me. And he'll distract and defer and hem and haw. All right. And again, you got to hold their feet to the fire. He might say something like, well, we have a complaint in this case against John Q. defendant, which I presume is you. Again, they're trying to trick you and trap you into admitting that you are the defendant, which you're not. You are not that dead person, corporate entity. And you respond, no, I just stated clearly for the record who I am, and I am not the agent trustee nor the named defendant or surety against which you seek to settle your matter. I am the beneficiary. Let me repeat my question. Do you, Mr. Prosecutor, have a claim against me, the grantor and beneficiary of this estate? Yes or no? And he's honestly going to be a little bit confused and could react any one of a number of different ways, which you don't care how he reacts, all right? It doesn't matter, all right? He might come back and say, well, we have charges brought by the state against John Q. defendant for a violation of state statute 43-11-5678. That's a fake number. And you reply, against whom? Not me. Again, for the record, you have no claim against me. You've not shown me any claim. I am the beneficiary of the named estate living upon the land in the Republic. I believe you want me to stand in for the defendant as the trustee and debtor, which is a mistake for the record, which I need to correct. The record stands corrected because that is not my capacity. And if you claim so, you need to establish documentary evidence and enter it into the record now. Do you have it? And he's shrugging, he's, fumbling through his papers, he's complaining to the judge. Judge, this is all irrelevant, we need to proceed. All right, they're going to try to ignore you and keep moving. And you step in. Again, I ask, who here in this court who can hear my voice has a claim against me? Please come forward with your claim. Who can present a contract to which I am being held liable as the man upon the land in my venue, which is the law of the Republic? Anybody? Does anybody here have a contract here to present? Mr. Prosecutor, you want me to believe that there is a claim against me, yet you have shown nothing to this court to support your position. And then you proceed. Okay, Judge, let the court reflect that the Mr. Prosecutor has not presented to the court or to me any documentation which supports a verified claim against me. Judge, I move this court to dismiss this case as the prosecutor has failed to establish any claim upon which relief can be granted. So what you're doing here is you're basically proving that the prosecutor does not have a valid claim. They might have a citation issued by a police officer. They might have perhaps an information filed by the district attorney's office. They may even have a grand jury indictment. Okay? So whatever the case is, present it. Let me see it. And it's going to be in the all caps name. It's not going to be against you, the man or woman living upon the land. They need to establish that they want to hold you, the human being, the individual, liable for the corporate fiction. All right, that's the whole point that we're getting at here. All right, and what you're doing is you're proving for the record that they do not have this. So we're just getting started. That's track one. Let's move to track two. Mr. Prosecutor, are you a witness on this case prepared to testify under oath with first-hand knowledge and information related to the alleged charges in this matter? Of course he's not. No, I'm representing the state. And this is perfect. You're leading him into a trap. I see. So you then are a state licensed attorney at law representing the plaintiff, correct? He'll say, yes, that's correct. And he'll feel very proud of that fact. Hold on, gets fun. All right, Mr. Prosecutor, then I need you to enter into the record of this proceeding your license to practice law issued by the state, not a private bar card, but an actual license issued by the state to establish that you have proper standing as an agent for the plaintiff to even talk to me about this matter. Please do that now. And more than talk to you, talk to the court. This goes to showing that he has standing in the court, right? If he can't show that he's a licensed attorney, all right, now, what was your question in the beginning? After he says, no, I'm representing the state, you lead him with the question, I see, so you are a state licensed attorney at law. And this is going on the record. State licensed. And he says, yes. He's not even thinking. Now, you should probably research the statutes in your state as to what's required to be a practicing attorney. Have those laws in your head, or maybe even copies of them for reference in the courtroom. Okay, so you've led him into a trap. He doesn't have a state license because no such thing exists. All right, and so now you're establishing for the record that he's a liar. He's misleading you and the court, and he doesn't have the license that he says he does. That gets interesting, doesn't it? Can you produce a state license for the court? Yes or no? Please do that now. Do you have your state license? Well, I have my bar card. No, I didn't ask for your bar card. I asked for your state-issued license. You said you are a state-licensed attorney. You just said that for the record. So I want to see your license. Please enter that for the record of this proceeding. Oh, so you don't have that with you, okay? If he uses that excuse, he doesn't have it with him. You could move for an adjournment until he comes up with one, but that's not really what you're asking for. You want to blow this thing out of the water right here and now. You don't want to come back, all right? So again, we're setting the record. Let the record reflect, Judge, that Mr. or Mrs. Prosecutor cannot produce any evidence to the court that he is who he says he is. And he's an imposter, illegally passing himself off as someone who he is not. Judge, I move this court for dismissal on grounds that Mr. Prosecutor has not established proper standing as an attorney at law, licensed to represent his client in this court, and the plaintiff is without proper representation and has no standing in this court since the plaintiff is not present. All right, the judge at this point is going to be getting quite perplexed and looking for excuses, looking for demurrals. He might start attacking you, trying to get you to argue something else to get you off your point, and you ignore all that and stay on point. Okay? So that's track 2. Prosecuting attorney has no license, therefore they have no standing. Got it? So let's go on track 3. Mr. Prosecutor, are you going to be presenting your client, the plaintiff, as a witness to testify under oath with firsthand knowledge and information related to the alleged charges in this matter? And of course he's not, so he'll say, no, it doesn't work that way. It's like, come on, buddy, get a clue. No, it doesn't work that way. I see. So then we're not operating in equity, and we must be operating at law. In that case, please present me and the court with the underlying contract which you want to hold the defendant, not me, which you want to hold the defendant accountable to. You can do that, correct? Please present the contract now that the plaintiff has with the defendant. I'll wait. So again, if there's no contract, there's no one to testify under oath as to a damage, then how can there be a claim? No one can testify that there's a damage and there's no contract. All right, they're operating in law, so there must be a contract. They want to hold you accountable to the corporate bylaws relating to traffic infractions or filing papers infractions or whatever the case might be, right? All right, show me the contract. No contract? Judge, let the record reflect, please, that the prosecutor cannot produce the plaintiff as a witness under oath, nor can he produce a contract to which he wants to hold the defendant liable to. Therefore, he has no standing in law or equity. Boom. Judge, I move this court for dismissal for want of prosecution and failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. Want of prosecution means there's nobody here to prosecute this case. There's no contract, there's no damage, there's no claim. All right, so that's track 3. Having fun yet? This is a lot of fun. Let's go on to track 4. All right, we got more, much more. Mr. Prosecutor, you mentioned earlier that you are representing the plaintiff in this case, correct? You're leading him, you want to get the answer on the record, all right? Don't let him wiggle out, get it on the record. Yes. Then I need to see the contract between you and the state, your client, the plaintiff, which gives you the power of attorney to represent the plaintiff before this court. Do you have that contract to present to the court, yes or no? I want a yes or no. Do you have it or don't you? And as soon as he hems and haws, I'll take that as a no. You failed to produce it. He might come across with something like, well, I work for the county attorney's office or the district attorney's office. Everybody knows that we represent the state on these matters. It's standard procedure. Something like that. mightier and holier than thou. Okay? Condescending. It's like, who are you, you numbskull? Talking to you. All right? So you say, very good. Very good. But you want to make a claim against the defendant, and I don't know who you are or who you work for. I don't operate on assumptions and presumptions, only documented facts. This court only recognizes the documented facts. By saying that, you just put the judge on the hot seat. No assumptions and presumptions here, right? Documented facts. Please produce your representation contract or power of attorney with your client, for the record, to establish your authority and legal relationship with the plaintiff so that this court can see that you have proper standing. If he can't show that he has the power of attorney, that he's actually a legal representative, an agent, an attorney for the plaintiff, the state, he's got no business being there, and the court can't hear him. And you're bringing this out. So again, Judge, let the record reflect that Mr. Prosecutor has not established his authority to act on this matter and thus has no standing to be before this court. Judge, I move this court for dismissal for the prosecutor's failure to establish proper standing before this court as agent for the plaintiff. All right, now the judge is in a real spot. Because you're asking for things that he cannot produce. But by law, he must produce. You're ripping him to shreds. Honestly, by this time, you should be well down the street at the coffee house, yucking it up with your buddies about what went on in the courtroom. Okay? So this is much more ammunition than hopefully you're ever going to need, but let's continue. Let's drop a bombshell, shall we? You like dropping bombshells? Mr. Prosecutor, you are conducting your activities and seeking to settle charges amongst the people in the public. So surely you can produce the payment and performance bonds which provide indemnity for yourself or your principal in the event of any missteps which may occur, which may cause damage to the public. So, please produce for the court and the record here the bond or bonds for this action in particular, not a general bond, for this action in particular, which gives you the authority to impose yourself upon the public with indemnity. Surely you can do that. Am I correct? And by now, he's hanging his head. He's looking around like, is there someone here who can help me? And now the judge has to get on your side. He just has to. The judge should be berating this guy. What, you mean you don't have your bonds? You don't have bonds? You're not bonded on this action? You don't have any bonds to produce for the court? So you're not bonded. I see. Then you don't have any standing or authority to be acting or dealing in the public. Mr. Prosecutor, why are we here? You have nothing. No claim, no standing, no agency, no contract, no witness, no bond, no authority. You're fired. You're making a mockery of this court. You're wasting this court's time. You're wasting public taxpayer dollars. You must leave now. Go. You are in control. Take control of this situation. And with this information, it should give you every bit of confidence. You'll just need to be able to step in when they're trying to talk over you, when they're trying to railroad you, when they're trying to get you off the dime, distract you, and so forth. Okay? So, Judge, for the record, there is no case here. The prosecutor is wasting everyone's time. The record reflects that this case is null and void ab initio, nunc pro tunc. Now for then, from the beginning. And I require you to confirm its dismissal. You're not asking the judge, okay? You're telling him, I require you, Judge, to confirm this case is dismissed. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be of assistance in this matter. I'm out of here. And away you go. You might be interested just to stick around for a minute just to see how much steam can come out of these guys' ears, see how red their faces can get. see how they want to powwow with their teams and try and figure out what the hell happened. I've seen that happen in courtrooms that I've been in. They don't know what to do, so they go back to the back of their room and they powwow with all their teammates, saying, "Oh my God, now what do we do? Sheesh, what do you think, Julie? How do we deal with this?" Now, we have more. So the judge wants to steamroll you. You've never seen that happen, have you? He just wants to ignore everything you have to say, and they're just moving forward no matter what. All right, so here's one approach to think about. "Excuse me, Judge, but I will not be denied due process. And if you attempt to deny me the due process I am entitled to, which you are required to ensure by your contract with me via your oath, then you are acting ultra vires." That's outside of your authority. "And you would be in contempt of your duty, your oath, and my God-given rights in my venue, which would put you right smack dab in the middle of accepting full personal liability for the damage you may cause in any ultra vires acts which interfere with my rights as a man upon the land in my venue." Now, Judge, remember, I operate in my venue, not in yours. In the alternative, if you wish to incorrectly presume me to be a person who is the named defendant without any evidence or proper claim establishing such, you'd be interfering with my ability to conduct commerce. It would be illegal restraint of trade per 15 U.S. Code, sections 1 and 2. $1 million per offense on the individual, $100 million for the entity. Add to that RICO laws in addition to federal criminal statutes relating to the deprivation of rights under color of law, specifically sections 241 and 242, among others. Those are just a few of the laws you, Judge, would be in contempt of. Don't threaten me with contempt. You are in contempt of due process and your contract and oath of office. If you continue along this track, and you know what, neither one of us wants to see that, do we? I mean, we should settle this matter properly and amicably, according to the law, don't you think? Notice how you soften your tone. It's a carrot and stick approach, right? You want to get tough? I can get tough. Or do you want to settle this? It's up to you, Judge. What do you want to do? Okay? Now, I certainly wouldn't want you and Mr. Prosecutor to be acting in concert on the record to steamroll me on this matter in contravention of all law, duty, and well-established jurisprudence. Now, do your duty to demand the prosecutor to properly establish himself in this case before the court as I have required, not how you may like, but as I have required, or dismiss the case. Those are your only lawful options. And so, Judge, how would you like to wish to proceed? So now, you're putting it back in his lap, giving him the respect that he demands. So, Judge, those are your options. How would you like to proceed? You've just put him in a box, and there's only one thing that he can do. If he's just not totally arrogant, ignorant, and a whole list of other adjectives, okay? And there are those that are out there. And you've properly set the record. No matter what they do, you just object for the record and put them on notice of appeal. And I guarantee you, notice of intent to appeal, and that case will go nowhere, okay? So, here's some troubleshooting you could do. All right, let's say none of this works. Can you imagine that none of this would work? Yeah, I guess maybe you probably could, the way things work these days. So here's your last and final cannon shot right into the engine room. Okay, Judge, there seems to be some miscommunication here. I've not been presented with anything that names me as a defendant to any legitimate claim in my capacity as beneficiary of the named estate in my venue. I've not seen the bonds supporting the action. I've not seen anything which gives a prosecutor proper standing in this court to address me on this matter. Therefore, I'm obviously at a serious disadvantage here due to lack of disclosure, discovery, or transparency in this matter. Now, since you and the prosecutor seem to be on the same page here, And I'm completely in the dark at this point as to how this court is operating outside of law and equity. I'm just going to appoint you as trustee over the estate of the defendant to protect my interests as beneficiary and administer this matter in a fiduciary capacity on my behalf. So, please proceed as my trustee in this matter, and I thank you very much. I put it in your hands. Now, it's a matter of record what you've just done, and he can't proceed because you've just put him in a conflict of interest. So, and this has been done. This has actually been done in court, and the judges will just simply pack their books, tuck their tail between their legs, and they will escape the courtroom as quickly as possible. Every instance that I've heard. All of these tracts that we've talked about here have been used successfully. Okay, now, you're not going to use all of them. You're not going to get all this in. You're going to have to know this stuff, think on your feet, hold your position, don't let them buffalo you, don't let them get you off track. You need to set the record on these key points. Don't move off your point until the record has been set. For example, okay, let the record reflect, Judge, that the prosecutor has not presented the contract. He has no standing. They won't answer hardly any of the questions you ask them. So you have to answer for the record yourself and establish the record yourself. So you get that, and failure to object is fatal. They know that. They can't object because they got no alternative. They can't comply. The only alternative is to comply. They can't do that, so they can't object. So they're going to try and buffalo you and hope that you don't set the record properly. You set the record properly, you get those answers. Even if you have to answer for them, you can see where we're going with this, okay? Now, you got to have the confidence and the guts to do this. It's your court, take control of it, all right? So do your research on courts of equity, courts of law, and chancery courts, okay? Understand the difference between the two. It's not difficult. It doesn't take a long time. You can look that up on the net and get through some of that maybe in 30 minutes. It's not a big deal. Okay, it's easy. So do that. And you know, there's a lot of different laws that can be applied depending on what your legal status is and what court you're in. Are we dealing with legislative statutes and treaties, constitutional law, federal law? If you're a U.S. citizen in a federal court, state law, are you a state resident with a residence in the state of and doing business in the state of? Those corporate bylaws for the state, i.e. state laws, might apply to you. Are we dealing with common law? You know, is there actually an injured party involved? You know, are we talking case law, which could be precedent? Some case law is weightier than others. Some case law carries no weight. All right? These are things you need to understand. We're dealing in commercial law? Good. Where's the contract? Are we dealing with agency regulations and executive orders? Those apply very specifically to very specific individuals in very specific situations. All right? So again, your status may very well determine how the laws or which laws might be applying to you in your own case. So, just be aware of that. And hopefully we brought some ideas for you to think about. And with this information and maybe a little bit more, again, we've only kind of introduced some of these topics. These are the kind of things that we get into in the Law Club. And we would encourage you to, if you want to pursue this, to join us in the Law Club. With that, stay out of court. If you do go to court, have fun. Sometimes, honestly, I used to go into court for recreation. If you ever get a chance to read my book, One Free Man's War in the Second American Revolution, you'll see a lot of the escapades that I had just going into court, running circles around these guys, having all kinds of fun. So don't worry about court. have a good time, enjoy yourself, take care of your business, get in, get out, move on, get on with things. Okay? Pretty straightforward. So, enjoy, take care, and God bless. We'll see you in the next video.
We thought we were hustling our voices to raise, but they directed the flow like marionettes in a daze. Gangsta raps the flavor that they wanted us to sell. It's a game of monopoly, stacking that green. Prison systems thrive while they sell us the dream. It's bigger than the music, that's plain to see. Control the narrative, they feed into greed. So we gotta wake up, fight back with our voice. Reclaim our freedom, it's our only choice.
Sad but true, we give away our art. They take our culture, play us like darts.
Now let me tell you about a secret, a story untold. In the 90s, they gathered intentions so bold.
Labels on the rise, but they own them prisons. Sowing division, no love, just decisions. Rap's the weapon, they feed us false lines. Gotta spit in bars while they cash in the dimes.
Who profits, who benefits from our disarray? Chasing after ghosts while they feast all day. Playing it with our lives, yeah, they setting the stage.
Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. Luring the young ones, yeah, sending them to hell.
From the images that you saw on the life of a cell, those images were seen by people over 100 years ago who created optical microscopes that were able to penetrate the cell membrane and move into that world, that universe that you see. But for some reason, none of you have access to an optical microscope that can see the cell membrane or a cell or the organelles inside a cell, or how they function. There is a reason for that. Because under international maritime law, all of you are dead. You are dead. You've been dead for a very long time. More serious than you can possibly imagine. And no dead person will ever see life, will ever hear life, will never speak of life. You will never make contract with each other, and you shall make no contract or a covenant with your God. And that's the world that you live in. How that is done is with the use of language, and I'm going to cover that in more detail. As we speak, we're just going through life babbling with each other. That language is known as babble. Since we speak a language of babble, what's interpreting the things that we're saying is our subconscious ability to make those interpretations. And this is how they get you switched off or stand down, and that's what you essentially are. You're walking around where your subconscious is stood down. You don't have access to it. You don't have access to it because the words that you are using locks you out of your subconscious mind. And as I go through what maritime law is, what federal law is, you'll start to see a glimpse of how this is done, the language that you use. And I'll bring all those subjects in together, and I'll do my best to explain it, how they're using that to enforce that you shall not make no contract with your God or covenant. You shall make no contracts with you each yourself. You cannot hear or see life. And yet a royal microscope, Royal Rife microscope, is available. You can get one. The Chinese are making it, but yet nobody seems to know anything about it. They're using optical lenses made out of silicon to be able to see intercellular life in real time and photograph it. So I thought I mentioned that because it's there and yet nobody seems to have access to it. The specimens that you see, for example, your blood specimens or your tissue specimens, all are seen as dead. They are dead. And when they look at the item under the microscope, it's actually dead. They're actually looking at something that is dead, because you cannot see life. You're not allowed to see life. Because if any one of yous work out how that cell works, you're going to figure out everything. If one of yous work out how the ecosystem of this planet works, you'll figure out everything. If one of yous work out how your language works and how it programs your conscious, your subconscious, and your unconscious mind, it's all over. Okay? One of the things that they have to do, and I'm going to make some sweeping statements and I'll qualify it as I go along. One of the things that they have to do is that they always tell you the truth. And I say the word always. Whenever they don't, they get caught out. There's a reason why that is. Your subconscious mind works at 120 times faster than your conscious mind does. 120 times faster. I am unable to go into the world of the unconscious because it is unconscious. So I will stick with the subconscious. Since it works 120 times faster than your conscious mind, it knows when you're lying, it knows when you're telling the truth, and it knows what the facts are, and it's already performed those calculations 120 times way before the conscious mind gets to it. And you might feel it as a sense of intuition or a dream, and then you act on it, or your conscious mind acts on it 120 years later when it's all over. And that's known as a migration period. That's how long sometimes it can take if one does not listen to their instincts for that information that the subconscious mind gave you, either in the solar plexus or any other part of the world, to alert you to that something is not quite right. That's how long it might take to migrate to the conscious mind. If your subconscious has been made to stand down and your conscious mind has been put into a state of fear. If you are disconnected from your subconscious mind, your conscious mind is in a state of fear. Abject fear. And that is what they do to you in the courtrooms. When you walk in, even before you've gone into the building, they get you petrified. And since you're petrified, you don't really have access to your subconscious mind. And on occasions that it will force its way through, they get it to stand down. And that's called an interruption. And I'll go through all those things, how they do that. A handshake interruption is what hypnotics would call it, a handshake interruption. And it takes less than a half a second or quarter of a second to put somebody into a trance state. Okay? Before I go into the actual courtrooms, when we start to walk into the courtrooms, I'm going to go over the period that your conscious mind and your subconscious flicks over. And it's around you all the time. The job of the higher ranking judges is to make sure that they're quite literally flicking you in and out all the time. Up to now, you may not understand what I'm talking about until I give you the example. So here, a simple child's drawing of a box. We've seen that many a times. Keep watching it. Everybody, keep watching it, as well as the people behind the camera. Keep watching it, and something will happen. And it happens to you all the time. Tell me when it happens. Everybody call it out in their own time.
Yes.
Happened a long time ago.
Change the dimension.
Tesseract.
Has it changed yet for you?
It looks long.
Okay. Keep looking at it. Keep looking at it. Tell me when it changes.
Yeah.
Has it changed for you yet?
Yeah.
It's changed.
Every time I blink, it changes.
Right before you is a mechanism that nature created to be for you to be able to create your own perspective. Okay? And this changing that you see is your subconscious flicking it around so you can see it from a different angle without actually it moving to a different angle. I held the paper. So nature is creating this all the time for you. And the period that it's doing that with you, that millisecond that it's doing it, is known as a trance state. And when that trance state occurs, you can see it in people's eyes. Your eyes start to flicker, even your skin becomes moist, and then it flicks over. The time it takes for you individuals to make that transition, where you are seeing it from this angle and then you see it from the angle, is the time period that your own subconscious mind works at in order to change that. And that's individual to all of you. Some people, it's a wink of an eye. Some people, it goes in and out hundreds of times a millisecond. The quicker it goes, the more simulated you are with your subconscious. Nature's gift. But what they do, the courts, is that they use these nature's gifts to lock you down. So when you are making a point of what you have seen, they just use the words to swap it, so they convince you to see something else. And they say, case dismissed. Yeah? And the language is what enables that to happen. Okay?
Can this be increased by a process, or is it desirable to increase that speed of changing?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. But what I'm covering is that they're doing it, they're changing it for you. I'm showing you something that happens naturally. And I'm going to show you how they're using nature's gifts to lock you down. But what about the language? The language is what I'm going to cover, because they're using language. Okay? So before I go on to that, let's go on to the courtrooms. So before you go into a courtroom, you've been presumably summoned. Anybody here quickly can call out to me what a summons is?
Invitation.
Sorry?
Invitation.
One is an invitation. IN ironically means no invitation, by the way. No invitation. That's what it means, and I'll cover that. Anybody else? Any other takers?
It's command.
Only an authority can give a command. People of low ranking that have no power give orders. Those that have power give commands, like military officers, people with weapons, and so on and so forth. That's another bit of a language. So, beg your pardon, that's another bit of language that I'll cover as well. So, I beg your pardon?
Request.
Yeah, RE also means no quest. So you are not on a quest. That's how they got you to stand down. So I'll speed it up a little bit. I'll pretend that I'm an agent of the FBI. Okay? I'm an agent of the FBI. Soon as you hear that word, agent of the FBI, you're already locked into a sense of terror, because the FBI comes with terror. It means that they are an authority, you have done something wrong, and they have power over you. But your subconscious mind is supposed to kick in. Your subconscious mind works 120 times faster. If it has full access to your psychomotor skills, it'll pick up the FBI agent and chuck him to a side, effortlessly. Yeah, like any animal on this planet can do. My pet dog, when he was alive, could tear open the entire house, and he did so once. He put a whole great big hole inside my Victorian door, and that door is that thick. He chewed it right through because I locked him in there by accident. What am I saying? The point is, when your subconscious mind is alerted, it will perform any task that you want it to. It doesn't matter if it's a car that's on top of your baby, it will pull that aside. It doesn't matter if you're the highest ranking authority on the planet, it will nullify you. It will reduce you to nothing. So the only way that they can get you to stand down is to shut that subconscious mind off. According to according to a lie detector, say a machine invented by Carl Gustav Jung, there's something in you that alerts you to the fact that something is not true. What's happening is that your subconscious mind, since it knows the answers already, is alerting you to the fact that it knows the answer, not that it does not know the answer, not that you don't know the answer, it's just that the answer is that and only that. Now that's how a lie detector machine works. So if I approach you and say, I'm an agent of the FBI, I've essentially shut down your subconscious mind, which is called stand down. Because your subconscious mind knows what an A before a gent means. It means no gentleman. And if I tell the truth, why would the subconscious help you out? I've been honorable by telling the subconscious, I'm a no gentleman. But your conscious mind doesn't know these things. All it knows is that you're an FBI agent. And that's all it knows. They've now locked you out from your subconscious mind. Once that's done, and that subconscious is separated, you are left on by yourself, with your own thoughts, which is known as surface noise, going round and round, and fear starts to take you over. Once that happens, you have very little control even of your psychomotor skills. You might even pee yourself. Happens quite a lot. Okay? So, what does an A before a gent mean? It means no gentleman. How do we know that? If I was to accuse him of being amoral, what have I just said to him?
Not moral.
So an A before a word as a prefix means the very opposite what you think it is. So they created a language for you known as Babel, where your conscious mind speaks this language of no moral, of independence, of request. It speaks this language with dualities and meanings, with quadruple meanings. And some of these words can have hundreds of meanings. By doing so, your subconscious is separated. And with that separation, they created another language, the language of telling you the truth. I'm an agent, which means I'm not a gentleman. It's one of the ways of fright. If you cannot control your fear, if you do not have control over it, they will always have control over you. Because one of the things that the fear does is it locks you out of the subconscious mind, whereas it's supposed to alert you. Okay? So, that is that, and I'll go over more and more detail, and I'll build up a volume or a body of thought around those words, so you'll get to see it. A summons to go to court and say what you need to do. You've been accused of something, yeah? A warrant, a summons essentially is nothing more than a bill of ladings. It's what one ship captain would give to another to say, you owe me this or you owe me that. And you would go aboard his ship and say, well, I don't really owe that to you at all because we've settled. And you would go, oh yeah, you're right. Sorry about the misunderstanding. And you'd be on the way. Okay? That's all that is. So how the hell did they get you to believe that you're going into a courtroom where everything is going to be equal? They lied to your conscious mind but tell you the truth in the subconscious world. Because soon as you walk in, your subconscious will scan everything and it'll know this is nothing more than a game. And it's going to help you out. Yeah? To make a game. And that's all it thinks it is. It's a game. One of the things that hypnotists will remind you is that the subconscious does not hear, see, or anything. It doesn't perceive negatives. It doesn't know what thou shalt not means or don't. Any of these negative words, it has no access to it and it doesn't understand it. It's called a negative state of condition, and your subconscious will not accept it because there's nothing there. It can't perform a negative state of condition. It can't go around thinking, thou shalt not kill thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Whatever the commandments are, thou shalt not park on the yellow line, thou shalt not walk on the grass. It doesn't think like that. You cannot walk around life doing that. So you're locked out, constantly locked out. And they use these negative words in your everyday world all the time, so you don't really have access to your subconscious. Okay? So he's got a summons. You say it's an invitation. Well, an invitation is a good thing. So we go to court, but in reality we're a little bit frightened because that's an unknown. And we go into court, and what does a court mean? Me and him are going to play tennis tomorrow. What is a court?
It's a field. It's supposed to be a playing field.
A level playing field. Yeah? Because if I am standing 10 foot or 2 foot or 3 inches above him, I've disabled him. Yeah? And if I'm just sitting in a very small area where he's got 10 meters to run from one point to the other, I've disabled him even further. So when you go into a court, your subconscious hears, oh, he's going to go and play a game of tennis or football. Everything is played on level playing field. So you get an invitation to go to court to play something. It's how the subconscious mind is interpreting. Your conscious mind is now fearful. It's going to court because there's a lot of priming behind those words. Authorities are there, judges are there, people are going to judge you. Already you're in a state of fear. And then you go into the court, and as soon as you go into the court, what do you see? Unlevel playing field. I've never seen a place where you play games where everything is unleveled for you. He or she is sitting above on top of you, which means they're not going to play any games with you. And not only that, they're on a different plane to you, a higher plane. Nothing in the room is actually at eye level. Nobody is sitting on a level playing field at all. And then they ask you to make a plea. Well, if I asked him to make a plea, what have I asked him to do?
Say please.
Plead, beg, beg. Keith, can you beg, please? Show me how you beg. I don't think you should resist. It's only a game after all. It's in a court. Come on, beg. Your subconscious will help you out. It'll beg. And your conscious mind doesn't have access to anything. It's now locked into fear. And they ask you to go into a box. Under maritime law, boxes are omitted. And in that particular box is your prison.
Boxes are what? Huh?
They're omitted. They don't exist in a court.
Omitted.
Yeah, 4 corners. So, as soon as you go in, you're standing inside a box, and that box has a fence around it. Just looks like a prison bar, because it is a bloody prison bar. If you leave that area without the judge's permission, they can arrest you. They can arrest you because you voluntarily went into prison. Voluntarily. Your subconscious mind just simply walked you in there because it's a game. But your conscious mind is fear. Control the fear, you start to see things in a very different way. Understand the language that they're using, and then then the game is over for them. So you've now gone into a court where you know it is not a level playing field, so it's not a court. Somebody's sitting on top of you. You've voluntarily walked into a prison, so you know that's definitely not a court, because you're standing in a box. And you need permission from the judge to leave that box. So that is definitely not a court. No referee is ever going to ask you to beg for something. They're going to ask you to play the game. And we'll make sure everything is level for you. Level. Without any boxes. And if there are any boxes, that's the parameters of the game. Like hitting the ball too far or kicking it to one side and it goes out of court. Goes out of court. So we know the whole thing is a lie. So you're in court and you've made your plead. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. I'm not guilty. That's my begging. That's me pleading. Not guilty. The judge tells you it's my job to make sure that you are guilty or not guilty. You've now surrendered. And if you've hired a solicitor, you've essentially signed your way to say that you're an incompetent of the court. An incompetent. That you are incapable of functioning in a court. He now begins to make his plea before the judge. The game is already finished. They've already decided what they're going to do. So, you look at the judge, and the judge is sitting, usually under a small canopy. You'll see it on top of him. And if he's not, he's usually got a little hat on, a little black or white hat. The barristers, I think, have a white one. I think the judges have a black one. Anybody know what that is? If a religious person is wearing one of those things, what does it mean?
To hide their thoughts from God.
Their wicked thoughts from God.
Is it?
To hide their wicked thoughts from God, so God may not see me do evil upon another person. And if he's not wearing it, it'll be on top of him, so God may not look down and judge that person for what he is. A liar, a thief, a murderer, a rapist, an opinionator is what a judge is. That's in your dictionaries. So already they've openly told you what they're up to. They've told that to the subconscious, but your conscious mind cannot see any of these things. Okay? Yeah. Anybody can tell me what that black robe is? Sorry?
Magic.
Yeah, priesthood.
I can't hear you guys. Sorry?
Priest.
Okay, a priest robe. Anybody else?
I said magic.
Vampire.
Vampires. Anybody else? It has a word. It has a word, that robe.
Masters.
Cape.
Master.
Cape is another one. What does cape do?
Covers up.
Yeah, covers up. Okay. It's called the mourning robe.
Morning.
Mourning robe.
With you or without you?
It's called a mourning robe. Good morning, morning are actually one and the same word. It means the death of. It means the death of, in that room, what you perceive to be as justice. To be just. Even to ask for justice is to... It is the death of justice. It's called the mourning robe. He puts it on to let you know, let the subconscious mind know, that there is no justice here. What you perceive to be just. What you perceive to be just. Okay? So all this information, all this ritual, all of this for your subconscious mind and for your conscious mind to go haywire. They've already told you who they are. It's only your conscious mind that believes the lie, as it believes in any lie. In the 80s, the IRA were terrorists and they supposed to terrorize me. In the 60s, it was the communists, I believe. Never turned up. And then in the 80s, it was black drug dealers. They didn't quite turn up either. And then it was in the late 90s, it was the Muslims supposed to terrorize me. They never really turned up. And before any of that, it was a war on cancer. We're going to kill cancer. There was no war on cancer. Then it was a war on communism. War on this, war on that. They go to great lengths, and this is where my speciality is. They go to great lengths in telling you the truth. Great lengths. And they have to do that. Otherwise, your subconscious mind is going to alert you to the fact that something is not quite right. And once that creature wakes up, everything is over. Because it's going to level the playing field. It's going to dismiss the judge. It's going to tell the solicitor, go and prostitute yourself somewhere else, because that's what soliciting means. Yeah? So far we spoke about in the courtroom. What about before you even go to court? Usually see scales. Yeah, symbolic language. Your subconscious mind lives on symbolic language. Yeah, what does it have? Sword on one hand and scales on the other. And what is scales supposed to do? It's supposed to create zero.
Balance.
Zero.
Zero the account.
Zero the account. Zero. If it doesn't, the sword arm will take your head off. Yeah, I'm going to create this with that. That's my power. It's already openly declared to you what you're walking into, albeit your subconscious mind. I was recently watching a video on Karl Lentz when he came over to Britain to brief us on how common law works. And he was talking about use of language as well. And he was talking about how if a person, say a lady, suffered rape and she went to claim justice, which means to justate, to punish, went into a prison box voluntarily and said she had suffered rape by this person. And he reminds you how quickly the judge can say, case dismissed. How the hell would that happen? Anybody give me an idea? How did that happen? Just one at a time. Thanks.
Supposed to allow.
Sorry?
To suffer is to allow.
No, I don't believe that. How can that possibly be?
Well,
This person has suffered rape and she has said that I have now voluntarily...
Jesus said, suffer the little children, allow the little children to come unto me. But to suffer is to allow.
There you go. One language for the conscious mind, another language for the subconscious mind. I suffered rape. I consented to the rape. Case dismissed. That's how easy things are, as you point out. So, it appears that if we take control of our language and the things that we say, we'll start to have more dominance. Because I did not suffer rape. The people in Australia, the natives, did not suffer rape. They were raped. They were murdered, pillaged from, buggered, so on and so forth. The word is not suffer. The people in America, or the natives in America, didn't suffer rape. They were raped, murdered, tortured. Word is talk, T-O-R-T, T-O-R-T, talk, taught, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah?
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Okay, so words. Anybody can give me an idea what UN means? What does UN mean?
United Nations.
Thank you very much. One of my credit cards, I have unlimited credit. Somebody tell me what unlimited credit means?
Not limited.
But I thought you just said it's United Nations. It's limited.
Oh.
It's
damn.
united.
Okay.
So each to their own interpretation, bubble.
No interpretation. There is no interpretation. There's one language for the conscious mind and one for the subconscious mind. When you go before the United Nations, they already told you this is a place where it is unknighted nations. Knight being Knights Templar. Yeah? It's a place of unknighted area. They already told you the truth. Your subconscious mind goes exactly like that. Nulls. It removes itself. The lady here said, before I came awake. And I had to say, when somebody's mourning, they are awake. When your mother calls out to you saying, Wake up! Yeah, it means the very opposite of what you think it does. It causes your subconscious mind to go back to sleep and your conscious mind to pop out, where it believes it has full control of the entire world. Hence, we have a dominant limb and a recessive limb, whether you're left-handed or right-handed. We're the only animals in nature that are not ambidextrous. And yes, there are some people that are ambidextrous. That's just to give you the perspective on the vast separation that exists between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. In between is a huge rift. Huge rift. We have words for that rift. Nothing can fill that rift. The entire world, all the calories in this universe cannot fill that rift. The human being, which is by definition a monster, by the way, that's the definition of a human being, is a monster. Bullentine Dictionary, I think it is. Nothing can fill that space, that separation. So all of you forever go out working perpetually in perpetual searching of religions, ideologies, anything that will fill that empty space until you bridge that. And then the universe becomes quite humble, quite beautiful. The earth provides you with everything that you need, and you're in possession of your language.
Why did you say, Mark, we have two opposite limbs?
Yeah, we're not opposite limbs. We're not ambidextrous, which means this hand doesn't function as that. It's because the conscious mind is always fighting for dominance over something, because it believes it's in control of everything. It believes that you're in control of your own money, your lives, your health, the air that you breathe. You are not in control of anything. If you just walk outside and look to your left, you'll see hundreds of planes spraying your upper atmosphere. Some of the chemicals travel up, some of it descends down. And as the years are passing, the chemicals are descending at a higher rate. It's taking less than 20 minutes now for those chemicals to reach the Thames Valley into your lungs. They've already cut out some of the sun spectrum of sunlight from your atmosphere. They've done that right under your nose in 201. Yeah. Anyway, that is that. We can cover other subjects. But before we go anything else, even before we go into court, we sign documents. We sign paperwork. Okay? And normally, you would sign into a box. And under maritime law, what does a box mean? Sorry?
Court of itself.
Yeah. It's not in here. It's not in here. It's a different territory. And if it's that shape, it has a specific meaning. That's your coffin. And within your coffin, you put your joined up writing. Am I right?
Yeah.
What's joined up writing called?
Cursive.
A cursive. And what is the language of the dead? Curse. Cursive. It means to speak evil. It means to do evil onto things. They've already told you, you have placed your signature, your cursive, your language upon your own coffin. You have witnessed your own death. That's why I, being a massive fan of Angelina Jolie, I would ask her for her autograph on an open piece of paper where she would put her autograph in. If you remember, once upon a time, that's how you used to mark the piece of paper that was presented to you. And not up in joined up lighting. That has a particular point in history when that came in. Yeah, that's how you used to write your name once upon a time. That's autograph, which means that you're an autonomous being in possession of your own thoughts, the air that you breathe, of your own body, and that you're not outside of your body. Okay? That's what that is. You already signed away, you've already witnessed your own death, and that's your coffin. That's why you have to sign within the coffin, because you cannot move out of your coffin. Okay? That's what an autograph is. That's what an autonomous person does when they put their mark or autograph on everything that is above that. If you ever wondered why the Queen signs on top of here, is so she does not admit to any of these things at the bottom. She's not witnessing anything. Okay? That is that. Let's go back into the land of the courtroom, shall we? So he's got a summons. He's waiting inside. I'm the judge. I'm on all black. Somebody pass me my hat. I think, where is my hat? Somebody give me a piece of cloth or something. Yeah, give me that. Not a black one would be good. A black one would be good. Yeah, thank you. There you go. So I'm the judge. I know it's kind of comical. I'm just taking the edge off of it, making it comical, but this is all very serious stuff because they're about to rob you of your life. Yeah? Judges weren't known as the hanging judges for any reason. There were hanging judges. They performed the tricks and the traps for whatever government or whatever master they're serving. They are the reapers of your world. You go after the judges, you've taken away the mechanism by which they rape you. I wear a black thing on my head. I come into court. The husher says, the town crier, the husher says what?
All rise.
All rise. Let's do that, shall we? All rise. All rise. There's always one who doesn't rise.
I've never rose in a courtroom in my life.
I got arrested. I got arrested for not doing what they were doing in court.
I have now done something to you guys.
Taking control.
That's only one.
Raise the dead.
That's it. Because you came in here as dead people, and I cannot take money away from dead people. I've given you back life. And now sit back down. I've put you back to death again. And now I'm going to perform my tricks, and you're all going to rise when I leave the court. I take your money, and you go back to the dead. That's the trick, and that's the trap. Also, when you rise, you give them jurisdiction. You're acknowledging them as the captain of that vessel. Remember, they're not judges. They are the captain of their vessel. Okay?
Autonomous of you.
Autonomous of you, sitting on a higher plane than you are. Performing traps after traps, tricks after tricks, until they've settled the score, which is to put it back into balance. If you don't, your head comes off with a sword that they've openly advertised they're going to use, whether that's a baton or a gun or a medieval sword. So the reason why I have to get you guys to sign, is because I don't have the technology to be able to photograph that properly. Your conscious mind will accept it anyway, because it is that thick. It will believe everything and anything. I don't have the technology to take a photograph of a signature. Are you kidding me? I have the ability to read letters that are coming through your mailbox. I can read an entire encyclopedia as it goes through the scanners, and so can all of my computers. Closed by scanning it thousands of times per second, millions of times per second. I have that ability, but I don't have the ability to do that. So can you guys please put your signature in the box? Don't sign out of it. Okay? Your conscious mind will believe any of it. I'm also a religious person. I'm a priest as well. If you guys can give me 10% of your income, which I'll pass on to God, yeah? You make sure you do that. Otherwise, I'll level the score with you. Your conscious mind will believe everything and anything. Don't I look holy? I'll put a robe on. Let's make it black, shall we? Yeah.
If you don't, if you send your driving license or your passport and you don't sign it in the box, they send it back to you and tell you got to put it in the box.
No, what you can do is you can put your autograph in.
Yeah, but sometimes they kind of give you a bit of hassle. You get to the right person.
I'm not making myself clear. The system is rigged up to keep you floating as dead people, as coffins. Full stop. Full stop. You're not going to get through any borders unless you have a passport. Full stop. They're not going to create a bureaucracy where you're going to go past that, because you're dead, and no dead person can see or hear life. You shall not make contract. You shall not make covenant with your God. You shall not write contracts. That's fact. That's their laws. Okay? I want to make that very clear to you guys. You're all dead. Don't go protesting your deadness with me. Ain't going to happen. Who enforces these things?
DVLA.
The judges. The judges are the middlemen for whoever they are. We can talk about the IMF family and the UPU later on, because that's who they are, or the Vatican and so on and so forth. We can do that.
So what do you do, Mum? You don't sign in the box?
We'll come on to that later. You're not going to get a passport unless you put your autograph across it. But there are many things that you can do. Yeah? You can interact with the world of fiction. This is known as the world of fiction. You can interact with it safely and move in and out. Now, in the world of psychology, when you're dealing with the subconscious mind, you always have to tell the truth. Otherwise, your subconscious mind will pop out and say, liar, 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 liar. I know the facts, and that person has not spoken the facts, because I know the facts. I can't discriminate, but I know the fact. You cannot call that the back garden and call that the front garden when I've come through that way. What was I going to say? I've lost my train of thought.
But it was leading on from.
Oh yes, the world of subconscious mind. I have to go to great lengths to openly tell you people what's going on, and I make it that freely available. I make that freely available to everybody. If you want to know my business plan and I'm the bad guy, I'm playing the bad guy, I go out of my way to publicize this thing. I'll even give you my business plan 25 years before I'm going to put my business plan into operation. And if one of you hold me to that, I'll show it to you. But just remind me of that. Every time they assassinate a person, murder a person, say for example in the underground, they'll make sure an MI5 agent stands outside that station, tells you 5 minutes that a person has been shot in the underground, executed, murdered, and he'll give you the manner in which he was murdered 5 minutes before, to let your subconscious mind know, that the world know, we've taken somebody out. And 5 minutes later, they will go to great lengths to tell you he was murdered at, say, for example, 8:40, when the news was broke at 8:35. They would go to great lengths even to pull down a building, and the reporter will be standing right in front of that building, sorry, behind that building. He'll be in that front of the building, and the building will be behind him. And they'll say, gosh, the building has been blown up or has been demolished by a fire brigade, and the building is now gone, and it's still standing behind you. And you'll be waiting for the cue. And then the building will go down. They're openly telling you this is a controlled execution. Okay? That's the great length that they go to make sure your subconscious doesn't pop out. Because if it pops out, it's going to be the dominant, not your conscious mind. It's going to be the dominant. And if that becomes dominant, the game is over. Okay? If you guys want to look up a little bit more on the world of the subconscious mind, which is a subject in itself, look up the characteristics of what universally we would call, universe by the way means no verse.
Uni means one, though, sure.
You.
Yeah?
No verse.
Yeah, no verse. When you go to university, you learn no verse, chapter and verse. So they go to great lengths to publicize these things, and it's on the internet all the time. You have parallel agencies. You have parallel police force. How many people know that? You have parallel secret services. How many people know that? You have a tort division. How many people know that there is a tort division in this planet? When you get raped, I don't go to the police officers, I go to the tort division. When I want a fact, I don't go and ask the World Health Organization. I go to the Bureau of Weights and Measures and get my fact. If I want to know the toxicity of a particular chemical, I won't ask the pharmaceutical industry. I'll go to the poison index. These agencies are all existing parallel with each other. When Mr. Osama bin Laden, who I can't find any record of, by the way, of his existence even, when he was #1 terrorist of the world, the FBI said there's no evidence for it, so we're not going to put it on there. But the CIA had it on their website. Why didn't the FBI put it in? You phoned them up. Well, give us some evidence. Of what? Of the horrors that he performed? No, give us some evidence. Of what? Even of his existence. Yeah? That's the lengths that they go to tell you the facts. And when they tell the lie, then they get caught out very easily, because your subconscious is going to pop right out. It'll pop right out.
I'm not clear what you're suggesting then.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm showing you a reflection of the world that you live in. Your conscious mind will not allow you to see that world because it's horrific. If you don't go to work, you lose your house. You become homeless. A mental dissonance is created to separate him from that reality. And he'll go into all sorts of confabulation to make it believe it is what it is. That it is not what it is. And that includes religious people, politicians, people that vote, everything, the entirety of it. Okay, it's called a confabulation. If you guys have got time, read a book called Left in the Dark by Tony Wright, a friend of mine. Or you can type it up on YouTube. And there's a... Actually, we did it together, didn't we? The documentary with Tony Wright.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the documentary with Tony Wright. And he'll give you an idea of the separation between the conscious and the subconscious mind, the dominant and the recessive. Okay, it's a fascinating read. So they go to great lengths to tell you the truth.
So what are you suggesting?
Or the facts. So beg your pardon.
FBI says he doesn't exist. CIA said look for him. So who's right in this situation?
One's peddling truth, one's peddling facts.
Mm-hmm.
One seeks after truth, one portrays facts. The FBI is supposed to represent the real people. The CIA represent the fiction, doesn't it?
I don't know.
The military-industrial complex is who they represent. Their history is very interesting. It's the Pinkerton Detective Agency. Pinkerton Detective Agency. Anyway, that is that. We'll divert a little bit too much. I like these little types of facts and figures. I've now made some very profound statements. The only way that I can get to you is to tell you the facts. So I am now going to create a perfect legal system. A perfect legal system so good that each one of your countries will accept it. The rule of a con is create that con as simple as possible and make that con as big as possible. Has to be global, or if not national. Look it up, the art of cons. The simplest cons are run over you again and again and again. And the bigger the con, the easier it is to pull it off. Not my words. Not my words. And there lies the fault. Because if you know what that perfect legal system is, or that perfect way of lying to a person, telling the truth in one hand and giving the lie to another. Yeah, if you work that out, then you can address using that perfect legal system. Everybody here was under the assumption, which means no sum, by the way. Yeah, that's the prefix. It means no sum. Everybody was under the presumption that a courtroom is where judges made everything okay, that they settled the score, that you had justice, what you perceived to be justice. Everybody thought that they were offering, and the correct word is, a fiduciary service. But they're not. In reality, you've walked into a foreign territory aboard their vessel, sitting in dry dock, and he's the captain of that vessel. And he got you in there by telling you the truth all the way through. And you walked straight into his vessel. As David points out, if I was to board a ship in Canary Wharf that was flying the Chinese flag, or any other country's flag apart from this country's, I've now walked onto the country of China. Yeah, and I have to be taken to China and processed in China and then sent back for whatever reason. And if I've done anything wrong, I would serve sentence there. And that's what these courtrooms are. You're in a foreign vessel. You're in a foreign vessel. Okay, go on. Make it loud as possible, because I'm deaf in both ears.
As these court systems are independent territories, when or if, I've done this, I've appointed the circuit judges as under the fiduciary appointments. So does that work or not? Because
how you get it to work is taking possession of their bureaucracy and the language. If you're using words that have dualities in meaning, you've created interpretation, which means you're enacting the judge again, because it requires judgment and opinion to settle two meanings for one word. In reality, there's about 16 words per word, 16 meanings per word. Yeah. And if you was to analyze it further, it would probably be about 900. The greatest thing that I feel that Bill Clinton did for me, and I mean that sincerely, this is how most people are screwed up, because they only get to hear about the wickedness and the madness of sexuality and so on and so forth, is that it all depends, as he said, it all depends on your definition of is. Game is now over. He's about to tell you everything, so he cannot possibly be convicted for anything, because he's about to tell you the truth of how the word plays are played out in courtrooms. Does that make sense? Yeah? So, answering your question directly and indirectly, you have to access the perfect legal system that I created to be able to initiate what I am and what I do. That legal system was created for me to treaty with every other country to simply send letters to each other.
Post office, with their system.
The post office. So let's come on to the world of the UPU. Now imagine he's a northerner, and we all know how different northerners are from southerners. We're a different race. We even live on different continents. I'm joking here, but let us imagine that he is on a different continent. I can easily send him poison pen letters because I've created a treaty with this country to saying the letter carrier, the postman, has the right to cross over to his country without any hindrance or stoppage to deliver this mail to his letterbox, and I have that in treaty. I can cross any border on this planet, cross any sea, any war zone. I'm completely immune. I have all the diplomatic rights that an ambassador or a judge would do. And I can freely walk into his country and deliver that letter to him. That's a powerful system that I created. A very powerful system. A system so powerful that anybody can take advantage of it by sending him poison pen letters, making false claims against him. Because of the power of the UPU, what they did is say, we'll create a perfect legal system between us, and we'll write that contract together to say that the post will never be used for eliciting money from him, writing poison pen letters, making fraudulent claims, eliciting money, extracting money. So in order to see that, what they did is that they created, under maritime law, because everything is in maritime law, independent little territories known as courtrooms, belonging to the UPU. And within that courtroom is a highly trained specialist in human affairs who's familiar with the UPU, or the use of post offices and post. And his job is, because I sent him a letter, or a different person in that country, to say that you owe me £1,000, and yet I have no evidence for it, which means I have to be punished now. To oversee that doesn't happen, they created a fiduciary service between him and me. And if I have a problem, I have to go to the Postmaster General or the Postmaster of my area saying, there's no evidence for this bill. Bills of the ladings, summons. That's what a summons is, a bill of the lading. It's a bill. And I have to take that to the fiduciary. If my postmaster doesn't deal with it, take it to the fiduciary. And there, I have to say, look, he's provided me no evidence. He lives in, I don't know, Birmingham, and it takes like 50 years to get here or something. Let's say 2-3 months. So he can't make that journey. So make your case on document. And since all paperwork is under maritime law, vessels, they are vessels, documents, document, doc, yeah? EMT means mental, so he's put his thoughts onto that vessel, use the UPU system of transport and fiduciary service to deliver that. It automatically becomes under fiduciary service, the UPU jurisdiction. And now he has to put his claim in, and since there is no evidence, the fiduciary there, between my country and his country, has looked at it and said, look, you haven't produced any evidence. Can you withdraw this, please? Oh, sorry, this was sent by mistake. Yeah, but you can't do things like that. Can we, get some money out of this for this settlement, yeah? I think you owe me £1,000 for sending this letter. Okay, I admit it, sorry. It was a clerical mistake on my part, I admit it. Here's the £1,000. I'm happy, he's happy. And the fiduciary is happy because he gets his cut. And the cut is use of the postage stamp. You now have a near perfect legal system to transport justice, or what you perceive to be justice, on a global level. And since the summons that they sent to you was used by the post office, it comes under federal jurisdiction. If I interfered with the mail in Canada or the US, what have I just performed? Sorry? Federal crime. I can't hear you.
A federal crime.
I've committed a federal crime. If I send you a letter making false claims against you, what have I committed? A federal crime by using the post office. So it is they that have performed the crime. And guess what? You have their signed autograph backing that document. Now, do you see where I'm going with it? But if they gave this thing, this mechanism, this bureaucratic mechanism to everybody else, then all of you are going to come out of the dead and into the world of the living, where you will get what is correct, not right, because right is a mathematical term. Which corner, right angle, which corner of the court are you going to fight? That's what that means, yeah. Right, it's a mathematical term. It means right angle. Which corner do you want? This one or that one? Sweetie, which one do you want? This one, that one? You claimed human rights, monsters' rights. So I'll give you this bit here, yeah?
Well, the creditors are all...
No, I'm going to give you this one here, whether you like it or not, because you're a monster, okay? And I'll speak to you as a monster, because you're a monster. And that's the corner I'm giving you.
I'm not obliged to.
Unless you initiate the fiduciary service. Look it up, what a monster means. Have you looked it up? Oh, by the way, random question. The reason why, when you was in Ireland, that I asked everybody, do you know what the pharmaceutical industry means? Do you know what pharmaceutical means? The reason why I asked that is because the lady, one of the ladies was there, was one of the foremost herbalists in her country. that lady with a little daughter, foremost herbalist. She didn't even know. And I had to remind everybody that they go to great lengths to tell you what they're really up to. Do you know what the legal definition is of pharmaceutical?
To preserve?
No, that's cancer. Cancer means to preserve.
I mean, he's poisoner.
Maker of poisons. That's what that means. Our next subject is going to be, how do you use the postal roads? How do you find closure, the word is closure, using the post office, federal law. By the way, this word closure is more important than we can imagine. It appears, unless we close and put a full stop into our sentences, the meaning of that sentence doesn't migrate into the subconscious where it can go about doing its business. Yeah? Whatever you do, you must create closure in what you do. If you're going to go for a run, put a full stop to it, rather than letting it run into your imagination, which Miller calls a dangling passable verb. It means it's just a philosophical thing running through your mind. And that's what they do. They create a dangling verb for you. Come and get it. And they'll move it around all the time. Yeah. So if you want the courtrooms to be non-vessels in dry dock as the captain of their vessels under maritime law, you have to initiate the fiduciary service that they were licensed to do under the UPU. Yeah? And that's done with the post office. And that's done with, sorry, I beg your pardon, that's done with postage stamps, because anything that goes through their system comes under their jurisdiction. But if you start speaking like a common law person, then common law jurisdiction is what you're going to get. If you start to claim to be a person, well, a person is what? A person, that's
an employee of a corporation.
That's it. So you'll get that jurisdiction. If you speak like a common person, well, you'll get common law jurisdiction. Yeah. If you start speaking as a man and a woman in the here now words, the words that say here and now, because that's the only thing that you know is the here and now. Everything else is an opinion. The world changes. The here and now jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of the here and now. Okay? So we have the federal system as an address, as a redress. I know what it means. As an address to take our complaints to, because they've used post office, and we know the bureaucracy, which I'm going to teach to you in a few minutes, albeit after a break. I'll teach that to you, how to use those bureaucracies that are available, and I'll teach you how to reduce an opinionator, which is a judge, into a fiduciary, to remove him off the plane and remove all the boxes in a court. Those are 3 subjects that I'll teach you after the break.
What is a fiduciary again?
A fiduciary is a person that comes between, that wants to see the best of you and the best of me and settle the score in the most noble fashion, honor bound, duty bound. That's what a fiduciary is.
Okay.
Full stop.
And is that without self-interest?
Yeah, that's right. That's without self-interest, needless to say, because he's honor bound, duty bound.
We thought we were hustling our voices to raise, but they directed the flow like marionettes in the days. Gangsta raps the flavor that they wanted us to sell. It's a game of monopoly, stacking that green. Prison systems thrive while they sell us the dream. It's bigger than the music, that's plain to see. Control the narrative, they feed into greed. So we gotta wake up, fight back with our voice. Reclaim our freedom, it's our only choice.
Sad but true, we give away our art. They take our culture, play us like darts.
Now let me tell you about a secret, a story untold. In the 90s, they gathered intentions so bold.
Labels on the rise, but they own them prisons. So in division, no love, just decisions. Rap's the weapon, they feed us false lines. Gotta spit in bars while they cash in the dimes.
Who profits, who benefits from our disarray? Chasing after ghosts while they feast all day. Playing it with our lives, yeah, they setting the stage.
Gangsta raps the flavor that they wanted us to sell. Luring the young ones, yeah, sending them to hell.
Let me clear my throat. Kick it over here, baby. You're now tuned in to all my Kilam music group. Don Kilam.
Feeling dope, boy, fresh, 06, young Jenna. I hustle when I flow, I feel the beat, then bring the rhythm. Don Kilam in the speaker, snap, crackle from the ethers. Rape the game, early rap game, I'm a creeper. Assalamu alaikum, but this beat is going ham. Another 28 teddies, pushing cookies by the grandma. Catch me on the gram, real life on the reels. Mike Jack the game, cause I do it for the thrills.
You can like it or not, both pockets and nuts. Throw your bitch off the lot, cause she know a nigga high. See the drip, word of mouth, why she make that pussy pop. Bust it open, bend over then.
Let's go.
Kick it over here, baby, pop, baby, pop. Kick it over here, baby, pop, baby, pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
Kick it over here, baby. Let's go.
You can never see me even though I'm on your TV. Every day Thanksgiving, I'm the shit, where's the TV? Real G's riding with me, STL, I'm in the city, ATL bound. All natural, out with Nick. Looking for a comma stretch, Uber just lift me. Blowing money fast, in the club another 50. Pimp in my own mind, life can be tricky. 99 hoes and they say I'm still picky.
You can like it or not, both pockets and nuts. Throw your bitch off the lot, cause she know a nigga high. See the drip, word of mouth, why she make that pussy pop. Bust it open, bend over then.
Cocaine on the mix. I'ma kill a gang if we talking about splits. I'm the shit, missing piece, I'm never puzzled. STL bred a different hue up in the hustle. All eyes on me like the world babysitting. I'm a star, words glisten, gold bars when I'm spitting. She party all the time, Rick James, Eddie Murphy. Keep her leaking like a Laker, call me James Worthy.
You can like it or not, both pockets and nuts. Throw your bitch off the lot, cause she know a nigga high. See the drip, word of mouth, why she make that pussy pop. Bust it open, bend over then. I do it for a real nigga, baby. Kick it over here, baby, pop, baby, pop. Kick it over here, baby, pop, baby, pop, pop, pop. Don't act like you don't wanna drink.
Let's pretend I'm a judge. Okay, I've heard a case and I'm licensed by the UPU. I have to submit some documents. How do you think I'm going to submit those documents? In the documents that gives the UPU full jurisdiction of the paperwork. Their paperwork in a very specific order. They take a stamp. It has to be one whole stamp, one whole pound or a euro or any denomination, 100 units making a pound or a euro. And they stick it in the top right-hand corner of their paperwork. All right? That's now got value. It's got post office value because it's maritime law. And maritime law is things that have value. I've paid my value. But that's an open stamp, which means somebody can come along and peel it off and reuse it. I need to cancel the stamp. So by buying a stamp, which means I've handed over money, it's a commercial contract, I have to cancel that stamp, just like a post office stamp. When they stamp that stamp, yeah, post office stamp. So the way that I do that is that I am now the postmaster. I autograph my name at an angle across that stamp. Not sign, but autograph. That now makes me the postmaster of that document. Vessel's dock, that's a document. Okay? And I autograph this way. So I put my autograph here to take jurisdiction of everything above, including the stamp. So I've created value on this side of the paper. I now take the entire document and on the other side, just like a letter, I put my autograph here. Now that is how a judge would submit their paperwork to the highest authority on our planet. When they see this, they know the game is over. They know the game is over. You're now submitting paperwork as judges are. So that means you're what? A judge. In control of what? Your vessel. Yeah? And the contents of your vessel, which are your words. And you know what maritime law is, because any paper is under maritime jurisdiction. And it's a vessel. And you've paid your dues. You've paid for your registration. Yeah? You've now given this piece of paper value, real money. You've paid real money for that. When you submit your documents this way, it automatically becomes federal law, because Post Office controls that, and you bought that from the Post Office. And since this is how judges submit their paperwork, you now become the postmaster, judge of your document. And this also makes you one of the most powerful carriers on the planet. Abraham Lincoln was what? A letter carrier. Makes you a letter carrier.
Put your own signature across the stamp?
Yeah.
Autograph.
Autograph. Yeah. That is now federal.
Back and front.
And the back, you put your autograph across like that, as you would do an envelope.
At the top.
Yeah. The reason why that is, sorry my friend, because if you remember, in the olden days, letters were scrolls. Yeah? And that would come like that, and they would look at that, think, oh, that's from the king, King Mark, King Henry, whoever, and it would have your seal, it will have your autograph, and they will and have a look, and there it is. Oh, okay. That's how that works. The oldest system there is. Works brilliantly. Works to this day. All scrolls are like this, by the way. That's why when judges put their paperwork, it's in scroll form. You've seen it, haven't you? I've seen it.
Some of the old-fashioned.
Yeah.
And is it legal size paper?
Yes, this can be legal size paper. I don't know what legal size paper is, but let's stick with A4s, shall we?
The average one I heard.
This is for camera. I don't know what notary paper is.
Standard paper is about, say, 10 inch, and legal size is 2 inch long or something like that. Same width, but possibly.
Don't know. Don't know. But who gives a damn how big my piece of paper is, because I've paid for it. All right? I've paid for it. I suppose they're just tricks that they play with this, yeah? Now, under maritime law, I have to bound this document, and if it's got 2-3 leaves on it, I have to bind it, just as it used to be in an old days, of a complete scroll. Because if you interfered with a scroll, they can see it's been interfered with, cut away. So I have to bind it in such a way that nobody can pull it apart, and if they do, it comes up as damaged pieces of transport, damaged pieces of cargo. And you get compensated for that, don't you? It's been interfered with. So what you do is you bind it or fuse the paper together to make it legal. Or, as I do, I use brass stamps, so brass rivets. Okay? Somebody get me out a rivet, please. Can I have you standing up for me? Yeah. That's definitely brass. Ridiculously simple, isn't it? That's how you always get these things working. Ridiculously simple. You bind the paperwork.
You want to see that, just the paper.
Paperwork is now bound. And that's maritime law now. That's a proper document. That's a proper document.
So can anyone just take it and bind it?
Do you need to bind it all the way around, or is one enough?
No, it's just, this is for other piece of paper that's going to accompany it. This is just for the camera. Yeah, so this is how it's going to be in reality. It's going to be several pieces of paper, or just one piece of paper. Yeah, so that would be your A4, and all you're doing is just bonding it. Yeah, maritime law bonding, and that's your document. And it's sealed. Anybody wants to interfere with it has to tear it. That means it's been interfered with. Okay? That's how you prepare your contracts. With the preparation of the contract, I don't care what language you use. I don't care what words you use, long as you define your words. This is not Miller's teaching, because he has his own system. And that's what I'll be teaching you as well. But I want to make it clear to you, long as you have defined your word, they are your words and your meaning put upon this paper. So there is no misinterpretation. So you add a dictionary with it. Bind the dictionary, so nobody can interfere with that as well. You have now defined your own words, one word, one meaning. You've created it using the highest authority on the planet. And there is no misinterpretation. That's your contract. You've now created a contract. Yeah? And if I send you one of these things, and it hasn't got a dictionary, it's got multiple meanings, under maritime law, what address have you got? Or readdress, shall we say, for simplistic language? You have. Because under maritime law, I have to define my words. How can I create closure without it? Yeah? So, if you're going to ask me for something, can you define the codes for me, please? Can you show me the titles in which you're titled to this sum of money? Can you create the dictionary that gives me one word, one meaning, so I can understand what the hell you're talking about? Because you're prosecuting me for the Cancer Act, 1939 Cancer Act, and you're prosecuting me under which word? Cure, which means to preserve cancer. Then I should be prosecuted, shouldn't I? Saying that I'm going to preserve cancer. What other words is there, meaning of cancer? Yeah? Treat cancer. I'm going to treat the preservation of cancer. Is that what you're prosecuting me for? I'm all up for that. That is what you're prosecuting me for, isn't it? Or are you prosecuting me for something else? If it is, you bloody better tell me what it is. Because I'll tear this piece of paper to pieces. Does that make sense? Yeah? To create closure, you must add a dictionary to a contract. One word, one meaning. I know alarm bells are now starting to ring, and therefore this alarm bell is now quite musical to you probably, since you don't have any word definitions in your contract with the contractor. Yeah? Does that explain a whole heap of things? So how do you, on a personal, on a vocabulary level, carry the power of what I was talking about? The simplification of words, knowing what you're speaking about. Because the judge is going to start flicking you, just like that square box I showed you. Every time he sees that, he'll flick, and he'll cause an interruption. He'll go like that on the desk. He'll get a piece of paper, thick piece of, you've seen it happen many times, yeah. Or the gravel. The gravel is a stamp, symbolic stamp of a postage stamp, yeah.
They don't have them in the UK courts, do they? I think they're only in the American courts, these gavels.
Yeah, gavels in the UK courts.
Let's not go over that.
Okay.
A gavel is an interruption. And in the world of psychology, that's called a handshake interruption. He's causing an interruption. He's going like this purposely. Yeah? To interrupt you because you're in a frame of thought. You're in a frame of thought of seeing this at a particular angle. When he interrupts you, the angle changes. So you don't take jurisdiction of what you are talking about. This pointing that way. He's now got you pointing that way. I know your tricks, boys, girls.
Distracting your focus of attention.
Yeah? It's what he's doing. He's swapping jurisdiction. Don't you want to claim human rights? You are human. Define the word human for me.
Someone that cannot own property.
A monster cannot inherit his blood, cannot inherit wealth, and cannot inherit anything else. Equity. Yeah? That's the game they're playing. Your subconscious knows what human means. Do you remember in your days, if I can be so poetic, they used to make liveries of milk and bread and so on and so forth, until somebody came along and put the word DE in. Now you have delivery. I thought a DE means no livery, so you have no livery. Somebody did that in your history, and if you find out who that was, you'll find out who the corrupter of your language is. And he or she is usually sitting in the middle of their lodge. You would work out the rest. There are specific points in your history where your language is purposely corrupted, forced upon you. And I'll talk through about the corruption of language, how it takes place. If he was an Irishman, say just at the turn of the century, and he spoke Gaelic with me, and I was the British Empire there, what would I do to him? What do you think I would do to him? I'd give him a chance, learn my language. I'll horsewhip him. I'll beat him. And if he refuses, I'll behead him. That's all in the history books. If his children speaks Gaelic, they are taken out and beaten.
Over the drum.
Yeah. If I went to Scotland and I found out that he was speaking Gaelic and Scottish people were speaking Gaelic and Welsh and so on and so forth, I'll do exactly the same thing. And if I came to Britain, and where I live in an area where a tribe used to live called a Roding tribe, they all disappeared because they refused to speak the language. So it's not the bloody British that are doing this. Yeah? They refuse to take the language. What's important with the language is more profound than most people can imagine. And I give this analogy normally. Your operating system on a laptop, for example, usually runs on a free software. What's that called? A Ubuntu? What's the other one called? Linux? They're all near-perfect operating systems. They're near-perfect operating systems, and they are free. And they work seamlessly, and they work effortlessly. And they occupy only a small part of their memory to do that. It's uncorrupted. Other people come along, like Apple, and create a really good interface with it, make it very smooth, make it very palatable, easy to look at, aesthetic, and they make money from it, which is a good thing, is it not? Other people will come along, corrupt the very core of it, the very kernel, and it's called in computer language the kernel. They corrupt the very kernel of it, and they create an entire infrastructure constantly repairing that kernel. Do we know what that's called?
Virus, antivirus.
Microsoft?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah? It's what they did. They corrupted the very core of it.
Well, it's based around a pine cone, isn't it? The kernel.
So when you corrupt something that works near perfect, you make a lot of money from it because you need to constantly fix it. Sounds like something like the pharmaceutical industry? Yeah?
Vaccines?
Anything else? What operates your operating system? Your own CPU?
Weetabix?
It's your words. The program is the words. It's the words. It's the words that move you from one jurisdiction to the other. It's the one that navigates you from one point to the other. Without that vocabulary, you will not be able to even get yourself up from the chair, as any hypnotist can tell you. Wake up. not awake, because that means go to sleep. No wake.
That explains why I've never been woken up yet then, eh? I'm still learning.
It's the language, folks. Once you remove these words from your vocabulary, you got your back the vocabulary that puts your subconscious in operation. The vocabulary of, say, David. The vocabulary of, say, people that are in possession of their own thoughts. When Webster's dictionary came out, what did Webster say? He said, the greatest crime I've ever committed was the bastardization of English, the English language. Those are his own words. When your country, or any other country, he speaks a language that's not been uncorrupted, it usually means that language or that culture doesn't punish the truth. If you punish a child for telling the truth, it will learn to lie. And it will create an entire imaginary, illusionary world in which to navigate from one point to the other, through its parents, through its societies, constantly lying, fibbing, what's it called? What's fibbing? Yeah, constantly fibbing, lying its way through life. But you have a language that does not punish. You get rewarded for telling the truth. The language becomes so refined that you're now speaking the facts as the facts. Does that make sense? You imagine a mother that doesn't punish a child for spilling milk or burning a house down, but rather is more concerned with how the child is or the baby is. Doesn't punish it. Oh, what have you done, sweetie? Oh, I've accidentally left the tap on and left the plug on. The house is entirely flooded. Well, okay, let's go and fix it, shall we? There's no punishment. But if you punish the child, it will learn to tell the lie, and the damage will be much greater. So you won't get to know about it when you come home. You get to hear about it when you go to bed. Does that make sense? And you can work your own way through how this works. You punish a child, you create a language that revolves around lying. So when they encountered languages that did not punish their children for telling the truth, they banned those languages. And the penalty for speaking those languages was death. As they did with the Gaelic people, as they did with the Asian people, as they did with the Hawaiians, as they did with most of America. Was deaf. The first thing you do is you change the culture by changing the language. If you create a language that tells a lie, you now have a corrupted system, and you just feed that system. Look how big that corrupter of that kernel is, of that operating system, how big it is. And how does it work? With the corruption, the kernel of the operating system. It's the language. You start to remove those words, and I'll show you how to remove those words. Already you've got 90% jurisdiction in possession of your own thoughts. You now know United Nations means no knighted nations. Knight means Knights Templars. Yeah? Unlimited credit you now means it's unlimited. It means no. You now know AB before a word means no. So I'm not an Aborigine. If I claim walking around claiming to be an Aborigine, my subconscious mind hears that, says you're no origine. Okay then, don't go making no claims now, will you? The word is origine, as Miller taught me. Yeah? Do you get it? It's a language. They got you to stand down.
That kernel.
Sorry?
That kernel.
Yeah. They corrupted the kernel. You removed the words, and you removed the things that corrupt the kernel. Did you know in the, I think it was in the, just at the very late, or just at the beginning of the 20th century, so in year 2000, Microsoft prosecuted, and I think this is, I'm guessing, I forgot about it, most of it anyway, prosecuted an Asian person, an Indian person, for removing the bugs from their operating system. That was in the news. That was like 10 years ago. They actually prosecuted the man for removing the bugs from their operating system. Yeah? Because the operating system, that is the bug, the corruption of it is what makes them the money. If you remove it, you have a Ubuntu or you know, those free operating systems like Linux and stuff like that. Mine is a Ubuntu operating system. Works seamlessly. Never needs any antivirus. Doesn't need. Nobody can hack into it. You could be the best hacker in the world. You cannot hack into that system. It takes 10 minutes to download. Sorry?
What's it called?
Well, just have a look. It's on my laptop there. Have a look. I can't pronounce it properly. Pronounce it for me, please.
Ubuntu.
That's it. Ubuntu.
UBUNTUBE.
Just look it up on my laptop. It's sitting there.
It's Linux,
you know.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, part of the Linux operating system.
Yeah.
So, just to recap, if you ever speak a language that does not punish the truth, you have a near operating system. That means a near perfect language, where facts can be spoken freely, where you can go into a courtroom and discuss facts and the law. At the moment, no fact or law can enter a courtroom. Am I right? No fact or law can enter a courtroom. If a fact cannot enter a courtroom, what have they just told you? Come in. Oh, where's it gone? Come in as a dead person, because no fact can enter a courtroom. And a fact is a noun. It has weight upon the earth. Yeah? But you can come there as a floating dead person. The way that you notarize something is you do exactly that, but at the end of your autograph, put your thumbprint across it. Yeah? And at the top where the stamp is, as well as your autograph, put your thumbprint across it. That makes you the notary. So you don't need to go to the Queen's notary, pay them some money to do it for you. You're the fact. That becomes a notary.
Well, he's going to put it at the bottom, across the stamp here.
Hmm.
Back of
Yeah, so I'll just show you. So that's the stamp. Okay? Thumbprint it across the stamp. Put your thumbprint across it. Okay? And put a thumbprint at the end of here as well. That's your autograph. Let me open it up properly. I'm sorry you guys at TV land, but you guys have got very small perspective. So you want to put your thumbprint across that stamp where the autograph is, and you want to put your thumbprint at the end of your autograph. We're okay with that? And that becomes a notary. So you've notarized your own document.
With the signature across the stamp and the thumb.
Correct.
Together both.
Yeah, can we use the word autograph? Because you're autonomous, and that thing there is a graph of your autonomy of your autonomy. Thank you very much, cameraman to the rescue. Okay, any other questions?
Is it okay to be publicizing your fingerprints?
Yeah.
So it helps you to identify you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the idea. It helps you to identify as a fact.
Agencies that you don't really want to know about.
Yeah, exactly.
The agencies that you don't want them to know about you already know what your genetic makeup is every time you go through a scanner. They already know what your bone structure is resonating at when you go through those scanners.
Nevertheless, they've then got your autograph to add to it.
You're not in control of these things, okay? So use the control that you have, use them to your benefit. So this is what goes inside an envelope. So how do you now stick this into an envelope? You put it into an ordinary envelope, put the address it needs to go to, put a registered stamp on it. That costs £6 something in this country.
Registered stamp?
Yeah.
Are registered and not recorded?
So I beg your pardon, recorded. There is two types, several types actually. The one that I'm talking about is called... Sorry?
Blue and silver package.
Yeah, that's right, blue and silver.
Private mail.
Yeah, and that costs around about £6 something. Sorry? £6.75.
The special they're signed for.
Yeah, that's the one that you want to use, the special one. Yeah.
Why special and not the recorded?
Because it's not recorded. That's just a con, really.
Is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the sign for one, they just send it through your letterbox, you know. But it's actually recorded. That means you need to. All right, let me start from the beginning. Under UPU regulations, remember it's a near perfect system. When I send this to that person over there using the post office is going to guarantee me nobody else is going to intercept this. If they do, it's a federal crime. Armies will be marshaled to protect this. Armies will be marshaled. You ever break this one. And only he that has the name written on it, its full name with the address, which is the territorial location, using Coordinate Survey coordinates occupying that territory at that place where I have a treaty with to deliver that, can only be in receipt of this document by the autographing and the witnessing by the person that's delivering the post. Only he can be in receipt of this, and nobody else can. If anybody else is, it's a federal crime and you go to prison for 20 years for intercepting mail. Look it up, intercepting mail. So, because of that system is guaranteed with an autograph, you now have a near perfect way of delivering my cargo to him. It's inside the document. So what's outside of the envelope is matched into here. And you can keep a copy of this for yourself, for your original copies. And they're called original copies.
I always keep my original copy and I've got
Yeah. If you use the other sticker, on your original document. So let me have that. That's your original document, photocopy. This is the dwarf version, little me. And I'll stick that. That's your original document.
So you're now back to original.
Yeah, we're back to original. It's backed up. And if I want to back it up a little bit more, because I want my cameraman to be a witness to this as well, I create another one. And where you hold me, the UPU have provided me with another sticker. Okay, so that's another copy, original copy. So he's got one, I got one. Oh, he also witnessed my document, so he should have an original copy as well. So I'm going to give him another original copy. And behold, I've still got another one. And I take this to the post office. He puts this across the envelope. Only he can be receipt of it. I've created a near perfect system.
Once they've stamped that, do you need to sign across?
You should do. You're supposed to.
Because they've stamped it and cancelled what you've.
Yeah, they've cancelled it, but we'll cover that at a later stage because the postmasters won't allow you to witness that. You're supposed to actually sign it. You know, every time you put it in, they make a note of it. You're supposed to put your autograph across there as well, to say that's you. Yeah, but you've done that. That's good enough, isn't it? And since there's two people witnessing this document, that means it's a corporation. Corporation means two or more people coming together. You can't argue with that. That's a corporate document. That's a federal document. That's a maritime document. And he's in receipt of it because nobody on this planet can go by that name at that territory. At that territory. Ordnance Survey marks. Because no person can ever be in that place. Because no two people can occupy that same space, that same time, being in receipt of this. It's a near perfect system.
I didn't know where that you could get it from the post office.
Yeah.
I usually go in and give them my...
They give you a roll, a big bundle with about 50 on it.
Yeah.
And it's only when you use it you actually pay for it.
Okay, good. I didn't know where that.
Just go in and say I want a roll of blue or a roll of the orange. And you pay for it. No, you don't pay for it. They just give it you. So you might have a roll with 50. It's only when you use it and when you stamp it on that day, then you pay the value for it.
What's the importance? What is the importance of having witnesses?
To verify the truth.
To back it up. When you go into a courtroom, there's one judge and two people sitting next to each other. There's three people already against one person. There's a barrister, there is the husher, there is a bosun, there's security guards. There's about 10 people working against you and you're standing alone. Go in with friends. Make friends. Yeah? Keep the community tight. Make friends. Go into court together. Don't let them separate you. When I go into Ireland, they do try to separate. So the person that I'm helping out will be standing in the middle, and the person in front will also be another friend of mine. He'll be the person, or she, be taking notes and distracting the judge. You want to play games? I'll play games with you as well.
I always take the one that does the recording, every time.
Yeah. Everybody's heard of tic-tac? They're playing tic-tac in the courtrooms. The barrister's sitting there going, yeah, talking to the judge, yeah, in their simplistic language. This is how screwed up these people are. Not honour-bound, duty-bound or anything like that. Have no respect for them. When they act honour-bound, duty-bound, then show them your kindness.
All of Don Kilam's books are indeed truthful books for we, the people of the Republic.
It's time to unlock the secrets of the Matrix and become a power piece in commerce with Don Kilam. He teaches you the truth about the tricks and traps of society, starting with the lies of separate races. As there is only one race, the human race. When you say you are black or white, this gives up rights dealing with your nationality, giving up your constitutional and state rights. Every state is a country, therefore your nationality. Example, if you live in Texas, you are a Texan. The same goes with Alaskans. They live in Alaska, and Hawaiians live in Hawaii. New Yorkers are from New York. Hope it makes sense. Learn how to get your rights back and how to declare a nationality, and always remember that prosperity is your true birthright. Click the link in our bio and join our private school with Don Kilam today.
Examples of corruption of language within your own lifetime, by the way. Say I was a farmer. This is a farming culture now, say 60, 70 years ago. It's mostly agriculture. I get married to this beautiful lady here, and she becomes my wife. And I'm her husband. Anybody give me an idea what husband is? What that means?
So you shepherd things around, or manages or something?
Yeah, I'm a husband. I'm practicing husbandry, animal husbandry. So that's the language that they've given me to show them that this person has taken jurisdiction of the language that I've given them. She's my wife, and I'm her husband. I am actually practicing animal husbandry on her as one of my animals in my stockyard. If you ask the liberated women, they will tell you why they objected to the word husband, because that's what it means. They created that for you. So now we're out of the agricultural industry, agricultural time zone, and we're in, say corporate jurisdiction. You are now persons. And the way that I get that through to you is that, look, I don't think it's important to distinguish in the workplace whether she's female or either you're a man. Yeah, so we should become sex neutral, gender neutral. And we'll call it a person. But what does a person really mean?
Employee.
An employee of a corporation.
A fictitious character.
So that's how they know you're completely sold on the idea. You're a person. Okay. Well, you're on the territory of Ford Works. And I'm the Ford manager. The policy in this factory floor is what I bloody say it is, because it's my factory. You speak like a person, I'll give you that jurisdiction. Yeah? So remember, they keep telling you the truth, the facts. So when they ushered in, I think when they organised a march a few years back, it was 30,000 police officers. Don't quote me on the numbers. 30,000 police officers took to the streets of London. And what did they protest? They said, we are not police persons, we are policemen and women, because we judge the situation, and with our judgment, we will act and we will move to take it further or not to take it further. So we will decide whether this person should have a ticket or not. It could be a genuine mistake. But if you say I am a police person, I'm there to force the laws of a factory floor, of a corporation. And what do they do now? They're policy enforcers. Yeah? Law enforcement. Law enforcement. Not men and women using their own vocation, their own thought processes to find out what the Mr. Cameraman is up to. What this lady is up to. Why does she want to give me my name, her name? Well, she doesn't really have to. She doesn't want to make contact with me. Well, that's perfectly fine. Let's check her car out anyway. It looks roadworthy. Okay, missus, I think you're on your way to go. But now, since you live in a corporation land, this land belongs to a corporation, that's why you pay council tax. Yeah? That's your duty, the duties that they put on you, because you signed it away with the anti-terrorist legislation. You got a corporation to protect you as a man or a woman. They have the right to put a duty on you. And as every judge would point out to you, for every right, there is a duty. Pay your duty. You signed away your right. You live in the corporation of Britain, and the law enforcement officers are the enforcement officers of the corporation policy. If they decided you are illegal, you are illegal. Because that's the factory law policies. But if I'm a guest in that factory floor, walking through postal roads, using postal systems, you have to respect me for what I am. Yeah? So when they invite you to court, what you guys going to do now? Treat it as an invitation if you want, or keep it within the contract vessel, the document court. Yeah? If they're sitting up on top of them and you stand up, you recognize them as the captain of the vessel, don't. Stay standing or stay seated. They force you to stand up, they'll try to, if they can't get you to stand up, I beg your pardon, they'll walk out, they'll run out of the court. And they'll threaten you and try to get the security guards to get you to stand up. Or they'll walk out the court. You say to them, get back in here in court. Get back in here now. Don't you dare leave the court. This is my court now. And at that time, remove all the boxes. And you say that you do that by saying, I remove all planes from this room, and I remove all boxes from this room. And you are now my fiduciary. You are now honor-bound, duty-bound to perform your duties as a fiduciary.
What's the first thing you remove? All what from this
Levels
planes?
or boxes or both, and both.
Planes.
Yeah.
Level plane.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're creating a level playing field. You're removing all the disabilities that they've created for you. That person now is reduced to a fiduciary, and you've got to do that before they leave the courtroom.
A puny judge.
I beg your pardon?
A puny judge.
A puny judge?
Puny judge. Section 9, 1981 Superior Courts Act. A puny judge is a judge when he's reduced in stature to no more than an umpire.
Isn't that the same status as a magistrate?
I can't hear you.
He's a puny judge.
He's a puny judge.
Puny judge, as in puny. It's a puny in French. It means he reduces in stature to a mere umpire to serve you.
Okay.
Section 9 of Senior Courts Act 1981.
There you go, folks. Look it up. Don't take his word for it, and don't take my word for it. Look it up. Find out for yourself. With this video will come links. You go and find out for yourself.
Section 9 Superior.
Remember, you are responsible for the things that you do. Yeah, you have to speak like a man and woman. This is not a message for corporate persons. This is not a this is not a message for people that speak in a fictitious language or go around expressing opinions. It's for people that want to know what the facts are and move upon those facts, not act, because that's just an actor acting. Yeah, to move upon those facts, to navigate through those facts. That's a maritime expression. Yeah. Full stop. Learn to put the full stop in your sentence. Otherwise, it's a continuous process. It just goes round in your head all the time. You have to create closure in what you say.
Try and position like the thought, but slapping it at the point.
Yeah. Make what you say it, and put a full stop to it. If it's a question, make a question sound like a question. Yeah? If it's a statement, then qualify your own statement and make it sound like a statement. But what you can't do is what they do, which is to make accusations, in other words, make statements that sound like questions, and then put you in the impossible situation of getting you to defend yourself. Look at him, bloody northerner, wears glasses, sucks on his pen, sucks on a piece of long tube that's got a death warning on it. Is he going to get any respect from me? I went to the lengths to put on the box. It's going to kill you. They're called death sticks. I'm quoting Star Wars, of course. Death sticks. He smokes them. I've done everything I can to give this man as much power and dignity as possible. He's ignored me. Yeah? But if he starts speaking to me as a man that's in control of his own thoughts, he'll take jurisdiction over me. Have you noticed when you're in court, when they say something to you, people quite often sit back? That happens when you're taking punches. Judges are trained to see that. Yeah? I lean forward to the question. I lend myself to the question. That's because I know a little bit of boxing. Yeah. You move into your punches. You don't move away. Yeah? So when you start doing things like that, when you really move into them, then they get frightened.
They don't like reverse psychology on them. I always sit like this. If I'm in court, I sit back, and if I look at them, I do have my glasses to them, and I hate that. I hate it. Dip your glasses and look at them, as if to say you press.
Yeah.
That's the way they look at you, isn't it, really? Over the glasses.
Just give me a ring, talk to me, and if I think I'm okay with you guys, I'll let you know. Okay? Let me take some random questions now.
When you receive a document, or when a solicitor or anybody else, or any authority as such, writes a document, they tend to leave out the punctuation. Is that for purposes of ambiguity, and so they can't be pinned down?
Yeah, that's right. A dangling passable verb is what you call it. So they can't be pinned down. They will also mix numbers. They will also mix serial numbers, case numbers. So there is no what do you call it? No, let me finish my own train of thought. With any order of custody is the word, custody, because if I give him a piece of paper to take it to you, then take it to you, it has to have that custody. So he puts his autograph on that piece of paper, she puts her autograph on a piece of paper, you put her autograph, and it comes back to him saying, wow, that's the chain of custody. To break that link, they won't give you the same serial number, because then there is a trail of evidence.
So the mixed serial number.
That's right, yeah. And they write different letters. Like if you make an accusation at a solicitor or a court, they write back to you saying, we've taken your complaint into consideration. It wasn't a complaint.
Very often.
I did not make a complaint. I said, you took from me. Return it. You write back to me and say, I will look at your complaint. What they're doing is they're reducing their plea bargaining with you. They're reducing it to the point where it's just exited as nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. So imagine, actually let's make him the chief of Birmingham. I'm the conqueror. He's not actually a chief, he's actually a king. But as soon as I go into his country, I reduce him down to a chief. And then I reduce him down to the chief of that little small village. Yeah? And then I make him the tax collector, and he's as happy can be. That's how they work. Yeah? They reduce, and then give you a little bit of reward. Any questions?
In terms of the treaty itself, that is the ultimate law, I found it very difficult to find that on the internet.
Yeah. Google will give you everything that you want to know if you have the patience to find it. You have to scroll through. But luckily I have it on the computer, as a good Blue Peter show would be. Anybody know about Flags Operation, as we're talking about Blue Peter? Do you know what Blue Peter is?
Just a Charles program, as I understand.
They're Flags Operation. They are flag equities that determine how you're going to maneuver across all of this. All of these documents carry flags with them, by the way. When you put your flags in, you've got other jurisdiction. Miller has his own flag, the flag of being correct. That's the US flag, which he rescued because the corporation of the world, the United States World Corporation, threw it out. They threw the flag out. He rescued it and made it his own flag. And he called it the correct sentence, structure, parse, syntax, grammar flag, which is recognized. Yeah? So, what's this flag's got to do with anything? At the moment, I'm running on open flags. They're called open flags of jurisdiction. Open flags. So this is going out on the internet, it's going on social media, it's open flags. There's no conspiracy. I'm not hiding anything. Yeah? I'm opening flags. Let me just give you an idea now. That's Lord Drake sitting over there, whichever century he lived in. We're a group of vessels floating in a sea of space, going from one point to the other. I've got gold, he's got African timber, you've got tea, he's got fags. We're going along. It's in the middle of the day. Lord Drake turns up, yeah, and he raises his flag. It's skull and bone. It's announced to all of us in the broad daylight. Now look how stupid this man really is. In broad daylight, he raises his skull and bone. So you can see it, I can see it, everybody can see it. Prepare for a battle. All of us can kill him. Why did he raise his flag? Why did he just wait for nightfall? It's no full moon. There's no moon at all. It's just a small crescent. Why didn't he do that? Just take me one by one. He has a much faster boat than I have. He can just take us all in one night. But he raises his skull and bone where everybody can see. He's following maritime law.
Announcing.
He's announced legally that he is in international waters a pirate, and he's given me 4-minute warning, albeit like half a day's warning, because that's how long it's going to take him to board us. When the IRA used to do their thing, they used to do what? Pick up the phone? Making it legal.
10 minutes.
When they send a bomb, they give you warning. A declaration of war. What idiot would declare that I'm coming? The whole point of being stealth is that you are stealth. That's the art of
warning.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's being honourable.
Yeah. So I can't prosecute him. I can't come after him. I can't come after him. He's done everything correctly. Yeah. And then he takes all of his wares to Elizabeth I, who gives him sanctuary, because she's the
Queen.
No, she is the, what's the word for it? The fence. The fence. She is the fence for the gold, the silver, the bullions that were coming out of the Aztecs and the Mayans from the Spanish ships, because he used to attack that. And he used to prop up her empire. And you as a Spanish ambassador would come before the Queen and make a complaint. Well, everything is done legal, go away. There's no case to answer. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. They're playing the most dirtiest tricks on you, in front of you, without actually telling you. When your conscious mind is aware of this, you can now access your subconscious, because it knows it's being lied to. It won't stand down anymore. There's no way that I can bully this little lady. She'll hit me back real hard. No way, now that she knows that. There's no way that I can make false claims against him, now that he knows federal law, how to prepare documents, how to bind documents, how to notarize it, how to keep the claim within the courtroom of the document, how to reduce a judge, an opinionator, to a fiduciary. What was the word again, by the way?
Puny. Puny. Puny.
Puny. How would you spell that?
I knew you was going to ask that.
Or anybody, any takers here? Phonetically even, just to help our viewers out.
P-U-N-Y is English, but peony is P-E-U-N-I-E-Y. E-A, something like punia. It's a funny spelling.
It's a French word, I think.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credits. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
We covered what courtrooms are, and they are actually vessels in dry dock, and you're entering foreign territory, and the judges are supposed to be moving as or acting as fiduciaries, but they're actually taking jurisdiction as the captains of their vessels. That means they're the king of their vessels. And all they want to do, and this is quite important, this is where the real information comes. This is where the stuff that why they do this, make it more real. The courtrooms are essentially there to remove commercial energy from you guys on an individual basis or on a tribal level or entire countries, and use the courtrooms as a conduit to take it back to the people that do not have any creative energy or any commercial energy. The only way that I can give value to my fictional money, that is printed money or fractional money, is to give you some of it, enough of it, for you to, for example, if you're a farmer, to develop your farm much further where it's now productive. In other words, you have converted the money, the fictional money, the paper money, into something that is real, yeah, into commodities, as he says. And then to remove as much of that commercial energy, anything up to 80% more, and then use that building, the courtroom, as a conduit to the people that do not have the ability to create things. From what I have gathered from the people that have had meetings with these people is that they lack creativity. From what Russell told me, Russell Gould that is, these people are xenophobes, the ones that own the UPU and the ones that control the IMF or the IMF family, xenophobes. Xenophobe is not what you think it is. It means the fear of a stranger. So the conscious mind, they gave you another understanding, the fear of Jewish people. It's not. It means the fear of strangers. They're xenophobes. Yeah? And they have no creativity. So they create these mechanisms and the courtrooms to remove commercial energy. And they do that by creating the near perfect system. And underneath that, they slip in the poison. Yeah? Who's doing all the damage in the US and in this country? Who's removing commercial energy from the country? Yeah. And who are they doing it for? The federal system, the federal creators of the federal jurisdiction, the UPU. Yeah? If it's done in Ireland, it probably goes straight to the Queen, who would be the figurehead for the people that she is the figurehead of. Yeah? That's how they get the money off of you, is that they give you the illusion of currency, paper. They give you enough of it to make something of it, give it real value, sweat equity. Biblically, we call that earning, living. How did you phrase it?
By the sweat of your brow you shall live.
Yeah, by the sweat of your brow, which is known as sweat equity. Yeah, and once you've created this sweat equity, they remove it from you. And they put even laws in place, and they openly advertise it. So as a human being, you cannot inherit your blood, you cannot inherit wealth, you cannot inherit anything. And what's most important is that your children do not inherit the wealth that you made. Because if your children inherited it, then they wouldn't be able to remove any commercial energy from you to them. That's what these systems are about. And they created the language, the poisoning of the language for you, under the threat of death if you don't speak it, and all these systems that you see around you. That's why all of us have to go to work day and night, and there's no closure on how many hours we can work, how many hours we should work. There's no closure on how much tax you have to pay. You don't ever have any closure. You don't even have closure when you passed away. They're still in control of your inheritance. There is no closure until you, with the use of your will, albeit your thinking, because it's your thinking that will get you there, put a full stop to it. And he's saying, no, I ain't giving you any more commercial energy. Full stop. If you can find that within yourselves, to say that within yourselves, you are now in possession of your own thoughts. In other words, you're speaking like a man and a woman. And what does a woman mean? Man with a womb. When religion speaks of it, what do they get you to believe? It means man, woe, man. Woe unto man. Man of sorrow. That's a lie. That's the duality in language. Telling the truth to the subconscious mind and lying to the conscious mind. A woman is supposed to be a sorrow person. Ain't going to happen anymore, is it? Now that we know the language, you created dualities. And where you created no dualities, you've created hundreds and thousands of words, meanings for just one word. Yeah? We know what they are, so the game is over. No more removing of commercial energy. The money that I make is mine, and I will keep it. Full stop.
The treaty.
The treaty.
And articles that's relevant.
Okay, so for example, if you type in Google title, not statutes or laws, because what's a statute? It's a statute. What's a legislation? It's a leg of a statute. What's an act? It's an actor acting. What's parliament? Passing statutes and laws. Acting out? It's acting out. What does parliament mean? It means parlay. Talking, M-E-N-T, mental. They're openly telling you this is a talking shop. If you want to join us, let's have a really good talking shop and you become a member of a talking shop.
Mental exercise. Yeah.
That's what that's about. Who passes laws? Parliament sanctions the laws. It's given to them by the directors of Parliament. What they did is they got you to vote for the person that would be in control of that Parliament. That Parliament now makes the directors the beneficiary of the trust. You're supposed to be the beneficiary of your own trust. So the directors are the beneficiaries of the trust. So the commercial energy goes to the directors. The directors direct Parliament to say what they need to say. The laws, statutes and so on and so forth have been passed. So the long-winded way of saying that is if you type in titles, title 18, do it and you'll find out what title 18s are. If you want to know what maritime law is, look up, I think, title 46. It will show you. Cornell University has a beautiful website that lists all of these things. And you can do all your research there. Or any one of those government organizations. And they will give you the codes, the titles, the laws, how these things work. It will give you how flags operate. Open flags like Blue Peter. I think it means permission to land. That's what a Blue Peter flag is. Like a white flag means that I wish to make contract with him. It doesn't mean peace. A white flag with a red background means that it's target practice. Red Cross. Yeah, open flags, openly telling you what they're up to. The British flag, that's a double cross, by the way. I think you guys mostly know that. Yeah.
Three crosses, British flag.
Yeah, look at Manly Hall. I'm working on trying to expand the book to what it originally was, because it was supposed to be all the works of how the language works, neurology works, the flags and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to put that words back in. The only person that has the true copy of it is David Wayne Miller. He's got the original. He's keeping it. So I thought to myself, since he's taught me so much, he's taught me to put the words back in that they took out and take out the words that they put in. Why can't I do that with Manly Halls? Yeah, so that's one of the things I'm working on. The other thing that I'm working on still, because I need to record it into the Bureau of Facts and Weights and Measures, is the expansion of the Earth. And that's just a simple calculation that any Earth scientist can perform. But it will take about a month or so to make those calculations final and to put notary signs on it. So notify it with the thumbprints, with the stamps, and send it off.
So you've done a document which you want the public to be aware of or notice to the public.
Yeah.
Can you go to Bureau of Weights and Measure and register as a fact?
If it's a fact, gold is a fact, atomical numbers are facts, I'm a fact. Your birth certificate, your certificate of your birth should be listed in the Bureau of Weights and Measures because you're a weight upon the earth, albeit you're a weight on the earth. What they did is they robbed you of it. Yeah. So when he enters into your world, when your son enters or daughter enters in the world, they enter as a fact. Okay? That's the power of it.
Can you then use that in a court case to establish a fact which the court can't then challenge? Because the fact...
That's what I'm working on. It's probably an original thought that I have, but instead of doing it for a person, I thought I'd do it for the entire planet. Yeah? Because you live on the planet.
Same principle on a larger scale.
Yeah. How you publish documents of this nature is to put it on Facebook or any open social media website because they created all these mechanisms for you so you can, yeah, created for them, created by them for you.
It's in the public, it's been
Yeah.
introduced.
Yeah, like search engines, for example. Google will give you all the information, most of the information that you need, but if you want to refine it, you have to go back to what the original search engines was. Which they call torrents.
Yeah.
Job of Google is to rob you of the torrents, because torrent went looking for every computer on the planet for the information that you asked. Yeah, where it had no censorship, but they robbed you of that. So they gave you a central server, a library system. Yeah, so that is that.
I'm not
Sorry,
clear
go on.
why you denote such significance to the possibility that in line, as I understand it, in line with the expansion or accepted expansion of the universe, that the world must therefore also be expanding, and if so, to my mind, it would probably be by a microscopic amount. And why is it significant to actually make or refute this theory? What's important about it?
The language that we speak in is in the language of scarcity. Oil is scarce, water is scarce, the air, I'll answer your question in the full. The air that you breathe is scarce, everything is scarce, everything is going to run out. Even the space that you live on is going to run out. If you remove scarcity mentality, you get people thinking in abundance mentality. Because abundance is a theory, not theory, it's the fact of nature. You plant one seed, it gives you 1,000. It's abundance theory. Dr. Covey, in the habits of habits of highly successful people, put it beautifully. You know, the scarcity mentality versus the people that think in abundance. The earth is abundant. They robbed you of that. In Russia, when they dig an oil well, they let it run dry. When it runs dry, they let it sit there for a few years, and then they come back in and retap that well, because they know the oil fills it. Yeah? Water is generated in your planet, trillions of gallons every single day, and it evaporates with the heat. The heat carries it out into space. It's constantly rejuvenating itself.
Well, how come the North Sea is running out?
I beg your pardon?
How come that the volume of oil, for example, coming from the North Sea oil fields has diminished by something like 80% already, and the projection is that it will actually dwindle over the next 5 to 10 years to virtually nothing and trundle along onto 500,000 barrels or 250,000. So how does that, if it's all being topped up, why does it run out?
Why does it run out? I just told you it doesn't. Oil fields are retapped. Russia oil fields, when it runs out, when it goes dry, they just leave it to sit for a little while, and then they come back where the water fills. The aquifers under your planet, under the continents, are created all the time. They give you the idea it's water seeping through. Yes, some of it is, only a little bit of it, but it's actually water generated within the earth.
That oil in the North Sea, it's proven that it's producing much less now than what it was in the 1980s. Boom time is gone again, or what?
What I'm saying to you, it is that it is absolutely essential that I get you to believe that the oil is running out, that I will go to any lengths that I can to go to the most remote parts of the world to give you the illusion that you need super technology, super drilling mechanisms to be able to tap that oil. When I can Google, and you can do this right now, and you should do this right now as well, geological map of Great Britain. Oh bloody hell, half the country floats on oil. And you go to Windsor, where the Queen lives, oh, there's a bloody oil well there. How the hell is that getting out? How deep is that? You ask these basic questions, oh, most of this country floats on oil. But they'll tap it from the North Sea to give you the illusion. But if you ask any farmer, if you tap the water supply from the aquifer or the oil that's sitting under your farm, the Queen come and take your land away, because you only own 6 inches below the soil level, the topsoil. Is it 6 inches or 5 inches? I've forgotten. Who cares about a few inches? Huh? Fact. That's a fact. Every time these people give you this information, it locks you into scarcity. I'm expecting the oil fields to run out a little bit, yeah? Especially when they overpump it. Leave it for 10 years like the Russians do. 5 years, 3 years. Oh, and behold, there's a new pot of oil there. The aquifer is running low. Oh, leave it there for a little while. Let's come back next month. Oh, bloody hell, it's seeping. The Vikings used to take their boats to the Middle East. Did you know that? To have them corked using oil. And they did that throughout the Middle Ages as well, because the oil used to pour out everywhere in the Middle East. The Bukhara regions in the Bukhara region, I think it's called Bukhara regions in Russia, near the Black Sea. The oil is so plentiful, it pops out in bloody creeks. Yeah, it pops out of the earth. And these places have always been, traditionally, throughout thousands of years, where they would caulk their boats. They would make them waterproof, and they would take it there to make it waterproof. That's the service that they provided.
I understand it. You can't run out because it's the way the sun rays interact with the medium to produce this. So as long as there is the sun, and when the ray gets beneath the earth and it reacts with certain minerals, that's the net result. It might produce oil here, might produce gold there, might produce diamond there, but it's the ray, the actual sun's ray interact with that area.
The way that I'm going about it is on a geological process rather than a solar process. If the solar process explains a lot, I'll bring it in. But I do need an earth scientist, any volcanologist to be able to perform these calculations. And I did have one, but we suffered sabotage in Ireland. Any person that understands the solar system will be able to perform those calculations and what happens when you expose elements to the sun's rays. Yeah, these calculations can be performed in under a month. Just as the Chinese can build a Royal Rife microscope with 60,000 magnification using silicon lenses set by gravity. A droplet of silicon lens, no grounding, no nothing. And gravity will set it beautifully to the shape that they want it by controlling the temperature and the viscosity of the drop, creating the exact sphere that they want, exact curvature. Yeah? That's the level of robbery, the level of rape, the level of torture that they've been performing on you for so long. When I was doing social sciences, I was flabbergasted when my social science lecturer said to me, "Mark, do you know how old the steam engine is?" I said, "Yeah, of course, it's the Industrial Revolution. You know, how old that is, 200 years, whatever." You know, he said, "No." He said, "It's 2,500 years old." I said, "Come on, stop all this. You're always talking nonsense, conspiracy, and so on and so forth." You know, I completely dismissed it. He goes, "Mark, do you know what a condenser, do you know what what gave the Industrial Revolution its power? It was the condenser engine." He said, "Do you know do you know how old that is, Mark?" I said, "No, look, come on, this is just recently." He said, "No, it's 2,500 years old. Because we have fossils of the damn thing on people's desks." Yeah, they had condenser engines. Condenser engine simply means that when you cool the piston filled with steam, it contracts at a greater rate than it expands. So you get a double whammy. So you get a push of the piston, and then you get a suction because the steam is being contracted when you throw cold water over the cylinder. So it goes. Yeah, that's exactly how a HHO engine works as well. A HHO engine, which is just water with electrodes in. It generates 2 parts of hydrogen, 1 part of oxygen. You put that into a cylinder, it will give you a spark. It will expand 3.5 times faster than the optimum level of petrol, and it will contract as well. So you get a double whammy. So you don't just get a puff, you get poof and an implosion as well. Yeah, they've robbed you of all of these things by just simply controlling the vocabulary.
And there are vehicles that run on air and water. I mean,
Yeah.
I have my one in the future. So when I've done with what I need to do, it's something I will look into.
Well, Mark,
it's interesting.
This is very interesting, but I have certain health problems and issues that I would like to address, and I'm very interested in what you have to say about MMS and MMS2 and DMSO. So can we move on to that?
Yeah. Shall we?
No, it's all right. I mean, I don't mind sharing my health issues and it's general procedure about the MMS and DMSO treatment anyway.
Okay, so let's go with the questions.
What reading material directly related to UPU would you suggest? Any?
Yeah, look up, go onto Google and just look up the power of the Universal Post Office. Look up on Wikipedia. It used to have quite a lot of information on Wikipedia, but they shortened it now. Or just come and speak to me after the seminar and I'll give you the UPU forms.
Okay.
Okay? The information that they give you, which I have on my desktop.
Have you made any?
I've got my memory stick.
Yeah. Very large memory stick, I noticed.
What contributions are going to
Have you made any claims in federal court?
Yeah, everything is federal. You can't help but do federal. They robbed you of the federal jurisdiction because it's a near perfect system. All judges are supposed to be fiduciaries, but they're acting as the captain of their vessel under maritime law because it's a vessel in dry dock.
So we can do them for fraud there.
That's correct, yeah. Or reduce them to the fiduciary level. As you say, puny.
Other than what you've already said about going into the courtroom and reducing them to...
Empowering them, it's honor-based, duty-bound. You're not reducing them, you're actually giving the most powerful... you're empowering them to become the most powerful person in that courtroom, which is to be honor-bound, duty-bound. When a person is honor-bound, duty-bound, they are automatically the most powerful people. Yeah, the captain is only captain of the vessel, nothing else.
Self-interest.
Yeah, his job is to remove commercial energy. You're going to use him to get back your commercial energy. Or go down the conduit, put your hand down there and pull out all the stuff that they stole from you. Claims, as they call it. These are claims. I'm talking big here because I haven't done that, yeah?
Well, I've got a lot of claims to put forward, so...
Yeah, I mean, I have not successfully put a claim in. Yeah, I've only successfully got people out of the courtrooms and to reduce the judges. This is my next stage. For that, you guys need to work together. In Ireland, I'm okay to do that because they look after me. But in Britain, it's up to the British people to do what they need to do. Yeah, this is the great British public we're talking about. As he pointed out, it is the great British public.
Not so great British.
Yeah. Now, I mean, Great Britain is the country that treated with the UPU. Yeah.
My mama called it the Great Prison.
Okay, I think we are done.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches. Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction. Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority. This court lacks. Case dismissed. I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free. I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Well, hello. Thanks for joining me. Today we're going to talk about changing legal status. This is Mark Emery. I'm the founder of the Lighthouse Law Club. Most of you know who I am. Those of you who don't, stick around. You'll catch up quick enough, I'm sure. This is a members-only webinar, and we'll be sharing part of it with the public. And we're going to be getting into, again, changing legal status. You know, the one thing that I really enjoy the most about the Law Club is having the opportunity to speak personally and directly with each and every one of you, you know, as you come along. And there are so many fascinating stories, so many fascinating personalities. I just find it a real joy to share the energy that we create in putting some great minds together. And in that regard, there seems to be a common theme with most everybody that I talk to. And that common theme is that we recognize the mess that we're in by virtue of how we've been suckered into contracts without full disclosure and lack of informed consent. And we've been suckered into this legal status that we need to get out of, and we need to change it to get back to our natural, God-given, inherent state of presence so that we don't have all of these interferences and intrusions and compelled performance statutes intruding and imposing themselves in our lives. So that's a common theme, and so let's get into it. Now, there's a lot of folks out there doing different things. That's really great. As one individual, you can only do so many things, same with myself or anybody else. And the fact that we're all having different experiences is something that we can draw on and gain strength from. Now, where I'm headed with this is real simple. As it relates to changing status, there are some very advanced legal technologies out there that get into some very exotic types of paperwork and processes. Becoming the secured creditor on the bond created by your birth certificate. That's a fascinating process. I'm fascinated by it. I haven't done it myself yet. And I think it could very well be very effective under the right circumstances. We're not going to talk about that tonight. Tonight we're going to stick to practical measures for moving to the private side and living a private life. These are practical things that you and I can do in short order without getting wrapped up in all kinds of fancy legal documents and legal mumbo-jumbo and extended processes and interactions and waiting for responses and all of that kind of thing. Again, as valuable as that may be, but as we go along here today, you'll find out why it's important that we do much more than that, and if we don't take care of the practical matters first, then all your fancy legal paperwork isn't going to mean diddly squat. All right, you're going to see that. So let's take a few minutes, just review some of the basics. Most of you, I'm sure, have the basics under your belt, but it's important that we establish this review so we have a solid foundation to proceed on, and that those who are just coming along, just getting on board with some of this type of information and training, that they can come along with us and catch up with us real quick so that we're all on the same page when we get to the finish line. Okay? So let's jump right into it. Let's compare the private side with the public side. We can see that in the beginning, God created man. We'll call him John Michael Smith and everyone else, right? That's where it all started. He gave us dominion over the earth, and he blessed us abundantly. Based on what? Our covenant with him. He later gave a covenant to Moses. What's another word for a covenant? It's a contract. Our blessings were premised upon the fulfillment of our end of that covenant. If we failed in the contract, guess what? The blessings would be withdrawn, and we'd have our own devices to deal with, and the results that come from that. And here we are. All right, so contract law you will find throughout the Bible. And this is where it all comes from. With that, we have natural rights. Rights are not something that anybody can give you, but rights are something that nobody can take away. Those rights include the right to free travel. If we have dominion over the earth, we come and go as we please. We ingress and egress. We don't need to pay someone for permission to travel. We have the right to be left alone, to live our own life however we want to live it, believe whatever we want to believe, be as weird as we want to be. And so long as we don't impose or trespass upon the rights or property of someone else, there is no crime, there's peace, and we live our lives as we see fit. We have the right to self-defense, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. If you understand history, when our founding fathers were writing the Declaration of Independence, there was a great debate over what word should be used. Should it be property or happiness? Initially, the phrase was the pursuit of life, liberty, and property, because one who has the right to own, claim, and use property is happy. And so that embodies happiness. And so there was a great debate that, one means the same as the other. So we can use that term property interchangeably. So we have the right to pursuit of life, liberty, and property, or we can say we have the right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. So man created state government to regulate his affairs and to serve him, so that we'd have halls of justice, we could have some order, we'd have some agreed upon rules that we could all live by, so that we could all live with increased security and more prosperity, so we could do business and live. So state government was created to serve man. So as the states sprouted up in the history of the United States of America, there were 13 colonies who evolved into states. Those states started having different currencies, different rules, and the conflicts increased as each state kind of went about its own business in a little different way. And so with that conflict, that level of conflict growing, it was imperative that the state governments get together and create a federal government to help unify standards and protocols and to better manage the intercourse between the different states. So things would run a little bit, or if not a lot, more smoothly. From this point, administrative agencies were then created to help both the federal and the state governments administer their affairs, just helping take care of the administration of the business that was intended. So here we see the hierarchy. Look at who's on top, where this all started. This is the hierarchy of order. Everything starts with God. God created man, gave him dominion over the earth. Man serves God, and man is the top man on the totem pole in the physical world here on the earth. State governments serve man, federal governments serve the state governments, and the agencies work for everybody else. And this is the hierarchy of order. This is the private side. This is the private side where man is the sovereign, under God, of course. So long as we maintain our covenant with God, we maintain those blessings, we maintain our dominion over the earth, we are blessed abundantly in everything that we do, and things proceed along the lines of a life of freedom, liberty, life, liberty, and property, right? So let's look at the public side. On the public side, the government creates John M. Smith. This is not the John M. Smith that was born and created by God. This is a different John M. Smith. This is a fictional entity, just like a corporation is a fiction. John M. Smith, all capital letters, is a corporate entity. It's a fiction. All right, so now that this is created, the federal government has dominion over the state governments due to the money powers and many other things. It also has dominion over John M. Smith. Those federal administrative agencies also have dominion over John M. Smith. And John Michael Smith doesn't know any better, so he identifies himself as John M. Smith, responds to the mail, and acts as though he is one and the same, and all of a sudden he no longer has dominion over the earth. In fact, not only does he not have dominion over the earth, he doesn't even have dominion over himself, or his house, or his land, or his kids. The government owns him and is telling him what to do, what to buy, what kind of insurance to have, how much to have, what kind of cars to buy, where to put his kids, how he should buy his house, what kind of standards his house needs to live up to. He doesn't have dominion over his land. Look at what the BLM is doing to the ranchers, kicking them off their land, stealing it, burning down their houses. We don't own land. And you certainly don't have dominion over your kids when Child Protective Services knocks on your door and takes them away just because they can. So the question comes down real simple. What side of the law would you like to be on? It's pretty obvious why so many people are catching on and wanting to move over to the private side, right? It comes down to a hierarchy of order. Do we want to live in a land where federal and state governments have dominion over us? We don't have any God-given rights? Or do we want to live where man is sovereign, in covenant with and under God, where we have the freedom to live our lives as we see fit? And we have the governments to serve us and to maintain stability and security and nothing more. So the choice is quite obvious, right? So that's why we're moving from the public to the private and changing our legal status. How do we get suckered into all this? I know most of you are aware of this, but let's just review it real quickly. All right, the birth certificate for John M. Smith is created. When he is born, he is taken from the water. When the water breaks from his mother, he is delivered upon the land. The baby is delivered from the water, admiralty, delivered upon the land. A certificate is created, as in a bill of lading from the ship's manifest. The ship is the vessel, which was the mother. Again, bringing admiralty from the water upon the land. The certificate indicates that there is ownership over John M. Smith, but it is not the title. It merely is evidence of the existence of a title for John M. Smith. So that's where things start. Social Security, we're told we need to apply for a Social Security card in order to get a job. We all know the story behind that. It's a big lie. The law itself says it's purely voluntary. In fact, there was a lawsuit with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission when someone objected to being forced to put a Social Security number on their job application with Taco Bell in order to get a job. And they won that lawsuit. They were not required to put their Social Security number to get a job. But the point here is that the application, when you sign that as true, complete, and correct, and put your authenticated signature upon that application for contract, that application is full of admissions and confessions, just like all federal documents are. You admit to being a United States citizen. Well, at that point in your life, when you're a 15-year-old kid, chances are you were a state citizen and not a federal citizen. So, there's all kinds of ramifications on that. We understand that. All kinds of admissions and confessions that are not true. It's fraudulent inducement, lack of informed consent. You didn't know what you were signing, okay? It's based on fraud, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, Federal Reserve notes are promises to pay. That's what a note is, promissory note. So our currency that we're exchanging every day are promises to pay, which never get paid. In fact, since the United States became bankrupt in 1933, there has been no lawful payment done since that time. We've been exchanging credit and negotiable instruments. And since nothing is paid by law, because there is no lawful money in circulation, what we're doing is we're exercising the franchise, which is the privilege of discharging debt. The privilege of discharging debt is not lawful, but it is public policy. So we're not operating in law, we're operating in public policy. And the public policy is, since you never paid for anything, you don't own anything, which is why the government can come and take anything from you whenever they want, because you don't own it. So we won't get into that, the whole money issue. That's something that needs to be understood very well, if you don't already, and many of you do. Corporate employment is a key element. One of the first things the judge will ask you when you step into court, okay, and are you employed? Where are you employed? Oh, well, I'm a warehouse manager over at Home Depot over on Lincoln Avenue. Okay, very good. And where do you reside? Oh, I'm over here on 910 Birch Street. Okay, so the judge says, so you reside and you're doing business in the state. Thank you very much. You've just granted me jurisdiction. We will now proceed against you. Corporate employment is very problematic. We'll talk about that as we get into some of the details, but you need to be seriously thinking about doing something about that. And again, we'll get into that in just a minute. But those are federal benefits. Corporations are creatures of the state. When you work for a creature of the state, exchanging your services for promises to pay, which are issued by the Federal Reserve, a private corporation, you are so deep into commercial law and federal regulation, it isn't funny. All right, so that's something we need to be careful of. Being a resident. All right, let's break this word apart. I get into this in my workshop, The Private Traveler. Res is the Latin term for the thing. Ident is the root for identified, right? So resident is the thing identified. Identified as what? Identified as property, inventory, chattel. You understand? Because you're identifying yourself with John M. Smith in all capital letters, you are owned by the state. So again, that's why the judge asks you right off the bat, where do you work and where do you reside? All right, you better have a good answer for that. Do you have a bank account? Well, you ask, well, how could having a bank account set me up for receiving federal benefits? If you've got a bank account in your name, your signature is on the account, you've accepted all the terms of the bank, and even though the bank may have a state charter, it's a state chartered bank, it does have FDIC insurance. And so you're receiving benefits from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So there's your federal benefits right there. Insurance contracts. The state requires John M. Smith to have various insurance contracts. He needs to have automobile insurance, he needs to have health insurance, he needs to have business insurance, liability insurance, right on down the line. Insurance contracts are interstate compacts. They're interstate agreements. They derive from maritime jurisdiction. This brings us right into commerce, which brings us right into federal regulation. And that's a whole subject we could get into, but we won't. Okay, you know about the driver's license and the marriage license. What is a license? A license is permission to do that which is otherwise illegal. So that begs the question, well, geez, when was it ever illegal for me to drive my grandma to the church? Well, just by virtue of the fact that you do not understand language, we can see that by virtue of the fact that you're using the term driver, that you are a driver. You're applying to be a driver, and therefore you want to get licensed. Driver is a commercial term. We have taxi drivers. We have truck drivers. We have private chauffeurs who are drivers. We have postal carriers who are drivers. We have package delivery people that are drivers. This is all commerce in transport. These are commercial terms. Now, if you're not engaged in commerce on the roadways and the byways, then you are not a driver. Therefore, why on earth would you apply for a driver's license? You've always had the right to travel, and people are learning this. And they're learning how to do it successfully. So, again, you were fraudulently induced. Nobody told you about that, so you applied for commercial privileges. When did it become illegal to get married? The marriage license actually originated, I believe it was back in the 1800s, when they made it illegal for interracial marriages to happen. All right? They didn't want the slaves marrying the non-slave class. And so the license was required. And then the practice grew, and all of a sudden, what you're doing now is you're taking a right and converting it to a privilege granted by the state. When I got married, I didn't use a marriage license. I found a pastor who would do it without one. Not all of them will. So what happens when you apply for a marriage license? You're bringing the state into the marriage as a third party, just like your spouse is. So the state is now has equal standing as your spouse does in that marriage. I was talking to a gentleman from Montana, and he looked at the back of his marriage license, and it stated very clearly that the product of this marriage belongs to the state. Well, think about that. What's the product of a marriage? Children. Are you starting to get the picture now? These are very serious issues. So these are some of the benefits that we apply for, and we get sucked into these contracts. In doing that, really we violate the covenant that we had with God. And so we move from that jurisdiction, we get sucked into another jurisdiction, which is highly regulated and generates fees, fines, all kinds of forms, and we could go on and on. All right, so this is what traps us. Let's take a look at this. The private Federal Reserve Bank. Look on your dollar, your Federal Reserve notes. You see that E on the left. That E signifies the issuing bank, the bank that issued this Federal Reserve note. And E happens to stand for the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, Virginia. Okay, so when we see that E, we know which bank owns this promissory note. And if they ever decide to claim it, it's theirs, they can come and get it. Okay? So you see that same E in the serial number, which again immediately identifies the issuer. The issuer is the owner. Now, we can see also on the back of the Social Security card, this number is not the Social Security number. There are many people out there that know more about this than I do, but they'll tell you that this is the registration number or the bond number representing the bond that's created by virtue of your application for the Social Security card. Now, how could they create a bond? Well, when you apply for the Social Security number, what are you doing? You're saying, I want you to take so much money out of my check for the rest of my life on the hopes that maybe I'll see some of it back when I retire. Think of all the money that someone generates, not only in terms of withholdings, but taxes paid, all the different types of taxes that are paid. I saw a list of all the taxes that are paid, and it was pages. I mean, there were hundreds of different types of taxes that we pay. And so think about how that adds up over someone's lifetime and as a part of their earnings. And when that compounds, and when you can use leverage with the fractional reserve banking system, how you can take $1, make it $10, lend that out again, and do it over and over and over. It becomes exponential. So we can see that this account is owned by the Federal Reserve Bank. This account is in the name of John M. Smith, and you identify yourself as John M. Smith, and therefore you're obligated to this account to continue paying for the rest of your life. So isn't that sweet? Okay? Just something to be aware of. So, the IRS is a private collection branch for the Federal Reserve. That's what they do. They collect for the private Federal Reserve. Now, take a look at this. The IRS doesn't collect money for the government. They're a private trust domiciled in Puerto Rico. And you can look it up yourself. Let's read this. In 1953, the Internal Revenue was created by the stroke of a pen when the Secretary of the Treasury changed the name of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Treasury Order number 150-29, G.M. Humphrey, Secretary of the Treasury, July 9, 1953. However, no congressional or presidential authorization for making this change has been located. So, the source of the authority had to originate elsewhere. Research to which IRS officials have acquiesced suggests that the Secretary exercised his authority as trustee of Puerto Rico Trust number 62, Internal Revenue. And you can see this in Title 31 of the U.S. Code, Section 1321. Look it up yourself. And as will be demonstrated, the Secretary does, in fact, operate as Secretary of the Treasury, Puerto Rico, which is a territory. It's not even a state. Puerto Rico, as a territory, is managed by the United States in Washington, D.C., the corporation. United States, the corporation. Now, one thing you may not be aware of is that the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States does not receive his paycheck from the United States federal government. He is paid by whom, do you know? By the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. So, what's this telling us? The treasurer of the United States is paid by foreign interests. The people you pay your so-called taxes to in the IRS, that money actually, well, number one, doesn't even touch the floor of U.S. government offices. So if you think you're paying for roads and bridges and schools and health centers and justice systems and armies and military and everything else with your taxes, I'm sorry to tell you, not one penny is going to anything that benefits the people. It's going straight into a private trust, which is managed by a combination of the IMF, a federal corporation known as the Federal Reserve Bank, and that ultimately ends up with the Queen of England or the Vatican. So, you want to pay your taxes? That's your choice. It's entirely your choice. All right? So, you say to yourself, well, crap. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to pay my taxes if that's where it's going. Well, I'm sorry, but you're hooked. You're hooked by the agreements that you've made. You've made admissions and confessions in the applications that you've signed that you are a charter member of this corporation known as the United States. Nothing to do with the government. And you're regulated by commerce. You're engaged in commerce. You're wrapped up by contracts. And unless you do something about that, you're stuck. You're hooked. You're not getting off the hook. We've got agreements in place. So this is the dilemma that we find ourselves in, right? Let me give you some resources right now. Having said that, it's very easy to rid yourself of the IRS. It's very simple. I should say it's simple, not always so easy, but it is simple where you can do it safely and securely and not go into any level of risk. And I show you how. We start number one. You need to get, if you haven't already, get this free download. I wrote a book called How I Beat Satan and the IRS. You can get it free. Go to the onefreemanswar.com. Go to the Defend America page. And all I ask in exchange for this free book that I'm giving you, I want you to share it with at least 2 other people. And get their commitment that they will share it with 2 other people. If we can get this to go viral, we can expose the fraud in the country. We'll know what's going on. So, get your free download there. Then once you've gone through this, it's a short read, it's a quick read. It's only about 62 pages and a lot of white space, a lot of quotes. There's about 10, 11, 12 chapters in there. Each chapter deals with a different element of the IRS fraud. Makes it very easy to see. It's not hard to read at all. It's not full of a lot of legalese. Should be quite entertaining and informative. But participate in the Defend America program. Get the word out. Share this link with people you know. And then once you want to do something about it, we have an IRS Freedom package that provides supporting documents and the processes to put a couple of these most important strategies to work where you can safely and securely simply walk away. Okay? It's pretty simple. Now, I would also recommend a video workshop that I've done that will get into some more detail and lay some things out. And it shows the only 2 roads that the IRS travels on. And if you can block those 2 roads, there's nothing they can do. What you do is you make yourself immune. And it's real simple to make yourself immune. And if they can't throw you in jail, and if they can't take your stuff, your bank accounts, your house, your property, position yourself so they can't do that. If they can't touch your stuff, and if they can't throw you in jail, there's nothing they can do. They can holler and scream all they want. Okay? But the previous taxpayer is going to show you how to do that. So that's video on demand, and that's, I don't know, about 90 minutes, maybe a couple hours maximum. And you'll find it there at that link. So those are a couple of resources right off the bat that you have that I'd be happy to share with you. All right, so we got to get the IRS out of our lives, and you need to understand that fraud vitiates all contracts. And that's coming straight from the U.S. Supreme Court. It's a maxim of law that goes back before the country was ever created. It goes back many, many, many generations. You know, the Supreme Court said in Throckmorton versus the U.S., the maxim that fraud vitiates every proceeding must be taken. In other words, they could not ignore the fact in this case that the entire case of the defendant was based on fraud to start with, which means that everything that proceeded from that was null and void. You know, it's fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. If the tree is poison, the fruit is poison. And you can't go beyond that. So it starts with contracts. So we go back to all those contracts that you signed with the Social Security application and those type of things. And there's a process for basically putting the people, the counterparties to those contracts on notice that you have uncovered their fraud, you know what it is, you are stating the fraud, you are putting them on notice that you are no longer participating in the fraud and that you consider that original contract null and void, nunc pro tunc. Okay, now for then, as from the beginning. So that's a fundamental issue. And so we have to get into understanding a very simple concept. A lot of people are rushing around doing paperwork, and then they're hauled into court, and the judge asks those key questions. Where do you reside, and where do you work? And people are flashing around these fancy documents. Oh, but I got this, and I'm sovereign, and those laws don't apply to me, and I don't consent, and all this stuff. And the judge just, takes silent judicial notice of certain things relating to substance that can be obviously seen, and you have neglected to cover those because you're more concerned about your documents, which are the form. All right, this doctrine, substance over form, really comes originally from the bookkeeping and the accounting world, where people may structure certain transactions in a way to minimize or avoid entirely taxation. And there's nothing wrong with that, provided that their activities are substantive and real, and the relationships involved in those transactions are real relationships, real people or entities doing real business. So you've got to have the substance, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about practical issues on how to create substance so that you don't stumble over your own form, your documents, your filings, and end up nullifying all of that because the substance just isn't there. Case law from this doctrine has stated that in order for the mortar to work, there must actually be bricks. So the bricks are the substance, okay? The mortar is the form. You got to have real bricks going on here. All right, so what I'm saying is that your behavior, the way you live, the things you do must match the assertions that you're making. You can't just say, oh, I'm a private individual, I'm not engaged in commerce, look at my documents. Okay, when the judge can see right off the bat with a couple simple questions that you are still engaged in commerce, you're still receiving federal benefits, and you're just as much a slave as you ever were. Because the documents don't do anything if the substance isn't there. And so that's what we're going to get into right now. We're going to get into some of those details and figure out how we can be practical and move to the private side, perhaps without even needing all these fancy and exotic documents and processes. Okay? I'm just a practical guy. I like to go with what works, and this is what's worked for me time and time again. Okay? Now, the details that we're going to cover, I've listed at the end of my private traveler workshop. And the private traveler really establishes the fundamental legal elements that are necessary to understand when moving from the public side to the private side. Okay? So this establishes a very good foundation. It's an on-demand video workshop that's available at this link. At the end of this presentation, I go into a list of these practical items. I cover the list, but I don't really get into the details. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to get into those details and dig into what it takes actually to have some of these practical issues resolved in your favor so that you've got the substance. Once you have the substance and are living on the private side, then is a good time to go and pursue the documentation, the legal processes, the liens, the trademarks, the copyrights, whatever it is you want to do. Okay? So from this point, we proceeded in the web conference complete version that our members were a part of for the members web conference. We proceeded to review a list of about 20 different practical items. We covered each one in detail. These are things you can do to separate yourself from the behavior of federal citizens. These are practical issues that increase your privacy, that will change your visibility and status as a resident, and It's quite fascinating that as you begin to implement these points, you eliminate the accoutrements of federal subject citizens. This is extremely important because whenever you find yourself in front of a judge, for example, or dealing with officialdom, they are trained to take silent judicial notice of certain facts, certain elements, things you say, your behavior, things that appear in your paperwork. These are all the elements that we need to work to eliminate, if in fact you really do want to change your status back to the private side. In the complete web conference that our members were involved in, we went over these in quite some detail and at length in a step-by-step process. This video is for public purposes and is not the complete video that our members have access to. So, that being the case, once these things are accomplished, you cannot be mistaken as a resident doing business in the state, which are the first two elements that any court or judge will try to establish in order to get jurisdiction over you as a fictional entity subject to federal status. Okay? These are all very interesting, very fascinating things, simple things that can be done, and quite interesting from the standpoint that once you can accomplish these things, everything changes. And you're in a much more private and secure position. So, that being said, I would steer your attention to the website for the Lighthouse Law Club, and that's at lighthouselaw.club. In particular, I will steer your attention to the blog page. You'll find the blog link in the menu at the top of the page. And in the blog, we've got several videos, but I want to steer your attention to one in particular, and that is the vision of the Law Club, which will give you a good idea. It's about a 1-hour web conference that we had, and that'll give you an excellent idea as to really what the Law Club is all about and how you could participate and benefit from the activities of other members. The whole idea is to create synergy with all the activities that everybody is doing in different parts of the country, following different strategies, different activities in different disciplines. So browse the site, have a look around. We welcome you to join us in the Law Club. It's pretty painless, and we can do some great things together. So with that, I give you my best wishes. May God bless, and I hope to see you in the club with us soon. Thanks and take care.
We thought we were hustling our voices to raise, but they directed the flow like marionettes in a daze. Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. It's a game of monopoly, stacking that green. Prison systems thrive while they sell us the dream.
It's bigger than the music, that's plain to see. Control the narrative, they feed into greed. So we gotta wake up, fight back with our voice. Reclaim our freedom, it's our only choice.
Sad but true, we give away our art. They take our culture, play us like darts.
Now let me tell you about a secret, a story untold. In the 90s, they gathered intentions so bold.
Labels on the rise, but they own them prisons. So in division, no love, just decisions. Rap's the weapon, they feed us false lines. Gotta spit in bars while they cash in the dimes.
Who profits, who benefits from our disarray? Chasing after ghosts while they feast all day. Playing it with our lives, yeah, they setting the stage.
Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. Luring the young ones, yeah, sending them to hell.